You're listening to the first legendary Beastmaster chapters 851 through 900, brought to you by Cheney Audiobooks. Please like and subscribe. Now that the rush of a large custom order was finished, Karl got to work on the items for the city's purchasing agent and started to plan what he should do with his tiny world spell. There were so many options, and it could be used for dozens of different purposes, but each of them would require that he set up the interior in an entirely different way. The best option seemed to be a hybrid living space. While he could enter it, that didn't seem like the most productive way to use the space when he was already advancing faster than everyone else. With everyone but Thor at Overlord rank, Karl was already moving steadily up through the power growth range, and the rest of the team had just reached Monarch. So, the best thing that he could do was to create a training and living area with water, trees, and a large open area for training, plus a house. Most of that would be real, but Karl fully intended to use illusionary domain to build the house. Bringing someone other than Jones, who was still sleeping off his advancement, to build a house in a separate space would raise far too many questions. Not only that, but if the space collapsed, it would also dump the house out into the open wherever they were, and that would be incredibly awkward. Not to mention the damage that it would cause. He needed something that would help them grow. Something like the beast spaces, which pushed his bonded partners forward. They already had a spell like that on the house, so he could do something similar to the tiny world, along with runes for potential increases and growth rate, like he had done on the bracers. But that really seemed like something that should wait until he reached totem rank, as it would be such a large difference in power. However, the basic space could be created right away, and the team was eager to help. They all had their own ideas on what they wanted in the space. They just needed the room and the opportunity. Karl thought of the instances he had been in before. They were basically the same as the tiny world, but some of them had extended for multiple kilometers. Karl didn't know what the limits were to his spell, as nothing was listed. So he could only hope that it was going to be large enough for his needs, at least as large as the beast spaces. The plans for this shipment were simple, so Karl did them first, and then set the collection of weapons to the side for Davis to collect. That left him free to focus on the new space. It's just like forming a new beast space, right? Hawk pondered, not sure why this seemed to be such a big deal. Now that the beast spaces were at Overlord ranked, they were dozens of kilometers across, with plentiful plant life, their own climate, and everything. Karl used that optimism and began to build the outer boundary of the tiny world, expanding it as he went so that he could check the limits of what the spell could maintain. Inside, the world was just simple flat ground, with bare dirt for now. But the process of creating the space was even simpler than Karl had imagined. He just added more mana to the spell, using all that he could channel, plus his internal reserves, and the space smoothly increased in size, slowing as the volume per meter of expansion increased. The first few kilometers in diameter went rather quickly, but the space was spherical and couldn't be made any other shape, as far as Karl could tell. He had tried to shape it like a puck, round and flat, but that hadn't worked at all. The sphere simply refused to change. Once it got to 10 kilometers in diameter, every bit of extra distance required immense amounts of power. So, Karl changed his focus from expanding to reshaping the space. He inserted a large lake off on one side, a swampy area, a hilly region which could become a forest, flat lands where they could train, or set up stone pillars if Thor was expounding upon the joys of smashing posts, and even a small mountain, with steep cliffs and one gently sloping side to walk back down. Then Karl added kilometers of tunnels starting at a cave entrance to form a whole underground city. Now, all it needed was life. The tiny world spell didn't allow the formation of trees and grass the way that the beast spaces had, but Karl continued to keep the spell active as everyone pitched in and added some spare materials. Once they were inside, things changed drastically. Karl felt that he could cause the plants to grow with his will and added mana, cloning themselves to spread over the space. The new ones were not real plants, more like a magical illusion with the potential to be plants, or a guideline for where the plants would be able to grow in the future. Even the lake got some water plants in the shallows. It would take time before all of that was grown in with real plants, but the visual effect would be there, the same as it was in the trial instances. Then, Little Butterfly added the illusion of the guild house, with its stone-walled courtyard, and Karl felt it become an integral part of the space, no longer a separate spell. That was wonderful news. All it took was enough imagination, and he could create all sorts of non-living things in the space. He just needed to know how. The dozen plants wouldn't do much to keep a group of people alive inside, but he could always keep the space open a little, as Jones had informed him. He would just have to be careful of intruders. The living plants that he had used as examples could be removed now, but Karl chose to keep them inside. The donors didn't need them. They had many more in their own spaces, and a bit of real plant life made this space feel more vibrant. The fake plants didn't have a scent, so the whole space smelled sterile, like the house after caretaker Jo went through with her cleaning magic. But it was now complete, and he had a fully functional home away from home. As Karl finished creating the space, he opened his eyes and realized that he had moved. He was now in bed, with the Dana in his arms, and it was pitch black outside. It had been relatively early in the morning when he had started, and he was in a chair in the second F. Lower workspace, but he must have lost track of time at some point. It was somewhat concerning that he didn't notice he was being moved, but he was fairly safe inside the house, and the beasts would have reacted if there was any actual danger. Dana snuggled her face into his furry chest as she slept, and Karl noticed that the cat-like behaviors remained, even after she had changed forms back. The biscuit kneading was adorable, but he didn't want to wake her up, so Karl remained as still as he could until he finally fell asleep. The next thing he knew, the sun was up, and the smell of breakfast on the stove was making his stomach rumble. The noise of his stomach woke Dana, who laughed at his reclined position. "Sorry, I think that I drooled on you. You were completely out of it with whatever spell you were casting. Thor said that it was an internal thing, and moving you wouldn't disturb it, so we moved you to bed. But I didn't expect that it would take nearly an entire day," she explained. "Neither did I. But it's all finished now, and I will show off the results later. First, breakfast." Karl equipped a pair of pants, and Dana put on what looked like one of his shirts. That had to have come from Ray, as the clothing bound to its wearer, but he had to admit that it looked good as the headed down to the second floor, where Karl could hear breakfast being set up. "Oh, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Did you finish what you were working on?" Karl nodded. "Indeed I did. It was a gift from Jones, the magma dragon, and I know that you're all going to love it once you see it." From across the table, Ray nodded enthusiastically. "I've been waiting a long time for this." Then she left it at that, so everyone got to wonder what she meant as they finished eating. "All right, spill. What did you cast?" Dana demanded. Before Karl could answer, Ray grabbed her and dragged her into the tiny world. "Tada! It's a Dana space. What now? Tell me that you didn't find a way for him to bond me as a pet." Dana replied suspiciously. Ray shook her head. "We're still working on that part. It's a separate space, like our beast space homes, but all in one. See, we have a forest, a lake, a swamp, grasslands, the guild house, even a mountain for Hawk to perch on." They didn't notice when Karl had brought everyone else in the house to the space, but they were all standing on the grass outside the courtyard of the replica guild house, staring around in awe. "You made a separate space? That is incredibly rare magic. This isn't an illusionary domain, like the library in the guild house, is it? It feels different," Ashbringer asked. Karl shook his head. "No, this is an actual stable separate space, though the principle is similar. If someone damages this place, it will not shatter. I will just have to rebuild what's inside of it. The library space does exist in the library here, though. It's made the same way, so I don't know if it's actually an illusion here or part of the tiny world. But I think that it turned out rather well. I was thinking that it would be a safe space to rest as we traveled. Remember all the attention that we got while we were crossing Newbon? Now, we could appear to be a lone traveler or even just a beast if I were in here with you. That would raise far fewer questions, and this place is designed to help whoever is in it grow their strength and potential. The demonic blacksmith sighed. It's a legendary treasure, and you treat it like a resort property. Karl patted him on the shoulder. In a way, it's both. But the guild is going to need more materials on a regular basis in the future. That means traveling to hunt. And being able to do that without drawing a lot of attention will be essential once we start hunting outside the lands of Drod. We're in good standing with the Lord here. But what if we need something from Lard or Ek further south? Or even from the dwarven lands of Nababin on the northeast island? Gaining a reputation as a distinctive group of beautiful women with some cat demon is bound to cause trouble eventually. Ashbringer chuckled. And once you get away from Drod, there is a higher likelihood that you will run into less civilized sorts that would be willing to kidnap travelers. At least in Drod, we have relatively strict social norms. Lard is close to the same, as they're almost all demons. But if you get to Ek or Unzatherb, things are much different. Ek is almost all orcs, and they have their own ways. But Unzatherb is absolute chaos. They call it a kingdom, but the king doesn't control much. The old immortal has passed it all down to his descendants in sections, and they have made war with each other in the name of total control for longer than most can remember. I recommend that you stay away from there unless there is no other option. Karl nodded in understanding. The orcs respected power, so that would be all right. But a nation ruled by ancient lineages of warring family members? That didn't sound like fun. Lotus transformed into her beast form, a tiny green dragon, and began to fly around the space. This was nice. It was private, with lots of room to fly, and no worries that someone would capture her, thinking she was a lost hatchling that might have a reward for its return. Sitting in the separate space, the Dark Light Host Guild had no way to know of the chaos that was unfolding in the city of Drod. For their newest descendant resident had just returned to his home. Jones was back from his private island. The aura of a totem-ranked dragon was impossible to miss, as he lived in the suburbs, which were still rather densely populated, even if they weren't as packed as the sprawl. Plus, his species had changed along with his advancement, so while he still felt somewhat familiar, none of the neighbors knew if it was Jones, or some powerful family member who had shown up at his house unannounced and then refused to take visitors. Finally, the arrival of Domsk and Rashid, the totem-ranked overseers of the Stone Chapel and Forest Gate districts of the city, had prompted Jones to answer his door. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I didn't expect your arrival so soon. Please do come in for tea." Jones greeted them, as if he hadn't just been ignoring them standing outside his door for the previous 10 minutes. The two demons, one red-skinned wrath demon and one feathered magic demon, took seats in the ancient recliners across from the aged sofa covered in knit blankets, where Jones was lounging with a plate full of sandwiches and tea. Domsk broke the tension with a smile. "It seems you have had a fortunate opportunity, old friend. To have evolved from a magma dragon to reach the totem rank is something worth celebrating. I don't suppose that you could let us in on the method, could you?" Jones smiled. "I traded ancient treasures with one favored by the world dragon, and he gave me the last piece of the puzzle needed to refine my bloodline. A most curious sort of exchange, I admit. But it has worked out wonderfully for me. In 100 years, when I reach the peak of totem rank, perhaps I will try to find another similar opportunity and make it to the mythic rank." 100 years was not so long for a totem-ranked demon or dragon. In fact, it could be said to be incredibly fast to reach the pinnacle of totem rank, even if you had the potential to go past it and into the realm of myth. "So, what are you planning to do now that you have reached the totem rank?" Rashid asked cautiously. The Frostfire Gate district, a suburban area outside the city walls, didn't technically have an overseer. It was split between him and Domsk, whose areas of the inner city bordered that portion of the suburbs. Jones smiled languidly, relishing the fact that these pillars of the city now had to be nice to him, as his potential and power was no worse than their own. Dragons had an innate advantage over most species at their own rank, thanks to their immense mana reserve and affinity for their elements. "You know, I was thinking, it's such a long ways from your house to mine. Why don't I just look after these neighbors of mine, and you can look after yours inside the wall?" The demons chuckled softly at that. Outside the wall was a larger and more highly populated region than the affluent south side of the city inside the walls. What Jones was proposing was to give himself dominion over the largest district of the city. Domsk shrugged and slightly bared his gleaming white fangs. Unfortunately, that will have to go before the Lord and the full council of totems. The two of us alone don't have the authority to change the borders. Watching the trio of totems walk through the city gates and down the main street towards the castle naturally caught the attention of everyone on the south side of the city, and by the time that they had made it to the city governor's office, the word had already spread all the way across the sprawl. Jones was a familiar face to everyone, with some slightly shady connections. He was the sort of dragon that could get you anything for a price. There were some things that he flat out refused to take part in, like trafficking people and weapons. But for anything else, it was just a matter of how difficult it was for the old dragon to get it for you. It was widely rumored that it was Jones who kept the Frostfire Gate suburbs from becoming the next Black Shade slum. Not because he brought money to the region, he was notoriously stingy, but because he wouldn't tolerate criminals on his territory, so there were no gangs oppressing others on the south side of the city, which let them send money in and out, along with goods by merchant wagon. Domsk and Rashid weren't blind to it. However, as Jones was capped at the overlord rank by his bloodline as a magma dragon, he wasn't previously a threat to the higher authorities, and they could treat him like any other crime boss in the city. However, now that he was a totem, ostensibly one of their group of powerful leaders, things would have to change. They could overlook most of what he was doing, as he wasn't directly doing anything illegal. But there were a few aspects of his influence that would need to be curtailed if they were going to keep things running smoothly. Like his illicit trade in skill books that were supposed to be going through the library. There was an excellent reason for that practice: keeping track of who had rare and powerful skill combinations, who was making more skill books, and more importantly, who had the ability but was not making or selling skill books, were all important things to know for a capital city. If he was just handing out dangerous skills to unknown parties, what sort of chaos could it cause in the city? Jones was well aware of their reservations about him. But it took the ancient dragon real effort not to let slip that the whole reason he had reached totem rank was because he had the ability and willingness to part with the sort of rare and powerful hidden skills and treasures that others did not. Even when everyone came out of the separate space and began prepping to set up the shop for the day, they didn't know that anything had happened. All of the excitement was focused on what was likely happening now in the castle, and that was a fairly normal thing for the residents of Drod. Only when a customer came in looking for potions and talking about Jones the magma dragon returning as a totem did anyone in the shop find out that there was anything going on in the city at all. So that's what you did that let you get a new spell. You helped a dragon advance to totem rank. Dana whispered once the customers were all out of the shop again. I claim no knowledge of these events. But aren't you pleased with the new spell? It will make long journeys so much more comfortable, Karl replied. Dana smiled. Did you know that Ray calls it the Dana space? That made Lotus laugh. That's a great name for it. But why isn't it the Lotus space? Dana shrugged. She wasn't sure why she had been nominated. Was she secretly Ray's favorite? Did they see her as Karl's pet? Or did Ray just view her as an equipable item? The possibilities were many and varied. While the city was freaking out about the new totem-ranked dragon in town, the atmosphere at the Dark Light Host Guild House was quite relaxed. Sales had calmed down to a more reasonable rate in the last few weeks, and they could actually keep items in stock now. With 2 commander rank apprentices, they were doing quite well on standard stock items. But the professors from Lard Academy were going to have to return to their schools soon, and that would put the alchemy side in a bind. The 2 that were doing runesmithing were mostly making experimental pieces based on assignments that Karl gave them, but the other 2 were helping Remy with her day-to-day potion making. Once they were gone back to their regular jobs, she was going to need new assistants, unless she could convince Little Butterfly to make her some solid illusions to do the grunt work for her. They wouldn't be as good as actual alchemists, but they could do a fair bit of the drudgery. The portioning, cleaning, and chopping didn't need any magical skills at all. Should we put up an ad? If people knew that we needed an apprentice, I'm sure they would send us one. Remy suggested. We sell plenty of potions, we should take more than one. Thor added. Karl turned to Davis. It seems that we should look for at least 2 alchemy apprentices. We're about to lose ours, as they have jobs to return to at the academy. Without them, Remy will be short-staffed. The black-winged demon smiled. I will put up notices both in the shop and at the hiring board. Looking for them. Would Remy prefer them with or without a trade skill chosen? Remy mentally shrugged, which Karl relayed the same way. Davis nodded in understanding. It didn't really matter, as most of what they were making was still alchemy potions, just with new recipes. There were only a few special recipes that would be impossible for the average alchemist. Ophelia took the notice when Davis finished writing it and tapped the side of her head. I know just where to find alchemist apprentices eager to learn and loyal to their employer, she declared, then walked out the gate to tack the hiring notice to the notice board outside the gates. When she came back in, she had a smug smile on her furry face. Now Remy can just go out when the guards stop an applicant. I asked them to save the kids the silver and just shout for us to come out, since we're right here. Remy smiled, an unnatural expression for a Naga's serpentine head. That's brilliant. But we can put it up in town as well if we don't get good candidates. We should get some good ones from the outer suburbs, though. They're constantly looking for good jobs, and the pay here at the Darklight Host Shop is significantly better than most other places in town, since we give apprentices a cut of the profits. Karl didn't know that the other shops didn't give apprentices a profit share and just paid them a base salary. The products that their shop sold were incredibly expensive, for the most part, and it just didn't seem right to give them no part of the windfall. The guild had already amassed a sizable fortune in the store's branch of the guild bank, and that was after they had paid all their workers. The guild bank wasn't one monolithic storage area. Instead, it was separated into a main bank, a branch bank, and individual store storage. Karl hadn't used the main bank for anything, in case there were others who could access it without his knowledge. But the branch and store storage were strictly authorized users at this location only, so they felt like a safe enough spot to keep money and items stored. He couldn't see any other branches active, and there was nothing in the main guild bank, but that wasn't really unexpected after 10,000 years of inactivity. What he was more concerned about was some ancient dragons noticing that he was active and coming to look for the interlopers who had gained access to the guild. They might not be so understanding when he explained how he had become a member during a trip to the past. Dragons were territorial, from all that Karl knew about them, and they could view the guild as their own, especially if they were from the main branch. But he didn't have long to focus on that, as there were already applicants waiting outside the wall, hoping to become the new alchemists for the Dark Light Host. Remember, you can't just pick the cute ones. They need skills and motivation. He reminded Remy as she headed out of the yard with Lotus right behind her. If they're here first, and not being forced, they obviously have motivation, right? That's halfway there. Karl sighed. Just remember that it's your own days that you are making harder if you don't get good ones. Karl knew that things were going to go sideways the moment that Lotus followed Remy out to vet their candidates. The candidates that had gathered were mostly nerdy demon children in their early teens, too small for a heavily physical trade, and too timid for business. But Karl had some hope that they would make a reasonable selection, even if it was mostly based on who could get to the posting the fastest. It had been up less than an hour, which didn't seem like much time for good candidates to find out about the job, especially if they were already in the city working day labor. But luck was part of the requirement when it came to getting the best jobs. The ones who were in the right spot at the right time were the ones who got the opportunities. With the assistance of the guards, they quickly formed 2 groups. Ones who had seen alchemy done before and ones who had not. The first group was very small, and under the most perfunctory questioning by the gate guards, they were all moved over to form one group again. So Remy decided to sort them another way. Ones who were willing to wear black and white uniforms every day, and ones that were not. For alchemists, that was just a splash-resistant lab coat, but it did remove a few who didn't really want to be there. Then Lotus asked them random questions about plants that were used in the alchemy process, followed by more common-sense questions about handling dangerous liquids. Simple questions, ones that you could have learned in a kitchen as well. But that gave them ones with quick minds. This was the point where it became arbitrary, as they had half a dozen candidates still, and they only needed 2. But Lotus and Remy had a dilemma. 2 of them were small and fluffy, 2 of them were brilliant and knew a lot about plants, and the other 2 had answered all the safety questions right. So, they brought all 6 back on a temporary basis, intending to give them a few days of temp work to see if they were qualified. Dana laughed as Remy led the procession back into the city. "What do you think the odds are that they picked only cute girls?" she whispered. "Not as high as expected. The satyr is a boy, and that's a young incubus, not a succubus." Karl noted. "I'm proud of them. They might have taken their job seriously for a whole 10 minutes. Dana whispered. "And then brought back 3 times as many employees as they went looking for." Ray agreed. That was a minor detail. But Karl didn't honestly expect that any of the young alchemists would actually be fired. Remy led them straight inside the house to the second floor, where she had them pick rooms and change into the outfits that Ray had made for them. Only a few minutes later, an angry young incubus came stomping back out of the house, ignoring Karl and everyone else as he left the city. "What happened?" Karl asked Remy. He was mad about the lab coats. Apparently, it's insulting to tell an incubus that he needs to cover up at all times while working. Remy laughed. "He tried to flirt with someone, didn't he?" Karl guessed. "Yes. And he didn't take it well when Lotus shot him down without a second thought. That brought them down to only 5 new alchemist apprentices, but Remy had them all changed into white lab coats and was herding them into the illusionary city outside the library for their first day of study. It's a good thing that we got all those books. I've got the textbook that they need to get started right. Here. Oh, I need a teacher outfit. Maybe Lotus can make me glasses. Teachers always look smarter with glasses." Karl laughed a little at her enthusiasm for teaching. 2 of her new students were newly advanced commanders from strong demonic bloodlines, but the others were going to struggle to ever make it to that standard. That would make for an interesting dynamic in the alchemy shop, as they would now have 3 lead potion makers. Once the students learned alchemy, that was. Commander rank potions were good enough to sell, and as the new hires grew up, the pair of them shouldn't have any problem becoming royals or even monarchs. And then there were 3 more who could work as assistants, portioning, chopping, and prepping ingredients for Remy and the stronger alchemists. Naturally, they would split into pairs, working with one person more smoothly than with the others. But for now, they all needed to learn the basics, and Remy wanted them to study for a while before she resorted to cheating and having Karl just teach them apprentice runic alchemy as a reward for their hard work. According to a teaching book that she had found in the house's library, that was the proper way to instill discipline and order among students. Kara and Ray both disagreed, but for different reasons. Kara didn't believe that mental discipline was necessary, as long as you had time management and creativity. Ray thought it was just more effective to make them too terrified to misbehave. They debated it for a few minutes, and then Thor suggested that life was about compromise. Some hatchlings needed a good tail swat to the head, and others just needed encouragement. It was better not to set your limits too strictly, in case something more or something different was needed to keep them on the right track. Honestly, Thor didn't know much about raising hatchlings. But he had read a book in the library about it one day. That left Karl to work on inscriptions on the second floor, while the professors finished their last few projects and prepared for their trip back home. "You know, I could have hawkfly you back. It would save days of travel," he suggested as Mora F finished a template for the latest challenge he had set. "I appreciate the offer, but we are to accompany a bulk order back as part of the security detail. With all the trade disruptions lately, the Academy wanted to be extra sure that they got their orders." The next morning, the 4 professors had to return to the Lard Academy. The departures left the guild house feeling oddly empty, even with the 5 new additions, who Tessa was teaching basic writing lessons that morning. It was an oversight in the selection process. While they were all hard workers and smart, none of them had attended a formal school, and their grasp of both the demonic and human common languages were shaky at best. They could read the textbook, but mostly by word recognition, and that simply would not do. But the Red Dragon clerics were good at taking care of kids of all sorts, even if their specialty was war orphans. So, she had brought out her old lesson books and began teaching them more of the human common language this morning, as that was what most of the textbooks were written in. How and when that language had spread across the world was a mystery to Karl, but it seemed that for textbooks, it was still the standard. He had a suspicion that he might know the answer, though. The common language was the one that dragons chose to speak in humanoid form, as so few other species could speak serpent, which didn't have a written language at all, other than the old magical runes. So, as this was called the Dragon Isles, they had most likely maintained it as their language here, and the humans were the ones getting presumptuous by claiming it as their own common tongue. Karl was sitting on the porch, enjoying the early morning light and the smell of dew on the grass, when the first visitor of the morning came into the yard. A ragged-looking cat girl, mostly human, but with ears in the same white with black stripes as his bestial form, crept through the gate and then flopped down in the grass with a sigh of relief as the healing spell pulsed from the altar in the backyard. Karl looked out toward the city gates and caught the eye of a guard, who gestured toward the city, indicating that she hadn't come from the outside to see him. It was still a bit cool outside to be wearing a tattered tunic as an outfit, so Karl brought over one of the knitted blankets Ray had made in a spiderweb pattern and wrapped up the sleeping beast Kin, then moved her to the other porch swing in the sun. They were still there on opposite benches when the first customers of the morning came. A pair of wrath demons with a group of 6 Orcish warriors behind them came into the yard, where the orcs promptly began fighting over who got to fill their canteens from the well first. The demons looked like they were going to apologize, but Karl just laughed and waved them inside. Appraiser Davis isn't in yet, but Mick can help you with anything you would like, he informed the duo. Actually, we wanted to make a custom order for our next trip. You see, we're going around the southern tip to see the Orc King and Gedge, and the orcs lack most sorts of advanced crafting. We wanted to bring them an assortment of magical items, but they can't be combat-related in any way, the larger of the 2 wrath demons explained. Karl nodded. Orcs don't accept weapons from others, only what they make among their own clans. But that's not a problem. We actually have a wide variety of patterns for useful domestic items. Cleaning, filling canteens, bathing. We've got waterproof war paint. I can make many of the items using stone, bone, and rough gems as well. I know that some clans prefer not to use the most refined of metals or intricately cut gems. The demon looked startled by Karl's words. You know a lot about the tribal lands of the orcs. There aren't many left who feel that way. Most of the clans are now becoming more metropolitan, with their tastes aligning to fancy clothing and almost human tastes in items. But there are still many in the deserts of Gedge that are hard to shop for. Karl smiled and gestured to the far wall of the shop behind him. We also have a wide variety of silk in multiple qualities. If you want to trade them raw silk so they can make their own fashions, I'm sure that most clans wouldn't turn it down. I met a few clans in my homeland that wouldn't take much more than food in trade, but I suspect that most aren't that restrictive. Karl offered. The merchant winced, then smiled. This will be a hard trip on our pockets either way. The potential profits are high, bringing magical items and silk down the coast. But the cost to load a trade ship, even a light schooner like ours, is immense. Karl got up from his seat in the sun. Let's go inside and we can discuss what you need. I am certain that we can work out a bulk discount as long as you don't need massive amounts of higher-grade trade items. Commander rank and under, we have journeyman tradespeople to assist with. But as a smaller guild, our overlord-ranked master crafters are very limited. The second wrath demon, who had been silent until that point, spoke with a gentle lisp. I will be honest with you, Overlord. We don't have the sort of funding that would be required to purchase even a handful of master-crafted items to trade. 1 or 2, possibly. But even that would cost more than the average load for our ship. Karl thought about that for a second. They had a good point. The 1 or 2 overlord-ranked weapons they sold every month brought in more revenue than all the commander rank and lower items combined. All right, there is no need for me to pressure you to break the bank. How powerful did you need? Ascended and commander? I don't think that we have any awakened rank apprentices at the moment, but we might have some old stock awakened rank silk. The two demons silently conferred using system messages. Ascended and commander rank is fine. We would like to purchase 3 tons of silk bolts in varying colors. Also, if you can custom make one roll at commander or royal rank in the pattern that the men outside are wearing, I would like to gift them new tartan as a New Year's gift. Karl waited for Ray to confirm that much weight was viable. All right, we can have that ready by morning. Now, let's talk about the rest of the shipment. After they finished discussing the items that were needed for the shipment to the desert orcs, which involved 1,000 of the rings that could create water, Karl realized that 2 sculptors and himself were not going to be nearly enough for the rune crafting section of the shop either. They needed someone like Lotus on the team who could mass-produce basic item templates. Fortunately, for this shipment, the orcs had recommended that most of the items were made of bone and wood. The desert orcs loved those 2 materials for fashion, and Karl's team had literal tons of monster bones that could be cleaned and polished for the purpose. Once the monster was eaten, there was no need to throw out the bones. They were still a magical crafting material in their own right, a minor treasure, so both Hawk and Ray had collected them. Hawk put them in a pile out of the way, while Ray mostly used them for decoration in her nocturnal forest. Ghostfire burned away everything undesirable, leaving the bones a nice charred black. And the runic string for creating small amounts of water to fill a canteen took only seconds to write. It was the energy draw of doing it hundreds of times over that would be the limiting factor. So, Karl had requested that the group come back in 4 days, the day before they had intended to depart and pick up their order. That was still cutting it rather close, so Karl prepared yet another employee wanted sign, then realized he already knew someone who might be able to make a reference. Loros, Wendy, if you can get started on this stack of bones for water creation, I will be back as soon as I can. I'm going to try to recruit someone who can make us more wooden items, Karl explained. All right, boss. See you soon. Wendy agreed, while happily carving runes into the small bones. It might not be sculpting, but practice made perfect, and carving runes into this whole pile of small bones that Hawk had provided would be excellent practice. Her dad would be proud of her skill gains. As soon as he left the room, Karl headed straight for the dryads. He could hear someone in the back workshop, so he turned down the alley and called out to the younger crafter. Rain, is your mom awake? I'm hoping that you two can help me find a new employee. Karl called from 2 buildings away. The younger dryad stuck her head through the vines around the workshop and smiled. She's still asleep, but what can I help you with? I need a full-time nature magic user to make wooden item blanks for the shop. If they don't have a trade skill, I can teach them an apprentice rune crafting skill as well. But they need to be powerful, as we get plenty of requests for royal and monarch ranked items. Royal ranked wood is good for monarch ranked items most of the time, but if there's still a commander or even a strong ascended, they will be able to make the bulk items that we need. Karl explained. So, the requirements are basically that we have someone with the artistry to make ring blanks and strong enough with nature magic to make the items you're shipping out in bulk, which are commander rank. She clarified. I suppose that someone with the same qualifications and earth magic, who could make permanent stone and metal items, would be all right as well. Karl agreed. Creation type earth magic. Well, I do know one of those, but I'm not sure how that request would go. It's one of Joan's sister's grandkids. Karl chuckled. I am certain that our resident nature priestess would treat a young dragon very well. That made the dryad laugh loud enough that the neighbors stuck their heads out to see what was going on. I have no doubt that you are telling me the truth, but that might be precisely the problem. She has always been protective of her whelps, and seeing them take to new people might be too much for her to bear. Her partner is a stone dragon, one of the non-flying sorts of Earth subdragons. But that means their children all have exceptional earth talents and an affinity for fire, which would make them Strong crafters. You would have to talk to Jones about that, though. I don't know if you can get to him, but I know that me trying to visit is difficult these days, with all the totems taking up his time. Now that he's advanced, he's got new responsibilities, and they want him to be in meetings all day while he learns their rules. Karl nodded. Yeah, that is a hazard of advancements. Once you have power, you get stuck with all sorts of new rules on how to use your power. As they talked, Misty came outside with a smile. Overlord Karl, my daughter says that you require a full-time worker to create items for your shop's sculptors. I know exactly the right person for the job if they are willing to agree. Would you like to take a little trip with me? The Dryad asked. Of course. Rain was suggesting one of Joan's relatives, but if you have someone else in mind, I can talk to both. You can never have enough artisans in a shop, as I have come to realize. The Dryad nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a journey to Gazdery, but with your Ghost Fire Thunderbird, we should be able to cover 1,200 kilometers in a day. We just need to follow the river northwest, then where it ends, go straight west, and we will find the city. That route would be faster than following the main road. That sounded like a great idea to Hawk. Over that much distance, there had to be all sorts of new things to see. They had been all around the city of Drod already, and a little bit outside it for only a few trips. But this one should take them almost to the western border of Drod. Hawk remembered someone saying there were orcs there. Were they going to hire an orc shaman to make them items? That would be different. Maybe he could watch someone get shot down while flirting with Ophelia again. Karl sent a message to the guild, letting them know that he was going to travel for a few days to check on some potential new hires, and received immediate indignation in return. Neither Dana nor Lotus was happy that he was going on a road trip without them, but they both had tasks left in the city. Even Thor and Ray were going to be remaining behind, in case Karl was slow to return. The only ones who would be coming with Karl on this trip were Hawk and Kara, as well as the reclusive little butterfly, whose trauma regarding the outside world left it unwilling to go outside its space, no matter how curious it was about the world. After all, it could create illusions to interact with the world, and the illusionary library would be fine, even if it were thousands of kilometers away. It had designed the space to fuel itself, so it wouldn't run out of mana, as long as it wasn't heavily damaged. Are we all going? Or just one? Karl asked. Rain vanished back into her workshop, and the older Dryad smiled at Karl. It's just us today. She is in the middle of a project. It would take more than curiosity to drag her away. Hawk exited his space to circle above them, and Karl picked up the petite Dryad before leaping into the sky to board the giant bird. He sat with her between his legs, securely in place, as she belatedly realized that she was actually terrified of heights. Don't worry, the protective magic won't let you fall. It will be a longer flight, though. Likely 5 hours as we follow the river to the end and search for the right city. But we will fly high enough that we don't have to fear being attacked from the ground. Karl consoled her. And what about flying beasts? She asked. Unless they are totem ranked, they won't bother Hawk as he flies past. If it makes you more comfortable, I can make us invisible. Karl offered. The terrified Dryad nodded, and Little Butterfly extended her totem rank, invisibility, over the group. Now, there wasn't much that would be able to detect them during a rapid, high-altitude flight. Indeed, while they were perfectly safe, the Dryad refused to detach herself from Karl to even turn and face forward. Though, after the first hour, looking out over the skyline didn't seem so bad. They were so far from the ground that falling wasn't an immediate threat. She couldn't even see the small details of the ground from here, and for a large part of the flight, they were above misty swamplands, until the sun burned the morning fog away. They passed over the main force of the Leg Regiment, which was engaged in a massive battle with undead, and then a number of smaller battles either between local beasts and monsters, or between two villages' militia forces. Karl didn't hear anything about a full-blown civil war going on, so these issues must be fairly common, or considered to be isolated, or at least restricted to the two villages' personal grudges. But it did give him a lot of insight about how unstable the rural regions actually were. But as they flew, the nature of the region began to change. The land grew more arid, and the small villages gave way to larger farming communities along the river, and finally a massive city made entirely of log buildings. That must be Arurd. We're a bit over halfway there. Arurd is the first of the Orcish cities that we will come across. If you follow the road from here, it isn't much different in distance from the river, and it will be impossible to miss Gazdri. It's the second large city after leaving Arurd, but it's still 300 kilometers away. Hawk changed course, ensuring that they wouldn't have to search for their target across open grasslands, but also so that he could see what sorts of animals the local farmers raised. The power level in the wilderness towns was at least as high as in Drod City, and Hawk could sense at least 4 totem rank beings in Arurd, even though it was well under half the size of the capital. Even the farmers were mostly monarchs out here, and each of the clusters of houses had an overlord with them. Then, as they made their way down the road, Hawk sensed even more totem rank guardians among the small villages. This place really was a dangerous one to be casually traveling. But it had to be, as they raised royal rank oxen for food, and there were overlord rank giant tigers in the forested areas. We might have to come here to find our next friend. Or even further west. They're strong. Hawk praised the local wildlife. I'm sure that we can find a suitable friend somewhere. But there is no rush. Thor isn't even at Overlord yet, and we just gained Little Butterfly. Karl felt Hawk's voice shift as he focused on speaking privately. You know that Thor is going to need the evolution spell, right? He made Monarch based on the new spell, but there is no way that he can make it to the Overlord rank bottleneck. Even with the treasures we've found him, it's not enough. Karl patted Hawk's back. Yeah, I will help him when we get back. He struggled long enough, and we don't want him falling behind. Hawk mentally smirked. You know, if he got to stay with the Tessa, he wouldn't mind. As long as he was 1 rank stronger than her, that is. Karl laughed at the thought. The bird wasn't wrong. Especially after she learned, beast form, to turn into a fully scaled dragonkin. Thor had been smitten with their war cleric. Everyone cheered on their romance, but nobody said it openly, for fear that they would find some nonsense reason that it wasn't acceptable. Another medium-sized city passed beneath them, and Hawk spotted their target on the horizon. Under 100 kilometers to Gazdri. We will be there in half an hour. Karl informed Misty, who was sleeping fitfully in his arms. Too many hours of being terrified had mentally exhausted her. Once they got close to the cluster of farms around Gazdri, Karl got the butterfly to cancel the invisibility spell around them and led Hawk down out of the clouds, to a lower altitude where guards on the ground would be able to see that there were riders on his back. They didn't want to alarm the city or make them think that an overlord-ranked flying beast was attacking the outlying areas. Karl had Hawk land 50 meters from the large platform outside the city gates, which was being used as a portal platform. It wasn't a permanent portal by any means, but it was the designated spot where merchants traveling by portal arrived and departed. Karl memorized the surroundings so that he could easily return. Having seen the whole region from above, it was much easier than expected, and Karl knew that he could open a portal here again without any issues. A burly overlord-ranked orc looked over Karl's furry form and the sleeping dryad in his arms as Hawk vanished into his space. It's a silver each to enter the town if you're not here to trade, the guard informed them. Karl handed him 2 coins and woke the dryad. Misty, it's time to get up. We're on the ground again and in Gazdri, he whispered. Her eyes opened, and the dryad immediately grew vines that stretched to the ground from her feet. Ground. She sighed happily, then settled to her own 2 feet as the orc laughed. I take it that the nature elemental is not a big fan of flying, he asked Karl. Afraid of heights. Karl agreed. Misty took Karl by the hand and led him into the city. Oh, this will be so much fun. You're going to love her when you meet her. Karl was led through the winding streets of Gazdri at a jog as Misty got more excited by the stop, finally stopping in front of a small log cabin with a sign out front that represented healing. Or at least that was what Karl assumed the crescent and the bandage represented. Injury or communicable disease? The tiny gnomish woman at the reception desk asked. Lonely best friend. Misty responded. The gnome just stared at her for a few seconds. That wasn't something that you came to the healers for. Maybe to a psychologist? Then a massive green woman with spikes down her back burst out from the back room and pulled the dryad into a hug before spinning her in circles. The gnome smiled as she understood that the lonely friend was her boss and waited while the two of them caught up on recent events in a full duplex conversation where both spoke at the same time. Once they calmed down, Misty did the introductions. Karl, this is Beth, my childhood best friend. The potential new hire that I wanted to suggest was her little sister, but it appears that she has a daughter that I didn't know about. They've got the same powers, strong nature magic and earth magic mixed. Karl nodded. That is exactly what we were looking for. Perhaps we won't have to ask Jones about recruiting his family members. The healer laughed. You're brave, daring to ask Jones to hire the precious princess of his family. She's nearly 30 years old already, and I don't think that she's ever been allowed outside the house unattended. The healer paused for a moment while she sent a message, and seconds later, light footsteps came running down the stairs. Mom, you said there was someone who might hire me? A light feminine voice asked, right before a small girl, less than a meter tall and covered in bright green fur, came around the corner. Not you. Where's your big sister? The healer asked. Karl raised his hand. This one is adorable. Can we keep her too? I have a high priestess of the green dragon to keep happy. The big woman laughed. I think not. At least not until her class awakens in 5 or 6 years. Now, where's that bookish brat of mine? The little one ran back up the stairs, and the healer sighed. Sorry, she's been excited about getting a job ever since she found out what money was used for. She wants to get a pet cat, and I told her that she couldn't have one until she could afford to take care of it. Karl smirked and the healer chuckled. I know what you are thinking. She is a pet cat. But that's part of why she wants something smaller and cuter to distract her older cousins. A moment later, a slightly larger girl, roughly lotus-sized, but with a long tail and a clearly Orcish face, came down the stairs. What is it, Mom? She huffed, with a book still open in her hand. My old friend came with an overlord looking for a guild crafter, and that's the best greeting you can muster? The healer demanded. The girl curtsied to Misty. Sorry, guildmaster. I apologize for my rudeness. Then she turned to Karl. Are you Dill's father? Karl laughed, and Misty hid her face behind a veil of branches. It's the other way around, actually. I'm the one looking for an earth and nature element creator, and Misty is your mom's childhood friend. Karl offered. The girl blushed a very dark green and bobbed multiple curtsies in apology. I am so sorry, sir. I misunderstood. I thought that, never mind. Karl dismissed her fears with a pat on the head. How about you tell me about yourself and your abilities? My name is Dora. I am 18 years old, recently advanced to royal rank, with monarch-ranked bloodline potential and a full skill tree as a rebirth shaman. I specialize in nature and earth element creation spells, as well as some minor healing. I studied first aid under my mother, Beth, for 4 years, but healing never called to me as a profession. Karl nodded. So, you can create plants and stone materials that do not disperse when the spell ends? Dora nodded. Exactly. But not just plants and stone. I can do wood, metal, even gems. They're not magical materials, at least not innately. But I can strengthen them to my current rank. Do you have time for a test? I think your skills might be a perfect fit for our guild. Dora smiled and nodded. What would you like for me to make? The tradition is for new crafters to make their first item for an employer for themselves to use. So, make an item that you would wear daily while working, and I will enhance it for use. Assuming that you can create an item of the required standard, that is. Karl explained. Dora nodded and created a simple silver hoop bracelet about 2 centimeters wide, with a scaled pattern on the outside and a smooth interior. Karl examined the item carefully. Can you create complex carvings? I see that this is a repeating pattern. Dora shook her head. That is pushing it for my skills. Normally, I would create them with a smooth surface. Karl shrugged. That is fine. We have skilled sculptors on staff, and most of the items will be getting visible upgrades anyhow. But before this, I have a work contract for you. Just the standard stuff. Weekly pay rate, commission on the fully finished items you produce for sale in the shop, and the basic expectations and rules of the Dark Light Host Guild. Beth's eyes went wide at that reference, but Dora didn't appear to recognize the name, and instead studied the contract carefully. This is quite generous, and it includes both food and lodging in the guild house. Is it mandatory to remain there? Once I find a partner, I do intend to get married and have a family. Karl shook his head. Not everyone lives in the guild house, but it is a standard benefit. Our chief appraiser, Davis, lives with his mother in the Drod Castle. Beth nodded in understanding, then read the contract again, and then Karl stopped her before she signed it. I will verify the item first, and then we can complete the process. Karl carved the same set of bonuses that the other crafters were after. Increased crafting success chance, mana storage, skill power, and luck. That was good for a test item, and easy to write on the inside of a bracelet. Karl began to add mana, and the item seemed to absorb the energy as eagerly as the nature stone had absorbed the fertility charm. That was an excellent sign, and this material should have impressive levels of mana compatibility. All the way through the royal rank, it absorbed the power without restriction, and then through the monarch rank it showed slowly increasing resistance. Karl continued for a little longer, and pushed the runes to overlord rank. He could feel that the material was at its limit as the runes changed to a ghostly green, a paler shade than her skin. But it successfully made it to the overlord ranked item standard. Circlet of Crafter's Luck, epic quality. Increases success chance while crafting with a skill, increases skill power, increases luck by 50, 2x standard mana storage amounts. Karl nodded in satisfaction. I would call that more than a pass. The material is much more mana compatible than expected, and our smith will be glad to have you on the staff as much as the sculptors are. Now, equip that and sign the contract, so we can return to the guild house and you can meet the team. He insisted. Misty looked confused. It was already late in the day, and she had no intentions of making that flight in the dark. Especially with an extra passenger, which would make her too embarrassed to wrap herself around Karl again. Dora signed the contract, which vanished as it was registered with the system, and then placed the new item around her wrist, which was already decorated with a half-dozen metal bracelets in different colors. It vanished, and then Dora's hand went to her throat, where a bright silver choker now set softly against her scales. Her mother began to laugh, and the gnome at the reception desk giggled. Did it just adjust its designed position because you already had magical bracelets on, and you can only wear two? The gnome gasped between giggles. Dora glared at her and pulled at the choker, which seemed to stretch, expanding to cover her whole neck, then shrunk back to its normal shape when released. That is the strangest metal I have ever seen. Karl noted. I don't know what I did wrong. Dora complained, her eyes shining with suppressed tears. I think it's fine. Epic items always have some quirks. At least it didn't make a hard metal collar around your neck. People would get the wrong idea. Beth snorted with laughter, and Dora smacked her with her book. I blame you, Mother. You are the one who made a half-dozen new species with your odd taste in men. Beth couldn't even argue with that. She was mixed dragon and orc to begin with, but the father of her older daughter was a green dragon, which had led to a very orky dragonkin. She was still a bit small, but Beth was sure that she would grow in time, as she was already properly violent when agitated. An excellent trait in a young orc. It had certainly blended better than the kitsune who had fathered her younger daughter. Orc Green and Fluffy was cute, but she was tiny. Are we not staying the night? Misty asked when it appeared that Karl was about to say goodbye to the healer. Did you want to stay the night and go back in the morning? That's not a problem. I was just going to open a portal home to introduce Dora to the others, but it's not a rush. She can meet them all tomorrow. He offered. Wait, you can use the portal spell? We're not flying back, Misty asked. We only flew here because I'd never been here before. The next time you want to visit, just ask, and I'll send you here with an escort if I have time. Karl explained. That was a huge relief. Why don't you get a room with your new guild crafter, and I will catch up with my friend for the night? The Dryad suggested. Dora smiled. I know the perfect spot. They've got great food, and it's only a few blocks. Mother, we will see you in the morning. That would also give Karl a private moment to impart the apprentice rune smithing skill to their new hire. It was less embarrassing if they didn't freak out in public the first time that "follow me, little one" was used on them. Dora led Karl to the hotel and then looked hopefully into the fancy restaurant attached to the side. Meals on the road are included in the guild contract, right? She asked hopefully. Karl laughed. Naturally. That necklace you're wearing is worth well over 10,000 gold coins. The guild can afford to eat well. It was one of the finest restaurants in the town, though that wasn't saying much for most Orcish cities. Orcish cuisine wasn't well known for flavors, but this spot was run by an old elf, and elvish food was usually incredible. Karl handed Dora a pile of cloth, and she simply stared at it for a moment, wondering why she was holding it. Equip it. It's an evening gown so that we meet the dress code for the restaurant. Karl explained as he changed to a white silk suit with a black shirt. They walked into the hotel, and Karl gestured for a concierge to come to them. Dora looked a bit horrified, but the staff member came over with a smile. We require a room for the evening. 2 beds and a reservation at the restaurant. Is it possible to eat now? Karl asked. The concierge bowed politely. Yes, sir. I can arrange that for you. Staff will come to settle accounts during the aperitif. Karl nodded and handed the man a silver coin, then escorted Dora, who was now in a flowing black gown, to the restaurant's host. He quickly seated them and asked if they preferred wine or a harder liquor, then vanished again. This is so exciting. His daily dinner specials are legendary. Dora whispered. An elf accompanied the Orcish host back to the table with a polite smile. My name is Oakleaf, and I will be your chef for the evening. Have either of you sampled Elven cuisine before? He asked. Dora shook her head, while Karl nodded. On the Neocontinent, in the Republic of Maria, there are a number of Elven villages. Their food is most excellent. The chef looked shocked. You have been to Neocontinent? And to the Kabtumia continent, as it is called here. I wouldn't say that I have traveled the entirety of either, but I did get a chance to enjoy traditional Elven cuisine in the village of Glatt. The chef smiled happily. Then this should be nostalgic for you. For the lady, I would like to warn you that most Elven cooking is vegan, but if you prefer meat, I am skilled in its preparation. Dora shook her head. I can eat anything, thank you. The first course was some sort of nut and berry meatball in a sweet barbecue sauce, after which the concierge came in with the paperwork for the hotel and their room key. Karl signed and returned it with payment, then the server brought out a butternut squash soup. Dora was nearly in ecstasy with the flavors, and Karl made a note to have the kitchen staff add this to the menu. They had all the ingredients, or Lotus could make them. It was just a matter of making them into a soup. Course after course, the meal was delivered, until Karl was beginning to suspect that the half-orc was going to fall into a food coma at the table. Then they brought out a sweet dessert cake, and Karl became quite certain that he would be carrying her to their room. Fortunately, she was light, and after a few minutes' worth of nap, she was riding a sugar high from the dessert and wide awake again. Feeling better now? Karl asked as Dora groaned and held her distended stomach. I ate too much. So full. She mumbled, slowly getting to her feet to walk it off. Then how about something to take your mind off of your overindulgence? Karl suggested, before activating "Follow me, little one." This is a skill? I learned a whole trade from a skill? That is incredible. Dora began doing a happy dance around the room, cheering and laughing. Her stomachache was completely forgotten, and her mind was fully overtaken with the possibilities that came with the apprentice rune smithing skill. That is what I hired you to do. There are 2 sculptors on the team who aren't capable of creating materials from nothing, so they needed someone just like you to keep them stocked. Karl explained. Absolutely brilliant. And now I am one of them. I can make anything. Even as great as the new choker. Well, maybe not better than that, but really good. Karl considered spinning her around the way that her mother had with Misty, but reconsidered almost immediately. She might have forgotten that she was ready to burst from overeating, but spinning her in circles might not be a great idea. Now, that ability transfer skill is a guild secret. Everyone in the guild knows about it, but you can't tell anyone else, not even your mom. Karl warned. Half of Drod likely knew about it by now, but if the other half didn't find out, that was better than nothing. Got it. No telling anyone that we all learned the most amazing crafting skill with a memory transfer. But does that mean that you know this crafting skill too? Dora asked. Indeed. I actually know a more advanced form of it, but it's easier to transfer just the basics and then let the crafters advance the knowledge on their own. For one, it has far fewer restrictions on who can use it, and for two, the increase in skill level within the system comes with crafting bonuses. Karl explained. Dora abruptly sat down in the middle of the floor, conjured another bracelet, this time in smooth metal, and then began to write on the outside in runic script. Then she realized that she had messed up the character linking and smoothed the metal to start over. That was going to make her training phase much easier. She could just erase runes that she had carved incorrectly and wouldn't waste an item. Karl was quite certain that Dora did not sleep at all that night. When he went to sleep, she was working on making bracelets. When he woke up, she was still working on making bracelets, but with a half dozen of them on the table in the hotel room. You know that you can wait until I go over some of the compound runes and common phrases with you, right? You don't need to keep working all night. He joked. But how could I not? They're so pretty, Dora complained, waving her hand at the stack of wooden rings with the glowing purple runes on them. Plus, it took me so long to figure out what wood was the best for mana transfer. It's pretty obvious for metals, mana, and lightning compatibility go hand in hand. But for wood? No wood conducts electricity well, but some of it conducts mana very well. Karl chuckled at her enthusiasm as he realized that her green dragon side was showing very clearly through her personality. Even if she looked like a small orc with a lizard tail, she was very much half dragon. They went to the restaurant for breakfast, which was served in a local style, with a trollish cook. What you need? The troll called as they sat down. I will need 10 eggs and all the bacon. Karl called back, then briefly wondered why he had spoken. In Trollish. Not had it translated, the words had come out in Trollish. The cook gave him a thumbs up, while Dora stared at him strangely. You speak Trollish? I could hear the translation in my head. She asked. Orcish too. Karl agreed. Dora laughed. Well, obviously. Everyone speaks Orcish. Karl poked her in the forehead. We're going to the capital, Drod City. They speak Demon as the common language in the city. So the system will do all the translation for you. Dora paused as the food came out, a whole plate of bacon and eggs, with a side of toast. Your breakfast, sir. The server explained, while giving the plates a strange look. Wonderful, thank you. That is exactly what I needed this morning. The server looked somewhere between horrified and fascinated by the plate, but Karl was more interested in the pair of orcs that were waiting outside the window wearing druid robes with their hoods up. He had never seen an Orcish druid. Shamans, yes. But these were very clearly druids, according to their nameplates. Karl checked out after breakfast and led Dora out into the street to say goodbye to her mother and to collect Misty, so the dryad wasn't left on the wrong side of the country. As soon as they stepped into the street, the two orcs in druid robes moved to walk beside Karl. Come with me, we can talk by the healer's shop while Dora talks to her mom. Commander rank druids weren't really a threat when he had void body, active passively. Dora ran inside the healers, where Karl could hear Misty happily chatting with her friend while they waited for customers. All right, I see that you were waiting for me. Is there something that I can help you with? Karl asked the two druids. I am Larry, and this is Daryl. We heard from a friend that your guild might have a spot for inscriptionists. There aren't many inscription shops here on the west side of the country, but you're from Drod, right? I heard that the demons like all sorts of written knowledge. Like Dora, we both specialize in nature magic, but we both have the inscriptionist skill, and we're ready to work. Karl considered that. Selling skill books to the library, or stocking them in the guild house for new members wasn't a bad idea. But they also had nature magic. That would work well for the items that Loros and Wendy were producing. Dora could do slightly higher quality materials and metal, where the druids only used nature magic, like Lotus. Alright, if you accompany me back to the guild house, we can sign an employment contract. We can always use more skilled workers if you don't mind living in a city full of demons. The orcs smiled. That's not a problem. There are orcs in Drod as well. Just not so many of them. Besides, we're not the orkiest of orcs. Larry had a point. They were both large for humans, but definitely undersized for full-grown Orcish males. Possibly because they picked a less violent class, or perhaps just because of a lack of accomplishments. Either way, Karl was sure that they could get them whipped into shape soon enough. Sending the girls to the dungeon had worked exceptionally well. Dora and Misty came back out and found Karl still standing with the two orcs. "Did you need more time to finish business?" Dora asked politely. Karl shook his head. "No, we're hiring these two druids as well. They can use nature magic to make wooden items, and they have inscription skills, so they can make scrolls and skill books for the guild. Dora, meet Larry and Daryl. Daryl, Larry, meet Dora." The three of them laughed quietly. "Yeah, we've met. This might be a good-sized city, but oddballs tend to attract each other." Karl opened a portal near the wall of the healer's shop to the portal platform outside Drod, and immediately a half-dozen curious onlookers stuck their heads out of nearby shops. Karl followed the others through, and let the portal close behind them just in time for the guard to notice he was part of the group. "Oh, War Champion. Welcome home. Are these your people?" Karl nodded. "Yeah, I went on a recruiting mission. 3 of these will be working with the Dark Light host soon." The guard smiled. "Understood. Have a lovely day and enjoy your stay in the city. Misty, I will come by next week to pick up the table I ordered from your daughter." Misty nodded happily. "It's ready whenever you are. She had it finished last night before I left. We just hadn't had time to bring it across town yet." The guard gave her a smile and a pat on the shoulder. "In that case, I will come by after my shift. I've got some of that raspberry tea that you like." The moment that Karl brought Dora through the gates of the guild house, pandemonium reigned. The altar in the backyard pulsed with energy to heal the fatigue and lingering injuries of the new arrivals. The half-orc, half-green dragon rebirth shaman took off running toward the altar. Then a tiny green dragon, Lotus in beast form, tackled her and took her to the ground as the priestess transformed back. That panicked the shaman, which confused the Orcish druids, which brought the gate guards running to watch the show. "Is it always like this?" Larry asked quietly as Karl continued leading them toward the workshop. "Only sometimes. The Green Dragon High Priestess just found a half-dragon of the Green Dragon clan, and the shaman just found an altar to her species' patron deity. Give them like 6 hours and they'll be calm again." From the porch, Davis chuckled as he heard those words, but there was a good chance that Karl was not wrong. Even if they calmed down enough to move out of the yard, they weren't getting anything productive done today. "Gentlemen, meet the sculptors. These are Loros and Wendy. In the back corner is Ashbringer, our Grandmaster Smith. He looks busy, so we will do introductions later." Ashbringer flapped one leathery wing in acknowledgement and then went back to his crafting. "Ladies, these are Larry and Daryl, a pair of druids who have commander rank nature magic. They will make many of the item blanks that you require in the future, but they are also inscriptionists, so they will be working inside the majority of the time, making scrolls and skill books." Karl explained. "I get it now. We make the rough form, they make it pretty, then they do some magic and turn it into a powerful item," Daryl asked. Loros nodded in agreement. "That's exactly right. We can make all sorts of useful commander rank rings, weapons, amulets, and statues. We just need material to work with. Until now, we have been buying the raw materials, or having Lotus make them, but if we've got 2 more that can do it, that's much less strain on the members." Karl smiled. Dora can as well. She will also be joining you in the rune crafting section, though she's not so much a sculptor. Mostly she will be making the base items and then engraving items that are already carved, as she is royal rank and can make items for the city. Wendy nodded along with Karl's words, then smiled at the druids. Tell me, can you turn into bears? She asked. Both looked confused. No, we're not on the beast transformation path of the skill tree. Why? Wendy shrugged. We've got a bear totem berserker, and she's really cuddly. I thought you might make a good teddy bear. The pair of orcs laughed. I don't think those words usually go together, but I'm sorry to let you down. However, once I get a few more skill points, I will be able to summon a common creature. Some of those can be cuddly. Loros laughed. There is an overlord-ranked illusionist here. She's not actually short on soft things, she was just looking for new ones. Karl smiled. There is a lot about this guild that you should probably know now that you're here. Let's go inside and meet the others. That should help it all make sense. When they came inside, both Davis and Mick were busy with customers, so Karl took them straight to the second floor, where everyone but Remy and her new hires were waiting. Both orcs froze when they saw Ray, and the spider smiled at them in her humanoid disguise. Sir, no offense, but you do know what that is, right? Larry whispered. The blood destruction demonic spider? She's one of my partners. We've been together since she was just an adorable little emo hatchling bloodbath spider. Ray nodded happily. I made my first web in a separate space that his skill created. Don't worry, I'm quite civilized. Thor is the one that you need to worry about. He likes people far too much, and if you're not careful, he will talk your ear off. Thor chuckled, and the two orcs belatedly realized that Ray was not the only magical beast in the room. Are there others? Larry asked. There is a Naga queen around here somewhere, and a ghost fire thunderbird. You probably won't meet little butterfly, but you'll see her illusions all over. And then there is Kara, whose hands are currently in your pockets. The orcs looked down, to find their pockets turned inside out, and a very disappointed Kara was preparing to put snacks in the empty spaces, just so the new arrivals wouldn't be so poor. Larry and Daryl simply stared at the badger as she focused on fixing their pockets, then stuffing an entire cupcake in each. Much better. Did she give you a cupcake? Technically two, but they're a bit squished now, so you can call it one each. Karl agreed. From the bottom of the stairs, Mick was laughing. She had seen Kara go to the kitchen for the cupcakes and followed to see what she needed them for. She wasn't the sort to snack between meals, so there had to be something going on with the new guys. Daryl began to laugh, a deep-throated one that made his whole body shake. I think that we are going to like this place. I had been afraid that being stuck in a city would be too boring and far from nature, but that's not the case at all. Plus, we're on the edge of the inner city, so it's not far to go out if we need some time in the forest. He managed to stammer out while he worked to control his amusement. Larry held his hands at his side and unequipped his robes, letting the smashed cupcakes fall into his palms so he could eat them without losing any icing. The cooks are spectacular as well. I have to give them this much. The demons are much better cooks than the orcs are, he added. Over the course of the next week, things began to calm at the guild house again. The crafters were settling into their new jobs, and with the extra help, they were no longer short on anything except for potions. Remy was finally finishing her trial period to make sure that all of the candidates she had picked were worthy of transferring an advanced skill to, and after the dropout the first day, they had all proven to be exceptionally skilled. Now, she was ready to have them all advanced, but there was another important event coming up. In only a few weeks. Birthdays. They had managed to miss one during the time gap after the temple trial, but this year everyone was ready to go all out and celebrate the whole core party's birthdays at once. They were all within a month of each other, a result of a lack of other entertainment during the winter months, Karl was certain, so one huge party would be the best option. The 5 aspiring alchemists were gathered in the main room on the second floor for the first time since they arrived. They had been sleeping in the rooms of the building Remy had taken as a lab, as the Naga Queen was known to call them back to work as soon as she had decided that they were rested enough. With the unchanging light of the illusionary city, they had no idea how long they had been asleep, how long they had been working for the dark light host, or anything else. They were like lost cave dwellers seeing the sun for the first time. Boss, let me introduce you to my lab assistants and the dark light host's applicants for the position of runic alchemist. In order, these are Amber, Billy, Charlie, Danny, and Emma. Remy announced proudly. Seriously? Karl asked as he realized they were alphabetically organized. Pure coincidence, I swear. Lotus picked half of them. Remy defended. So, you have all passed Remy's tests, have you? All right. Has she explained what is going to come now? Karl asked. The five shook their heads. I am going to impart a skill to you, and when you have it, you will understand the basics of runic alchemy. With that, you will be able to more effectively help Remy, as well as being able to make functional potions of your own for sale in the shop. Remy will still be responsible for your education and the plans for production of various products. That is her department, and she knows what everyone needs. Now, prepare yourselves. Karl activated Follow Me, Little One, to transfer the mix of rune crafting and Remy's alchemy skills. That would give them apprentice runic alchemy. Karl could feel that it was far inferior to what he could actually be giving them, but it had worked out well for the others to get apprentice-ranked skills. The 4 obsession demons and 1 satyr all jumped in joy when they received the skill, and Ray presented them all with new lab coats as an advancement gift. The new alchemists looked around the 2nd floor, and especially at the rooms which had been marked as theirs. This house really holds a lot of people, doesn't it? There were a bunch more rooms on the 3rd F floor as well. Are they all special, like the library? Billy, the satyr boy among the otherwise female alchemists, asked. No, just the 1 room so far. Overlapping numerous illusionary domains would not only cause magical conflicts, but it would take an immense amount of power to sustain. Even when it's not taking damage, it does take some mana to sustain, and there is no real need to make more of them when we've only got a quarter of the rooms filled. Karl explained. That was understandable to them. And the city beyond the library almost felt like their own private place, as it was accessed through a ramp outside a window in the library. Of course, others were there most nights, as Little Butterfly loved to put on shows for them based on whatever her and Remy were reading. But during the workday, it was completely silent, without interruptions, unless Kara was bored and chasing illusions around. While they were planning a celebratory dinner for that evening, they also had other plans for the day. Messing with the city resource collection officers being the first and foremost among those things. First, Karl had the druids make 4 identical skill books, as it took them the whole week to write 2 each. Only Ray could use Entangling Vines, but as she could use it, so could Karl. That left 3 books to go to the city. Second, they had a whole stack of royal rank practice items with combat buffs on them, courtesy of Dora. But the real masterpiece of this month's order was the matched pair of daggers that Karl and Ashbringer had made. Dagger of Soul Poison, Epic Grade. Overlord rank. Attacks cause a lethal poison effect. Deals an additional 30% weapon damage as soul damage. They were positively cruel daggers, and Ray had gone out into the wilderness to discreetly test them. The slightest scratch would cause a monarch-ranked being to begin to spasm within 5 seconds, and most were dead within 30 seconds. However, Ray had learned that if you focused on the location of the wound, you could change that. It didn't change the outcome by much, they were still dying. But a wound over the heart or to the armpit of humanoids was nearly instant, while wounds to the ends of the limbs were closer to a minute. Karl and Ashbringer had considered not selling these ones at all, and simply selling something else to prove to the city that they weren't smuggling weapons. But when Governor Shin had come himself to make a custom order during the pickup, the plan had been changed. This Overlord rank lethal poison? You can't think that we would actually auction that item. The Governor stammered as he looked at the pair of daggers. Ray and Ashbringer smirked at each other. Well, I suppose that if you don't want them, we can give them to Lady Ray. Karl reluctantly agreed. For a half second, the governor looked relieved. then realized that they were going to give lethal poison to a blood destruction demonic spider. "You are doing this just to increase my blood pressure, aren't you?" he demanded. "Here, let's move on to the next item. We've got spell books. Spell books that no more than a handful of creatures in the city could possibly use." In the end, they kept the daggers, and only one overlord ranked Ghost Fireblade had been sold from Ashbringer's forge this month. But they had another custom order. There was a government envoy from Nabobin coming to the city for trade meetings, and the Lord had every intention of showing the dwarves that Drod had options other than importing dwarven steel and mithril to keep the nation supplied with top-quality items. It was a bluff, obviously. But they were asking every overlord ranked and higher artisan they could find to make a masterpiece to be sold to the dwarves. Nothing that would cause a huge stir, Governor Shin had warned, but something that would make them sit up and take notice. Karl had eagerly agreed before ushering the governor out and bringing Ashbringer to his private room on the 3rd floor for the extra soundproofing. "I have an idea, and I think that it's going to make us countless new friends. Or maybe some enemies. You see, I have a whole book of dwarven rune crafting that most of my designs are based off. They're bound to recognize them the moment that I hand them a rune-crafted item of any real quality. So, I want to make it memorable. What do you need to obtain the materials to make an artifact-grade weapon base? I don't care what sort of weapon you pick, but it has to be so over the top that the dwarves won't know what to say," Karl explained. And then the Dark Light host gets an invitation to the forges in Bara, which just conveniently happens to have an overlord-ranked dungeon full of elven steel? Ashbringer replied with a smile. Karl nodded in agreement. It would be a wonderful new source of materials, and the dwarves clearly knew more about crafting magical items than most other species. Ashbringer was a fantastic blacksmith, but because of his nature as a demon, he was very limited in the elements that he could produce. He could do all sorts of fire, and his magic didn't hinder poison or soul effects, but that was about it. "I can get the materials easily enough. They're rare, but not so rare that you can't find them if you know where to look. The real challenge is making an item of high enough quality. I am certain that I can do it, and we have already seen that your runes can make an artifact-grade item, though it was not easy. If we want to work together on an item for the dwarves, I recommend a battle axe. Two-handed, asymmetric double blades. They love them. Second would be a hammer axe. Then a hammer." Karl smiled. "Well, I will leave the base weapon design to you, and then I will design the runes to go with the shape that you have designed. I think that we could likely toss a nice skill gem into the construct as well, a special touch that most crafters wouldn't be able to manage." Ashbringer nodded, then sketched out the design for a battle axe, or possibly a pole arm of some sort, with one wedge blade and one crescent blade. The design will make them both identical in weight distribution, so the axe will swing perfectly, but cut differently on either side. The demon explained. "All right, I can work with this. It's going to be two-handed, correct? So I will have room to carve down the handle if needed?" Karl asked. Ashbringer extended his hands apart. "I will make it to my size, so the handle will be 2 meters long." That was more than enough room to work. "All right, you get started on that. I will get started on the inscription and the spellstone. Do you have one in mind that will go with the weapon you're making?" Karl asked. Ashbringer smiled. "Gravity Slam, the ability that Ophelia and Thor use. It's great for shattering stone, and dwarves get a little turned on just thinking about weapons that can also be used as mining tools." Karl laughed and made a note of it. "Gravity Slam is one that I've done before. It's a real winner in combat. I will add inscriptions for vibration damage as well, so that the stone crumbles under the attack." With the basics decided, they split off to their respective workstations and began preparing to fulfill the governor's request. "You know, if I advanced, we would probably have more skills that the dwarves would like," Thor suggested gently in Karl's mind. "Still stuck short of the bottleneck?" Karl asked. Thor mentally nodded. "There isn't even pressure anymore. I'm just here. Well, resources and luck can only take us so far. All right, when do you want to do the evolution? And do you have something in mind, in case it gives us options for the materials?" Karl asked. "Tanky. but rideable. Thor insisted. Karl wasn't sure that there would even be an option, but if Thor focused hard enough, he might be able to shape his own evolution. All right, I will check what we need now. Karl agreed. Thor was the only one yet to make Overlord, and that was holding back the growth of the others. Even if Karl knew how to set Thor free to ride into battle with Tessa, they were already the same rank, and eventually Tessa would probably advance again. Target: Thor species, Divine Thunder Sero, evolution requirements, Tribulation Sero, 1 totem ranked lightning gem, 1 kilogram holy stones, White spot divine grass, Holy Radiance Sero, 1 totem ranked holy stone, Misty breath flowers. Impenetrable bulwark behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed with limited invulnerability effects, 10 kilograms overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element from the elemental stone. Thor read the options at the same time Karl did. I can use a lightning stone for that, right? There are lightning stones in the bag from the sword dragon guy. He suggested. Do we have the fruits? Karl asked. Remy has overlord rank water and ice berries. Thor confirmed. Then I will start making the horn decorations as soon as I finish the pattern for the governor's request this afternoon. We should be able to advance you in the morning. It wasn't even a contest after Thor saw the options that were presented for his evolution. Impenetrable bulwark behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed or enchanted with limited invulnerability effects, 10 kilograms overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element to the elemental stone. By morning, all of the materials had been gathered, and Karl had made the 3 horn ornaments that the spell demanded. Why Thor's horns needed limited invulnerability for this advancement was a mystery, but it did go with the name. For this event, they had gathered in the courtyard in front of the guild house at Thor's insistence. If he was going to become an overlord, he wanted people to notice. After all, how would enemies know to stay away if they had never seen the might of the guild's protector? Everyone, welcome to Thor's advancement ceremony. As he has reached the peak of his bloodline, it will take a special ritual to help him advance. First, the specially made jewelry goes on the horns. Next, the bowl full of overlord-ranked fruit is balanced on his head, and the elemental stone is placed on his snout. Karl began. The rings on the horns were necessary. The rest was just to see if Thor could stand still enough not to dump them. And now, with a bit of magic, the guild members began to cheer for Thor, and Karl activated evolution. Evolution successful, Divine Thunder Sero, Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, skill gained Behemoth, passive ability. Increases volume by 10x, skill gained Behemoth's vitality, triples regeneration speed, skill gained Impenetrable Bulwark, passive skill. Reduces damage taken by 20%, plus 1 point per day of the Behemoth's age. Skill gained, Blockade, creates a wall of ice or lightning up to 50 cubic meters per rank of the caster. Thor's body began to shift, seeming to ripple and shudder under his scales as his body grew. He grew longer, with a more powerful tail, and the protective fringe at the back of his head vanished, while his neck extended slightly. The thick stomping pads of Thor's feet reshaped to have long, clawed toes, with webbing between them, but kept a powerful musculature to them, not dainty like hawk's claws. His scales gained vibrant white streaks to go with the gold, and finally, his evolution finished. A few of the gate guards had come in to watch the spectacle and whistled in appreciation for the evolved beast. Now 4 meters tall, but nearly 15 meters long including his tail, with 3 ebony black horns on his beaked head and thick armored plates down his back, he was quite the imposing sight. Is that some form of swamp dragon? One of them asked. It's an evolution for the Divine Thunder Sero. The system calls it the Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, Karl explained. The guard looked confused, then moved his hands in a shrinking gesture, bringing them almost together. That's one of them? I didn't know that they got so small. They have them on the southwestern island, and the ones there are big enough to make ancient dragons look small. The guard explained. Karl shrugged. Perhaps they're older? Or the evolution might have reset him to a juvenile state. What rank are the ones you met? The guard frowned. They're all overlord-ranked beasts, but they're like dragons and snakes. They just keep getting bigger with age. There is a rumor that the oldest of the behemoths is literally invincible. It's simply so large and resilient that nothing can hurt it. That sounded right, going by the skills that Thor had. 1 point a day wasn't a big deal when he was less than 3 years old. But what if he was 300? The damage reduction would have stacked so high, and his base health would be so high with an eternally growing body, that even totem-ranked attacks wouldn't get past its passive skills. If someone taught impenetrable bulwark to Orthos, what would happen? He was 12,000 or more years old. A creature like that could nearly survive the end of the world without taking damage. You look deep in thought. Ashbringer whispered to Karl. His new skill reduces damage taken by 1 point per day he has lived. What if I taught that skill to an ancient dragon? Karl whispered back. Ashbringer smirked. Before or after every demigod of every other pantheon drew lots for the chance to obliterate your body and scatter your soul between the planes? Karl chuckled, but everyone else thought that it was a laugh of joy for Thor's new advancement. He had made a huge step today, and his power was still growing. Then he broke through to the overlord rank, and his body began to grow rapidly, before shrinking to hatchling-sized as Thor deactivated Behemoth. Then it grew back to slightly larger than it had been at Monarch rank, nearing 20 meters. With Behemoth increasing his volume, his size would roughly double in all directions, making him 8 meters tall and 40 meters long, the size of an adult chromatic dragon, minus the wings, but much more powerfully built. However, for Thor that was impractical, and his brain was working overtime, trying to solve the problem of remaining a rideable battle Thor. He had it. The opposite of Behemoth. He could feel how to grow, now he understood how to shrink. Skill-learned, unobtrusive Behemoth reduces size by up to 10x. Remy loved that skill the moment that she realized it would work on her and Karl as well. But the name was all wrong. Shouldn't it be called just a small snack? If she was a tenth her current size, she would be absolutely adorable. Advancing to Overlord had already put her back into a smaller, juvenile state. But a tenth that size would be perfect for making pleading attempts. Shameless, utterly shameless. Hawk insisted. Just wait, nobody can resist cute things for long. One day, it will help us get the best snacks. Remy replied haughtily. In the courtyard, Thor adjusted his size to be only 2 meters tall, and Tessa hopped on his back with a smile. He was longer now, more stable. While he had lost the defensive fringe at the back of his head, that also gave her more freedom to attack to the front. Thor's first instinct was to run off to the dungeon with Tessa on his back, so they could test his new abilities, but they also had more guild members to bring with them. Everyone had been growing so well that they were slowly building a weekly training regime, the way that most people built a gym routine. Thor was definitely above the needed rank of the dungeon now, but it didn't stop the overlords from entering, and it would take some time for him to get used to his new body shape and the change in tactics with Tessa fighting on a different-sized mount. This time, they had Ray and the 2 Orcish druids with them. It was an odd combination, but Ray had ideas on the best way to use the entangling vines spell in combat. The combination of vines and webs was a good one for crowd control, and if she could teach the orcs to do it right, it wouldn't matter that their vines were a rank below the ogres, they would be able to keep the groups from reinforcing each other and fighting as a team. It was probably a good thing that Ray was going with the orcs and not with any of the others. Despite their fearsome reputation, the demons in the guild didn't really have the iron nerves that were needed to be around Ray in combat. For one, she had a habit of making the enemies explode like it was a reset button when you messed up a lesson, and her habit of vanishing to grab enemies for you to train on, then reappearing with an ogre was disconcerting, to say the least. But Karl had other concerns. Ashbringer was nearly finished with the weapon that they were making for the governor's commission, and they didn't have long before the dwarves were due to arrive. He wanted to make a good impression on them, so he could go visit their city freely in the future and gather materials from the Overlord-ranked dungeon. Carefully, He prepared an Overlord-ranked Nature Stone for the Gravity Slam spell, which Ashbringer mounted in the head of the axe, and then Karl got to work. With the runes drawn on a life-sized blueprint, the idea was simple and clear. He just needed to ensure that all of the runes were correct, and that he had gotten the inscriptions for weapon growth with use correct. Well, that and verifying that the extra bits he had added to give the weapon a purpose, as that appeared to be a necessary part of creating an artifact. Once he was through the first few runic groups, Karl knew that he was doing something right, as the weapon was starting to draw power from him the same way that the blade he had upgraded for the Divine Fire Dragon had. This one was obviously a lower quality base stock, but the results should be the sort of masterpiece that you would only expect to see in a royal treasury somewhere. The weapon resonated with power as Karl finished his inscription and then waited for the item to stabilize as he continued to add mana to it. The power level wasn't increasing anymore, it was remaining on the low side of Overlord. But the aura of power that it gave off was becoming smooth and mellow, almost confident, if magic could have an emotion. Can someone send a runner to the governor? The weapon is ready for pickup, and I believe that he will want to do that personally. You know what? Never mind. I will bring it straight to him. Ashbringer, did you want to see the look on his face? Karl called as he finished admiring the guild's newest masterpiece. Ashbringer came upstairs to take a look at the weapon and smiled as he read the information from the system. Stone Crusher Axe, Artifact Grade. Innate Skill, Gravity Slam. Adds gravity damage to every strike, deals extra damage to buildings, fortifications, and solid stone. Enemies struck suffer knockdown effect. Deceptively simple. But at artifact grade, it has to be brutally effective. I wonder if there is somewhere that we can test this before we turn it over for display. Ashbringer wondered. I should be able to use it without bonding it, if you want to take it to the dungeon? Karl suggested. From the dungeon, Ray laughed. Right, there is a team there now. We would have to wait. Ashbringer shrugged. Let's just go turn it over to the governor before any of us makes a mistake. And bonds it. If we have to start over, it will be a mess. You can't make two identical artifacts in your lifetime, so I would have to come up with a whole new design. Karl didn't know that. Perhaps if he tried the same layout again, it would come out as an epic grade weapon instead of an artifact? No wonder they were so rare. Karl led the way to the castle, where the guard motioned for them to step forward and bypass the line. Guild champion, what brings you to the castle today? The guard asked politely. Governor Shin commissioned a custom weapon to be made for the dwarves' imminent visit. Karl explained. Oh, thank goodness. They're already here. Came through the portal platform weeks early, to try the seafood, they said, like they aren't also from a coastal town. The guard flagged someone forward, and a castle attendant came to escort Karl and Ashbringer. The boy was almost at a run, but the long strides of the two much larger men had no trouble keeping up as they raced through the corridors. The attendant wrapped a pattern on a thick wooden door, and the gem on his sleeve glowed green as the servants inside let him know it was safe to enter. The room was soundproof as Karl realized as the door was cracked open, and he heard deep laughter to go with the nervous chuckle of the governor. Oh, Grandmaster Ashbringer, Lord Karl, what brings you here today? Governor Shin asked. Lord? He doesn't look like a demon lord to me. Plus, he smells like stone and void. One elderly dwarf commented. Lord Karl is a 2-golden-ringed war champion, but also the city's premier rune master. Governor Shin commented. The dwarves began to laugh so hard they had to set their drinks down. Karl clapped the old man on the shoulder and smiled, then placed the stone crusher axe on the desk between them and the governor. We have produced the item you requested, Governor. Everyone went silent as the weapon was placed on the desk. It's beautiful. Governor Shin sighed. That has to hit harder than I'd smash your sister. One of the dwarves announced, smiling at the governor. You'd need 2 hands either way. His sister is a big ol' gal, and you've got stumpy legs. Karl agreed. WTF? Ashbringer asked in a private message, but Karl just winked at him as the dwarves began to laugh. Freshly made, runes haven't even settled overnight yet. It's not a fake. The oldest of the dwarves announced. Oi, that's in Dwarven. One of the emissaries declared as he examined the runes. Well, I am somewhat better at Dwarven poetry than any other language when the topic is the finer aspects of striking stone. Karl shrugged. The dwarf stared at him suspiciously, so Karl took the governor's notepad and wrote out the Dwarven runes he had used for Overlord Othello's new blade back in the Golden Dragon Nation. This is the first one I made using that technique, and the result was spectacular. Even gave her a personalized effect of extra damage against perverts. Karl explained. The dwarves read the sheet and began to laugh. Transform back, let's get a look at you then. The eldest dwarf insisted. Governor Shin looked curious, but Karl didn't hesitate to dismiss beast form and stand on his human legs for the first time in a month or more. What do you know, you're not a dwarf. You kind of smell like one though. So perhaps just a little bit. The old man muttered. Not a human either. Now, I've done some things I'm not proud of while drinking, but did someone shag a void elemental? One of the other men asked. The old man laughed. Don't be silly. That would be like taking a fire elemental to bed. Karl cleared his throat. Ashbringer is half fire elemental. The dwarves roared with laughter, and Karl began to wonder if this whole visit was just entertainment for them, and not some serious political matter, the way that Governor Shin saw it. Karl smirked at one of the younger men, a ginger-haired dwarf with soot embedded deep in the lines and pores of his hands. Don't even play like you wouldn't give it a shot if the Lady of the Forge came to life, he added. Ashbringer smirked, and the dwarf looked pensive for a moment before nodding in agreement. The elderly dwarf leading the delegation sighed. All right, enough jokes. I see that you've managed to obtain a single actual rune master. If there were more, Drod wouldn't need months and months to prepare for a visit. The quality of the weapon, as well, is incredible. Especially for a demon. We will accept that you are a proper producing city, but we can't say that Drod is a weapon-making nation. In light of that, we will have the tariff. Governor Shin sighed in relief, until the old dwarf picked up the axe. How much? I can trade you another artifact, or various items of equal value, he insisted. Governor Shin got a shrewd look on his face. He hadn't expected the dwarves to actually want the weapon. He was trying to show off and avoid getting embarrassed during their trade negotiations, even if it cost him totem-ranked resources. I will let you deal directly with the creators. Governor Shin deflected. Ashbringer nodded at Karl, who smiled at the dwarves. How about this? I need a short list of materials, and I would like to request free access to your Bara City's dungeon. Karl requested. The dwarves smiled. He hadn't asked for anything outlandish, just crafting materials to make more equipment. Ashbringer brought out his list of materials for making Overlord-rank weapons, which was mostly metals, with a few gems. Karl could use those to finish any of the enchantments the weapons needed, but he added one more item to the list. Mythic-rank magical beast blood. 5 gallons worth. He was certain that Ray was doing a happy dance in the dungeon right now, but Karl was also reasonably sure that he could secure her next advancement's bath products. The dwarves frowned at the last addition to the list. Does it have to be from a beast? Karl shrugged. Demon, shadow element monster, or even dragon blood would work as well. But I have found that sentient beings get quite particular about being stabbed and bled. The dwarves began to seriously consider it. It wasn't like there were no mythic-rank creatures in their nation. In fact, there were quite a few. But as Karl had pointed out, they would get more than a little bit insulted if someone stabbed them. And the more civilized of the mythic beasts had agreements in place with the dwarves to control a region of the nation so that the dwarves didn't have to continually eliminate growing threats. Killing one would leave a territory open and cause more problems than it solved. However, the oldest of the dwarves had a plan. I know a source. But before I agree to it, I need to know what it is for. Karl considered how he would answer, then decided that the simple truth would be easiest. The system gave me the class of Beastmaster, now Beastmaster Packmaster. I have a bonded partner, a blood destruction demonic spider, formerly a bloodbath spider. Her advancement process involves higher rank blood in large quantities. In order for her to reach totem rank, I will need that blood. The dwarf nodded. There is a long tradition of bonded animals in dwarven culture. Now it's normally one of the mountain goats, a stone wolf, or a dire bear, but spiders aren't unheard of, as they also like to live in the mountains. The dwarves had a class that could bond monsters? Now, that was convenient. But perhaps his class wasn't as special as it had seemed in the Golden Dragon Nation. Unless they were something like the Beast Rangers, who only got a single partner. The old dwarf extended his hand. I agree to your price. We will bring you and Grandmaster Ashbringer to Bara and register you with the guard station for entry to the dungeon. It is a 10-person instance. Does your guild have enough overlords? Karl shook his head. We can get close, but there aren't 10 of us at overlord rank. We are primarily a crafting guild. 2 plus the beasts was close to 10 in a way. But the old man seemed to expect that. There are places to form a group in the city. I will arrange for someone to show you around and take you in on a visit. The first time you visit, the guide normally charges a large fee to protect the newbies from the elves and spiders, but for a rune master, I am certain I can get a group to compromise. Ashbringer sighed. I have a non-combat type class. Bringing me into the dungeon would only be dead weight. However, bringing Karl is as good as a half-dozen overlords on his own. He can bring his bonded beasts with him as a single person count. The dwarves looked impressed at that one. That's even better than the golem mages, who can summon extra fighters. One of them noted. I can do that as well. Golems, bodyguards which can use skills, plus the beasts, with their carefully curated selection of abilities. Karl explained. That is just incredibly overpowered. If you brought a few healers and tank-type classes, you could likely do the dungeon with only half the usual number of overlords. But it's still best to bring all 10. The dungeon is a unique one, in the way that it rewards its entrance. There is no loot on the creatures at all. When you finish the run, everyone is rewarded for their participation, and there is a cap. We tried sending a totem-ranked golem mage through with just his 4 constructs, and he didn't get any more than a single individual did when we sent 3 of them together. Karl nodded in understanding. So there are rewards for doing better, but the rewards for carrying an under-leveled or non-contributing group are capped. You know, taking the young demons through the dungeon here really helps them grow. I wonder if I could bring a half group of overlords and then pad the numbers with weaker guild members? As long as they're doing something, they should get some reward. The old dwarf laughed. You mean if they're not ensnared by the spiders and eaten, right? You still need a body to resurrect them. Karl shrugged. I have an overlord-ranked group barrier skill. As long as they don't draw too much attention, they shouldn't be targeted. But I get your point. It might be too much risk to take a commander-ranked demoness through the dungeon, especially when there is no loot for them to pick up for us. The dwarf chuckled. Yes, it's a bit odd not to need a pack mule for a dungeon of this size. We have other instances nearby as well, but they're all of the more conventional sort, and the groups bring a few miners with them to collect ores until the timer is almost up. If you stay in too long, you lose everything that you collected, and you're ejected. Karl didn't know that. But he had never tried to sleep in a dungeon or anything of that nature. The trial instances did have a time limit on them, though. So it made sense that there would be a limit on the dungeons, and perhaps a much shorter one, as they would let you in more frequently. If you could go all the time, there wasn't really a reason why the dungeon should let you just live in it rent-free. Then the old man gestured to the governor. We still have a day's worth of negotiations to finish here. I will come get you tomorrow morning once we're finished. Karl bowed and prepared to head for the door, ignoring the pleading look that the governor was giving him. He was much better at dealing with the dwarves than Governor Shin was. They loved to pick on him, and he simply could not understand their sense of humor. Even worse, they ordered the most awful food. Governor Shin couldn't stand the taste of ale to begin with, but the dwarves would boil meat and potatoes in it as a form of seasoning. Just the smell of it was enough to make formal events torture. Now, if they would agree to have the meat braised in wine, that would be different. Karl and Ashbringer returned to the guild house in high spirits. They had obtained a whole list of rare materials from the dwarves, and now they were going to get access to the dungeon. full of overlord-ranked steel and other materials for crafting. Karl could loot the place dry every other day for all that Ashbringer cared. The more materials the merrier, and he could turn it all into item blanks and refined bars for the sculptors to work with. Ray, how is Thor's run through the dungeon going? We finished with the governor's office, and we arranged to leave tomorrow morning to go to an overlord-ranked dungeon. Karl asked. Overlord-ranked consecrated ground is broken. Or maybe it's the change to eternal lightning. The ogres are half dead even before anyone hits them. Ray replied with glee. She was running a tutorial on the proper way to restrain ogres with entangling vines, which was essentially turning the ogres into smashing posts for Thor and lance targets for Tessa and her spear. It couldn't really be called a fight when they were held in place with their hands restrained, but Thor was having a lot of fun in the dungeon today. Karl laughed at the series of mental images Ray was sending to him. Even though his feet weren't round and stompy anymore, he was still just as happily prancing around after tearing the ogres apart. Karl wasn't sure if that was the appropriate way to flirt with a war priestess, but it seemed to be working fairly well on Tessa. She appeared to be having just as much fun as Thor was, and they were nearly done the dungeon already. Thor had also learned a great new trick. Blockade didn't have to be a stationary skill. He could target the location on himself and use it like a plow or a battering ram. The only trick that he was still trying to master was using Behemoth on other targets. But there was a minor issue. Unobtrusive Behemoth reduced size by up to 10 times. Behemoth increased volume by 10 times, which was closer to a doubled length and height. Even if he could use it on Tessa, their base sizes were so different that he still couldn't be max size in combat without turning her into an assistant. In short, Tessa needed ranged holy damage. Maybe a bow. That way she could shoot at things from the back of a giant Thor and not have to strain herself reaching with a spear. Once Karl was back at the guild house, he began formulating a plan for his future advancements and the stockpiling of materials for the guild house. If they couldn't amass 10 overlords to do the dungeon as a guild, then he would go with others. But that limited the amount of trash loot that they would be able to bring back to the guild. So he would have to do it multiple times to get all that they needed for the forges and the accessories, which meant more time away from the guild house. It was a vicious circle, but doing the dungeon repeatedly, as often as it would let him, was a viable option to keep them fully stocked, even if it wasn't a massive loot haul every time that they went. However, he did know that there was a trick to it. He ideally wanted his share of the loot to be 1/3 of the total. That was the cap according to the dwarves. So, if he went with another group and let Ray and Kara rampage, it shouldn't be an issue to do half as much as the other 9 combined. Especially when you factored in that at least 2 were likely to be on healing duty the whole time. Karl didn't know how the healing factored into the calculations, but he knew enough about the system to understand that they would be getting appropriately rewarded for their contributions. But as the whole dungeon was overlords, and Karl didn't know how dangerous it was, or what the power level standard for the teams that were going into it would be, he wasn't going to take the rest of the guild this time. If it were appropriate, he would bring the ladies on another trip, as they were only a rank lower than what was in the dungeon. For some fights, 1 rank different wasn't a big deal. But if the spiders were on the level of Ray at Monarch, minus the incorporeal bodies, then it would be a nightmare to bring a Monarch-ranked group into the dungeon, and trying to power-level newbies would be a lost cause. He should get a ranged weapon made before the next battle, though. His bow was sadly underpowered for his needs, and if he was going with a random group, then there was a high chance that the predominance of warrior class assignments would make it undesirable to be another frontline fighter. Telling them that he could summon additional ranged attackers in the form of the bodyguards, in addition to the beasts, would be much more likely to make him friends among the adventurers. Bara was a dwarven city in a coastal mountain town, so Karl assumed that the city would function somewhat closer to how the Golden Dragon Nation did, with dedicated groups of people who would be willing to enter the dungeon, and not hundreds or thousands of wrath demons who simply got bored and went there to pick a fight. That system worked very well in Drod, but it wasn't exactly what most cultures would call a normal state of affairs. Other than the orcs, who loved fighting as much as the wrath demons did, Karl couldn't think of another sentient species that was likely to pick that sort of setup. Civilized living was hard on the wrath demons. They needed the outlet. And while only the stronger ones could go into the dungeon, it was a perfect place for them to not only prove their strength, but to vent their frustrations. Nothing would help them relax quite like imagining the ogres as their annoying coworker or their boss. "You look lost in thought, Chief," Ashbringer noted as they reached the guild house. "I need to get a new bow made, Overlord ranked. They're likely going to need a ranged attacker, especially if I leave Remy and Thor here to hold down the fort." The demon frowned. "You would leave part of your team behind while going to a dungeon in another country?" Karl shrugged. "I'll take Ray, Kara, and Hawk, along with Little Butterfly. Thor can look after the ladies, Remy can work on her potions, and I will entrust you to keep the runesmiths in line while I'm away. That keeps everything running smoothly, except for more powerful commissions, but we don't have one of those right now." "Well, there are plenty of items that I should be making for the guild members, but they can wait in. Extra day while I'm in Vara." Ashbringer nodded. "All right, I will make you an Overlord-ranked metallic compound bow now, and you can finish it tonight, so you have it ready for the morning." From the dungeon, Ray added her thoughts. "I have leather armor made for almost everyone now. I didn't make one for you yet, and making one for our Dana mage has been hard as she keeps changing between cat and human. It's not easy to make things that look good on both," she explained. "Well, that was an improvement. Overlord ranked armor to go with the accessories that they already had would keep them mostly out of danger. The fact that they were made by Ray meant that the ladies would also look good doing it. As far as armorers, there were not many who could beat Ray for pure fashionability. Of course, many simply wanted functionality, but even if they tried, it would be challenging to create anything at her standards." Again, Karl found himself stuck at a workbench all day, drawing runic patterns. But when Ashbringer came in with a 3-pulley compound bow made from shining silver metal, it was definitely worth the extra time spent. The bow had an incredible affinity to the void element, thanks to its core materials, and Karl knew just the spell to add to it. Kara's Void Blast. The upgraded version of Disintegration was epic grade, incredibly mana efficient while being even more deadly, and he could adjust it every shot to determine the size of the void explosion on the arrow. Building it into the bow made it both faster and even more mana efficient to cast. Using Blessed Item and Poison Arrow to create the arrows would give a base of holy damage with a lingering toxic effect, which may or may not be an advantage, but it was unlikely to be a disadvantage. That would be 3 different spell gems that would need to be made, but a few instructions to the sculptors had them carving a wooden grip sized for his hand with the holes to hide the inscribed stones in the back. The rest of the bow was dedicated to increasing arrow speed and targeting by user intent, along with linking the 3 spells. The final result was absolutely magnificent. The bow glowed with a ghostly green light from the Overlord-ranked runes, which went well with the toxic arrow vibe. But the deceptively simple bow hardly needed the arrow speed enhancement. Ashbringer had made it specifically for Karl, who had well beyond human strength. With a draw that heavy, the arrows would be difficult to dodge even without enhancement. Now he had all that he needed to go to an Overlord-ranked dungeon in any role that they might need. The next morning, the dwarves came by while Karl and the others were eating breakfast and joined the group for a large mug of coffee before opening a portal to Bara in the yard. The groups start early and we're in the same time zone as Drawd is. Don't want you to have to go with one of the groups of rejects and leftovers. If you're going to stay in the city and keep running the dungeon, you should be at the meeting grounds just after dawn. Unless you can find a steady group to go with, that is. There are plenty who go in to farm the place for loot, but they normally have a full group already. It's the visiting adventurers who go with a small core group of guides that you're looking for. Just be careful not to get scammed in the future. Some of them will try to charge an exorbitant rate, like they're not getting anything out of the dungeon, or like they could do it without the rest of the group. The oldest of the dwarves explained. All right, I made a new bow to go with my other gear, in case they preferred a ranged fighter, to go with the melee and magical type beasts. I think that I should have everything that I need. Karl agreed. What about healing? I'm sure there are potion shops here in town. The dwarf replied. We are one of the potion shops. Not just healing and mana, but we've got all sorts of utility items as well. The anti-aging cream is a big hit. And it does actually work. Karl explained. Anti-aging that works? The old dwarf asked. A rejuvenation potion that brings skin and muscle tissue back to its base state, the way that it was as a juvenile. The more that you use it, the more dramatically the body's state will change. The dwarf chuckled, then stopped walking toward the portal. How about you get me some of that? The missus might appreciate it, or she might get mad, and I'll have a bit of extra entertainment for the day. One of the others sighed. He only says that because he's a totem, and she can't kick his ass. It's the rest of us who suffer when he gets her in a bad mood. Karl reached into the crates in Remy's space and picked out a bottle of the cream, then handed it to the old dwarf. Either use it directly on problem areas, or dilute a bit with water to use as a body wash for all-around improvement. Karl offered. The missus is 210 years old. Most likely, she will need to slather it on like burn cream to have it make any difference. The old man joked. Remy laughed in Karl's mind at the thought. Some of their customers had done just that, and it had temporarily suppressed the rank of one of the wrath demons down a level due to the amount her body had regressed. Try it as a body wash first. The effect lasts for nearly a month on most species. If she uses it every day for a week, you'll have a much more youthful-looking wife. Then Karl snagged a small bottle of hair regrowth serum from Remy's space. If you take one shot glass of that, she'll have a more youthful-looking husband as well. He whispered, just loud enough that the others could hear. The old man chuckled, then took a swig straight from the potion bottle. The bald top to his hair began to grow at a visible pace, and his beard filled into a thick and luxurious mass, leaving loose beard hairs all around his formerly immaculate braid. It didn't change his hair color from Snow White, though. The others stared in amazement as the old man looked down into the well, using it as a mirror to see the change. Well, now I'm not sure if she'll recognize me. But I've got to fix my beard. I can't be wandering around like this. Karl chuckled and pointed to the house. There are full-length mirrors in the second-floor common shower room. The dwarf turned and pocketed the potions into his inventory before anyone could try to grab them from him, then trundled back inside. The shaman in the group sighed and closed the portal, as it had already been open too long for courtesy. I guess a minute or two won't matter, he muttered, checking his watch. They surely had better things to do today than escort Karl around, or wait for an old man to braid his beard. But those were the minor hazards of being around the dark light host. He came back surprisingly quickly, with his hair in a long braid down his back, and his beard split into 3 braids, a thick central one, and 2 smaller side braids running down his cheeks and hanging to the sides of his chest. All right, now we can go. If you need more products from this shop, you can order them from the branch manager. The old man insisted, now eager to get headed back and surprise his wife. The portal opened into absolute darkness, allowing Karl's vision to quickly switch to thermal imaging and echolocation, along with soul sight. The overlay of the 3 was almost as good as regular vision, but the colors were entirely different, and some of the moving objects here had no soul image at all. Do the dwarves use many golems and automatons? Karl asked as they walked out of the room and into a dimly lit corridor. Yes, how did you know? The old man asked. Soul sight. There are moving creatures that are not living. The dwarves nodded. The new ones have some improvements. We put heat pads on them so that night sight of other species can find them more easily. But we forgot for a moment that you might not have the same level of night vision that we do. Karl smiled. No worries. I can see without any light at all. As well as in the middle of the day, in fact. Just not quite the same. The dwarves nodded happily. It was good when visitors adapted quickly to the city. If they had to go buy him a night vision amulet from the tourist shops, it would be a huge waste of time, as they hadn't come in at the public platform, but a private one, mostly used for travel within the city itself. The old dwarf stopped at a house a few blocks up and knocked on the door, then waited, while the others tried not to laugh. The door opened and an ancient woman, bent with age, glared out at him. "Go away, we're not buying," she insisted, then slammed the door in his face. The old man knocked again, and the woman huffed as she opened the door, then stepped away to let him inside. His mother-in-law. "We can go to the dungeon staging area now. I will show you the public portal's location, so you know where to arrive next time, and then help you set up a group," the shaman who had cast their portals for them explained. That revelation completely changed the way Karl understood the dwarves' interaction. Karl had thought that was his wife at first, but if it was his mother-in-law slamming the door in his face and then relenting, not his wife not recognizing him, it became much more amusing. The dungeon formed on the outer surface of the mountain, so the staging areas are just inside the entrance, near the public portals. That helps reduce the need for bright lights throughout the city, but you will find that most of the items closest to the entrance are overpriced and intended for the gullible or extremely wealthy. Not that you're likely to be short on money, being an overlord-ranked craftsman, but the Dungeon Gate is less popular among locals as a shopping district than the Deep Gate, 40 levels below us, which comes out on the west side of the river. The shaman explained. That would also explain why Karl was seeing so many other species in this area. Even if the city was primarily dwarven, the outer regions were more hospitable to other species than the inner parts of the city, where the oppressive weight of the stone and the depths would bear down on their minds. Karl was still at home in the city the same way he was in the mines, but he could see that many of the other species didn't like to stray too far from the light. This is the staging area for groups, and that building with the stepped double spiral pillars covers the portal. If you follow me this way, I will introduce you to a few of the better group leaders. The shaman led Karl to a group of dwarves that were standing around with 4 nervous-looking dragonkin. "Thomas, good timing. Do you still have a spot left? We made a new friend in Drod, and he's got a pass for free entry." The shaman greeted the leader of the team, a stout dwarven paladin with long red hair. "Shaman Petros. It's not often that the council makes friends with the demons, so this one must be special," the paladin replied in an even tone. "He's a rune master, and he can write dwarven mystic runes," the shaman replied. The whole group turned to look at Karl, and one of the dragonkin rumbled in amusement, a very draconic noise. "So, he's not a demon at all. Only a dwarf's offspring could make dwarven runes work. But a true rune master? Council Shaman, Slate Petros, you have found exceptional luck today," the jet black-haired dragonkin girl noted with a smile. "You don't sound surprised?" Thomas, the paladin leading the group, asked. The dragon priestess winked at him. "I am a high priestess of the death god. There are few things that I don't know." Karl smiled. "Is it that, or is it that dragons gossip incessantly and Nacht already told your bishop?" The priestess began to laugh, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Naksha, youngest niece of Nacht of the Divine Beast Nation. Welcome to the Dragon Isles, fellow." "Exile," she replied, and briefly pulsed with pure draconic power, letting Karl know that she was not, in fact, a dragonkin, but a purebred black dragon. "Oh, so it's first-hand gossip." Karl laughed. "You know her?" one of the other dragonkin asked, curious about the interaction. "I know her uncle. In fact, I was there when he met the requirements to become a black dragon ancient." Karl offered. "He's an ancient now. Damn, I had wanted to be there for the inheritance." "Who got it? Has the inheritance awakened, or are they still waiting for the god's attention?" Karl shrugged. "I have no idea what the status of the inheritance is now. I haven't heard about it being activated yet. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen." The other dragonkin were getting excited about a lore drop on their reclusive companion, but Thomas was all business. "We will take Overlord Karl with the group for this trip. Even if we weren't short a member for the day, he's got a free entry pass." The dwarf insisted, as if that settled everything. Shaman Petros laughed. "Yes, that does make it easier for him to find a group, does it not? Few will turn down the chance for a free group entry. but compared to the value of the trade we made, it's nothing." Now the dwarves were all fascinated. It was not cheap to get a 10-person group into the Overlord-ranked dungeon, nearly equal to a 10% tax on your gains. If your group was incompetent, it could be a losing day for you. The shaman nodded in satisfaction, then simply turned and left, his duty done. He had more to do today, and the group leader would show Karl the rest of what he needed to know. "All right, what are your skills?" the paladin asked, wondering where Karl should be in their lineup. "I am a beast master, so I have a small group of beasts with me. But I also have golems, bodyguard-type summons, as well as ranged and melee damage skills. It might be best to let the beasts out after we're inside, but there is a ghost fire thunderbird, a blood destruction demonic spider, and a void badger, all at Overlord rank," Karl explained. The dragonkin stared at him for a moment, and the dwarves were suspiciously silent. It was Thomas who broke the silence. "You brought a void badger here, to an entire mountain filled with gems and shiny objects." Karl smiled at the dwarf. "I know that it sounds bad, but I promise that she has been taught all about property rights and the difference between purchasing and looting." "Did she care?" Thomas asked. Karl shook his head. "Not particularly. But she's willing to listen at least long enough to find out what sort of shiny objects she can purchase with the ones that she already has. You see, we made out rather well with the Bomgan fleet, and she is not short on loot." The dwarves and the dragonkin laughed at that. A badger that has enough loot? That's like saying you know a dryad who doesn't like flowers or a vegetarian snake. "I feel understood and appreciated," Kara agreed, putting her paws over her heart as if touched by their words. "How about this? For now, I will keep her in a separate space and purchase the things that she wants on her behalf?" Inside the dungeon, everyone will abide by the rules, though I'm told that this one assigns loot automatically at the end. So that shouldn't be an issue, Karl suggested. Thomas nodded in agreement, then asked, "What skill advanced when she reached Overlord rank?" "Void Blast. Don't worry, our damage output should be more than sufficient," Karl replied. The paladin stared at him for a few seconds. "You're saying that your Void Badger doesn't have Void Shield, but Void Blast?" Karl frowned. She never had Void Shield. She had Disintegration when she was little, and then when she reached Overlord, the combination of her skills and mine advanced it to the epic grade skill, Void Blast, at Totem rank. But now that you have mentioned it, she really wants Void Shield. One of my other beasts has Eternal Lightning, a holy and lightning element barrier ability, and a void elemental version of that sounds excellent to Kara. The paladin sighed. "You have no idea how long I worked to get the holy barrier skill. It's even above consecrated ground in my skill tree. In some ways, beasts have it easy, starting out with powerful innate skills. But no more dilly-dallying. Let's get a move on and get into the dungeon. On a good day, it takes 4 hours to get through, so I'm expecting no more than 6 hours." Kara and Ray laughed in their spaces. 6 hours to finish a dungeon? Oh, this man was in for a surprise. His little dwarven legs were going to be working hard today. Thomas grabbed Karl and led him to the dungeon to get their free entry, where the guard handed Karl a token. "Keep this on your person to save time in the future. It is your dungeon pass. Just flash it and you can lead your group inside," the guard explained, then smiled at the dwarves. "Overlord Thomas, it seems you had some good luck today with a member calling out sick. See you after lunch." They entered the dungeon, which was an ancient dark elven forest, filled with the same sort of mushroom trees that had been in the dungeon where Thor first got the rare grasses he liked so much. They were only inside a few seconds when the little butterfly sent out a pair of illusionary Dana clones, who uprooted small mushrooms, then vanished with them back into the beast's space. "All right, bring out your beasts and let's meet them. Then summon any other constructs and protectors you have. That means all of you. I know the mages should have golems as well," Thomas insisted. Karl brought out Hawk, Ray, and Kara. Then summoned the bodyguards, as Ray remembered that she had to be visible for people to remember that she existed. The epic guard came out last, and then Karl decided to try summoning golems as well. Ray could do it, so he could do it. He just hadn't. Please select basic bestial form. Karl blinked as a display with hundreds of common animals appeared in his vision. He hadn't been expecting that. But what golem form would be best? Dire Bear selected. A pair of 3-ton giant black bears appeared, but they were clearly constructs, not living beings. The other group members watched all the summons and constructs appear around the Beast Master after the beasts came out, and Naksha shook her head in dismay. That's just broken. You've got an entire army with you, and they're all overlords. Karl laughed. No, I can make an actual army, and it's even more ridiculous. But they're not really combat troops. Thomas smiled. I would like to see it anyhow, so it's not a surprise if you need to use it. Karl focused on illusionary domain and created 20 clones of the dwarf standing in 2 ranks with their shields up in a protective formation. Then he extended eternal lightning over them and nodded in satisfaction. Thomas brushed his beard a bit straighter as he realized that Karl had even duplicated the strands that had escaped his braid. Is that a group barrier skill? Thomas asked. Yeah, I'll put it over everyone when we're ready to start fighting. But I can't keep it active on a whole army of illusions for long. I just cast it, then let it wear off with combat. But if we're going to loot some of the ore before going, they're good for that. Karl offered. The other dwarves nodded. No harm in a bit of extra looting. The ore is the only thing in here that isn't at least vaguely offensive. Now, the first thing that we will come across is a nest of spiderlings. They're nasty and everything in. Here is Overlord ranked. There are no weak monsters in here, only large and small ones. Karl, you can join the mages on ranged damage duty, while 2 of your beasts join the melee group. If the Thunderbird can avoid flying too high, that would be best. Sometimes you can pull extra groups accidentally if you fly over their airspace. Use the Thor shrink on me. Hawk insisted. Unobtrusive behemoth shrunk Hawk to a 3-meter wingspan. Still large, but in a city, that was much more maneuverable than a 30-meter body. Oh, that is perfect. All right, I think everyone knows their role. What attacks should we expect from the beasts, other than Miss Kara, unless she has more unexpected skills? Thomas continued. Lady Ray has a skill to make her incorporeal and immune to physical damage as well as invisibility. The spider-shaped golems are hers, so they will follow her lead in combat. Also, she has blood destruction, which can be used at a range and will get messy. Hawk will be using fire. That simple description was enough for them to understand the basics of what was about to happen, but when Thomas moved the group to engage the spiderling's nest, what he found was like nothing he had ever seen before. Ray had activated demonic oppression, and the weaker spiders were cowering in terror, avoiding attacking the area where Ray was and visible less aggressive than any dungeon monster should be. Karl fired a Void Blast enhanced arrow into one side, while Hawk dove and bombarded the other with fireballs, setting the webs on fire and scorching the spiderlings. The destruction was instant, and Karl didn't even get a chance to see how good the lingering poison effect would be. Well, that was different. Apparently, they're terrified of your Lady Ray. Naksha joked. Everyone is terrified of her. One of the other dragonkin muttered. Everyone except Thomas, who only looked pleased at the clearance speed as he led them forward. The next group had a pair of dark elves riding on spiders, leading the group of spiderlings. While the elves didn't hesitate to engage, their mounts balked for a moment before obeying, giving the ranged fighters a half-second longer than usual to prepare before being engaged by the insanely agile combatants. The spider riders leaped straight over the defenders and went for the ranged fighters, only for one to be bombarded with spells, while the other had its rider stripped by Hawk, who twirled in the air, adjusting to the weight, then lit the dark elf on fire and hurled it into the nest where the dire bear golems were waiting for it. The elf put up a valiant fight, but against 2 dire bears and already covered in ghost fire, it was a losing battle. One of the dragonkin intercepted the spider, stopping its flight, while the ranged fighters focused on killing it. Then they could turn their attention to the spiderlings, which were fighting the melee group and the golems. The pure number of monsters would make it difficult for a small group to survive in here. They had over a dozen golems and summons active, and they were all fighting multiple spiderlings at the start of the engagement. Ranged, pull the next group to us. This spot is more defensible, and there are groups on either side of that intersection. Thomas instructed. Hawk has it. The bird grabbed a dying spiderling and hurled it off the wall across the street, letting it bounce into the group hiding around the corner. That was something that most spells couldn't do. In general, spells were line of sight in nature, and firing them blind around a corner was possible, but difficult. Plus, if you missed or the group didn't see you, it wouldn't engage. That allowed you to bombard it from out of sight, but that would take all day. However, the dying spiderling knew exactly where it came from, and the bombarded group ran to provide support, just as Hawk had hoped. Thomas smiled as he saw the group of elves with 3 spider riders in the back charge down the street and towards them. Good work, bird. There is a mage in this group. Focus him down first. The paladin called. Ray shadow-stepped behind the group and grabbed the mage, which then exploded into a dark red mist. Karl had to admire her restraint. She made it 2 whole groups before she made something explode. The surprise attack distracted the attackers just before the dwarven warriors charged. They slammed into the troops, while the ranged fighters targeted the spider riders. It was an efficient clearance, and the dwarven shaman who was doing the majority of their healing was using a long-duration healing spell that was keeping everyone in top form, even when they happened to take enough damage that the eternal lightning barrier briefly broke. The amount of damage that these elves could do with their deep black blades that seemed to absorb the light around them was impressive. For so many fights, Karl and Thor had rarely worried about the barrier being broken. But now Karl was using the majority of his mana regeneration to keep them active, and the rest on firing arrows. He wasn't the primary damage dealer this time, unless you counted his beasts and summons. It was a great relief for the healers, as the secondary healer was a black dragon cleric, and her specialty was not healing, but adding damage buffs to others. Between that and casting shadow magic for damage, she was still busy, but they were getting by with just the 1 shamanistic healer and Karl's barriers. They were also moving through the fights at a remarkably fast pace, as far as Karl could tell. Thomas was having Hawk pull groups directly to them to continue fighting in the same location, and Hawk could get them moving before the previous fight had even ended. 5 groups into the fight at that location, Thomas held up his hand, signaling a pause between groups. Take a breather and keep hydrated. This isn't like those short 30-minute dungeons. We will be in here long enough to need at least 1 meal and a few hydration breaks, he declared. That was wonderful news for Ray. She could be in a dungeon all day long and still have things to kill, plus inferior spider species to bully. This place was incredible. Even Hawk approved. Spiderlings and their webs burned in a most beautiful way. Once the water break was over, Thomas led them to another intersection and then had Ray pull the next group. Once they had followed her into combat, Hawk could pull the ones that came after, so nobody needed to leave their station. But without other dungeon mobs in combat to lure them in, or having Hawk move into range of the elves' magic, attacking and retreating could fail to pull them away from their position. That would not be true if Ray and her golems went on the attack, however. Just remember, bring them back to us. It's faster that way. The dwarf reminded her as Ray laughed in Karl's head. They had only known each other for under an hour, and the dwarf already understood her. Not just her, but Hawk and Kara as well. She had even caught the paladin holding an elf sword arm so that Kara could use pilfer before killing the unfortunate warrior. Why is the Void Badger so confident in battle? Is she used to fighting with your barriers active? One of the Dragonkin mages asked. Karl smiled. She is, but she is like that all the time. You see, a winged Void Badger has a racial equivalent of limited immunity and an incredibly large health pool. If you can't do 10% of her health in a strike, you can't hurt her. Plus, we managed to upgrade it, so she heals at the same rate at trollish regeneration. The mage looked impressed. The Beast Master class is truly terrifying. Ray pulled the first group to them, and Karl noticed that the formation had shifted, as had the incoming targets. These were all dark elves, with a cleric and 2 mages behind 6 warriors. At this point, everyone knew the routine. Let Ray eat the cleric while they focused on the mages. It was a tried and true method, as the spider priests, as the dwarves called the dark elven clerics, were similar to the black dragon clerics, in that their specialty was buffing their allies, not indirectly healing. However, they did have an excellent lifesteal spell that Ray was hoping to gain by osmosis. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be an absolutely ridiculous idea. But this was Ray, Queen of Blood Magic. If anyone could learn a skill simply by eating enough creatures that had the skill, it would be her. Plus, it looked like these dark elves worshipped a spider goddess, so that was an extra point in her favor. If the spell was a blessing from their god, Ray might just gain it as a form of divine blessing. Hawk grabbed another group, while Ray patiently waited on the wall of a building for their cleric to pass by. The moment that it did, she pounced, tearing it apart and then eating the pieces. "What is the spider doing?" one of the beastkin asked in a terrified, pleading tone as the pieces of cleric seemed to simply vanish into thin air. "She's incorporeal. Don't worry about it too much, she will be fine and she's not taking damage," Karl replied casually. That didn't answer the question, but Ray was close to a breakthrough. She could feel the skill that she was after, and with some practice, she knew that she would eventually get the life-stealing effect right. But if she could find a few more targets, it would be much faster. Why she actually needed the skill was a mystery. Night Haunter came with incredible regenerative powers in incorporeal form. Plus, Karl already knew a lifesteal skill that she could use, just not this particular one. Ray was happy though, and that was what really mattered. Then, on one pull, the mages retreated behind a barrier and were attempting to cast a major group spell of some sort. Karl reinforced the barrier. This effect uses all their mana, and it's been known to kill multiple party members if the healing over the duration isn't high enough. Thomas insisted. Karl nodded, but didn't change the barrier. "Kara, you're up. They've got like 10 seconds left in the casting." 8, 6, 4, nope. Wahaha. Everyone watched as the mages finished their chant and threw their hands up in the air. Then, nothing. The mages looked just as shocked and confused as the rest of the group. Winged Void Badger. She can nullify at the Overlord rank. Karl shouted to the warriors in front, so they didn't leave their positions. The Dark Elves didn't seem to understand, but the mages were exhausted. A single flick with Kara's claw took down their barrier, and then the badger was on them, pummeling them into the dirt and pulling their robes up over their heads to stop them from being able to properly fight back. The dragonkin didn't seem to know how to respond to that, but the dwarves thought it was brilliant. Yeah, jersey them and sucker punch to the face. "Oh, is that a void blast on her fist?" The healing shaman cheered. Kara is known for her creative fighting style. Karl agreed. "I swear that every badger-type magical beast has the soul of a hooligan who pleased the gods trapped in them." The black dragon cleric laughed. They finished with another group of the mages in under a minute, as after the first time, Kara simply nullified their barrier and let Ray in with her golems. The elves had insane magical power, but the group had a Kara. Once that was factored in, the dark elves really did stand no chance against the dynamic duo. For the boss ahead, the best option is to slow them down as much as possible. What do we have for options today? Thomas asked as they finished with the mages and took a breather for a drink. "And a light snack." The mages listed the basics. Slow and paralyze. "Well, I can have Ray wrap it up in Overlord rank webbing, that should slow it down. Or I can create an ice or lightning barrier on the ground. That will make things spicy," Karl suggested. "How about a big fat no to turning the entire boss encounter into a skating rink?" the shaman suggested. "So, lightning? It's a wall-type spell, but nothing says that you have to extend it upwards. If we can get the boss to leap or move, I can create the sheet of lightning under its feet. It won't hurt group members, but lightning has a stun effect when enemies are standing in it," Karl offered. Technically, he had two options. Thor knew Lightning Zone and Blockade. The blockade skill covered a much larger area, though. At least it did if you only made it a few centimeters thick. Thomas shook his head. The reason we need to slow it is so the warriors can keep it from flying around. Encouraging it not to land only makes things worse for us. The spider silk trap seems like a viable option, and we can try to slow or paralyze it, but the boss monsters are highly resistant to negative spell effects. The group nodded, and the warriors worked on a plan. All right, Ray will wrap it. Keep it near the ground. The buildings at the edge should make good anchors if you need to tie the webs off. But we suspect that the boss will cut through them fast enough that it is all you'll be doing. Kara, nullify the more powerful spells. Mages, no fire and nothing that will shred the webs if you can avoid it. The warriors have a shorter attack range, so we will do what we can. But primarily, we are there as a meat shield to protect the mages from the wrath of the boss while they bring it down. Thomas announced. Got it. We will spread around the area, so it can't attack us all at once, and Karl can focus on restoring the barriers of whoever has its attention. The shaman agreed. Thomas smiled. I have a taunt ability, which will keep it on me for a while. Just do as much damage as you can while it's distracted. Unlike other boss monsters that they had faced in the past, this one was not any larger than the average dark elf. It looked just like any other elven warrior, other than the more elaborate armor, but the sense of danger Karl got was much higher. Thomas nodded and led the group into battle, using his taunt to draw the target's attention to him. However, with the power of the boss, Karl could see that it wasn't completely devoted to attacking him and was still positioning itself to watch the rest of the group. It simply viewed him as the largest threat. For a moment, Ray launched a stream of Overlord rank webbing that stuck to the boss as it tried to fight, and then the spells began as the warriors charged into melee range. The sticky silk webbing was much better than anyone could have hoped for. With the boss forced to deal with repeated attacks from close range, there was no chance to tear it all away, which left it essentially tethered to Ray. She took advantage of that fact to periodically pull the boss off balance, but never off its feet, so that it didn't stop attacking to tear the silk all the way off. Then the boss exploded with power, and the web was obliterated instantly, while the boss leapt into the air and began to cast a spell. Karl fired a volley of arrows into him as Kara interrupted his spell with Nullify. The boss immediately tried again, only to be interrupted once more. It wasn't going to stand for that, and fired a hailstorm of small metal darts at Kara, who countered with a Void Blast. The winged Void Badger stuck out her tongue at the boss as she also leapt into the air and began to circle. They were instant mortal enemies, and she loved it. The boss tried another spell, only to be countered and blasted with a volley of spells and arrows from their ranged members. This was definitely not the usual way of fighting the boss. But even when Thomas tried to use taunt, the boss only fired a single spell at him before returning his attention to Kara. The dark elf shimmered, and then appeared behind Kara, who turned on him in a ball of angry, growling fur. They were circling too fast for most of the mages to get a clear line of sight for their spells anywhere in that direction, but Ray's golems darted in and out, stabbing the enemy while Ray waited for the right moment to ensnare him again. Kara shifted to attack the boss's face, and Ray took the opportunity. She snared the boss' feet and pulled him down, crashing to the ground, where he was set upon by the warriors. Angry Badger is bloody terrifying, the dwarven shaman noted. It's as if she's everywhere at once, isn't it? And being so close like that, you can't even use a blade on her. Karl agreed. Once the boss was on the ground, it died remarkably quickly. The warriors held its arms down, and Kara nullified all its attempts to break free with its explosion of power as she held the boss's collar and beat his face with Void Blast, enhanced slaps. A chime sounded through the dungeon as the boss was defeated, and Thomas smiled. That's one zone down. We're half done with the dungeon now. This is the first real chance to leave. The instance, as if you leave before defeating the first boss, you get no loot. If you leave now, you get half, and that's a big loss, but if things have gone wrong, at least you won't lose money for the day," he explained. Karl mentally calculated the time, as he could see others doing. They were way ahead of schedule. Now, the second half is basically the same as the first, except that there is more of everything. Many new groups fall into a routine after the first half, but that is dangerous. Starting from now, we will split the melee duties into 3 groups. One controls the spiderlings, one deals with the elves, one with the spider riders. Do we have any preferences before I assign roles? Thomas continued. Ray transformed to humanoid for a moment and gave him a sharp, toothed smile. I want the spider priestesses. As long as you put me in that group, I am happy. Then she transformed back into her natural state, and the paladin nodded. All right, we have our damage dealers for the elves. I will join her with them as they are the most difficult, due to their intelligence. Karl, Hawk, Kara, and Naksha, you are on spiderling duty. You all have the best area damage abilities. Everyone else will start with the spider riders and then move to the elves. Thomas decided. He led the way again, with Ray using Night Haunter to climb through the fungi trees without attracting attention. Every so often, an illusion would appear and cut down or pluck something to bring to the butterfly, but nobody in the group seemed to notice or care. Those items had no real value for trade, so if someone needed them, they were welcome to them. Karl had the bear golems block the spiderlings as they were burnt and bombarded to death. Then, Hawk got tired of doing things normally and decided that stacking Hellstorm vortexes for additional suction was a better way to collect the spiderlings. It worked wonderfully as they were Overlord ranked, but only a few kilos in weight, with no good way to anchor themselves to the ground after their webs were burnt. Unlike Ray, their legs weren't bladed, they were just chitinous limbs. So, all the spiderlings ended up in the fire, where Karl and Naksha bombarded them with spells to accelerate the process. That had their part of the battle finished well before any of the others, so Hawk moved to deal with the spider riders, who were fun to pull from their mounts and hurl at Ray. Karl and Naksha turned their attention to the elves, who had higher numbers, and the group was quickly corralled. Excellent. Just like that. The next few groups are the same. The next few pulls went smoothly, with Hellstorm gathering all the spiderlings into one spot for elimination. They were mostly a nuisance to most groups, but eliminating them from the equation freed up the whole group to deal with the elves, and prevented the priests from buffing the spiderlings so they could do real damage to the adventurers. Not that Ray let them live that long. That was the great thing about dungeons. You could use the same trick over and over because the next group never learned them, as long as you ended the fight before you drew their attention. It might not be the most realistic situation in the real world where groups would communicate, but if the dungeon mobs did communicate and they had a whole city of dark elves coming at them the moment they entered, not many groups would survive a dungeon run. Ray naturally thought it would be fun to try, and Kara was sure that it would be hilarious to herd them all into an elaborate trap. But the rest of the group would definitely not agree with their ideas of fun. All right. This next group is a nightmare. As soon as you pull the first one, it triggers the others, and they will keep coming until everything is dead. It's a guard garrison, so mostly dark elven warriors, no spiderlings. Then as soon as that ends, the boss will appear in the middle of that courtyard. Normally, we pull them here, so we have a chance to take a break before the boss. But you all look like you're in good shape today, so I say that we fight in the middle of the courtyard and use area damage to deal with the waves of warriors. The final boss is a spider priestess. So expect self-healing, unholy spell attacks if Kara can't block them all, and under no circumstances should anyone without a shield try to take a blow from her staff. The damage is incredible, and it has a petrification effect. It doesn't trigger through a shield, but if your armor gets touched, even a barrier effect won't stop it. Everyone got it? Thomas asked. The group nodded in the affirmative and took a short drink before following him forward. I will apologize for the lack of visibility in advance. I have an area attack spell, but it's hard to see through, Karl warned. They got into position and Thomas used Taunt to grab a group of warriors, starting the battle. Then Karl activated Apocalypse, filling the air with a flaming blizzard as hellstorm vortexes formed at random around the group. Then, meteors began to fall from the sky, and Thomas cursed. "Are you insane?" he shouted. Hawk began calling even more vortexes as he added his own flaming blizzard to the mix, making it impossible to see more than 10 meters. Then Karl used Thor's consecrated ground buff to guard the group. It would reduce damage and increase holy attacks if anyone had them. But most importantly, it would deal area holy damage to any enemies that made it past the apocalypse. Karl took a knee and focused on regenerating mana as he pushed the spell output upwards and elves began to flood the training grounds. The spell's radius was too large, and they had grabbed everything, but the dark elves couldn't see where they were. They were running blindly into the storm, while the adventurers did their best to attack. Even Ray was waiting with the group, so she didn't catch friendly fire. It was a good time to practice rapidly deploying blood destruction, which did even more area damage and confused the dungeon residents as to the direction they were under attack from. They've figured it out, Thomas warned as the first few warriors made it past the ring of hellstorm vortexes. They were in terrible shape and under attack by the mages, but charging into combat. Fortunately, the storm and the meteor impacts were so loud that the remaining enemies couldn't clearly hear the calls for assistance. Or they could hear them but couldn't determine how to get to them. Karl could feel the number of enemies in the storm rapidly reducing after a few minutes, so either they had retreated to their spots after being unable to engage, or they were all dead. Either one would be fine by him, and the remaining force was manageable enough, so he let the spell naturally fade as he recovered his mana and prepared for the boss fight. "You're insane," Thomas noted as he moved to engage the last few burned and battered warriors of the Dark Elven Guard. "It worked, didn't it? There are bodies everywhere, so we must have gotten most of them." The group looked around at the scorched ground, craters, and blood. It looked like the dungeon had seen the end of the world firsthand. But more than that, they would have to watch where they stepped, as some of those craters were deep. Deep enough that they could hide in them during the upcoming boss fight if necessary. Normally, you were caught out in the middle of the courtyard and had to build any defensive fortifications you might want. But this time, there was a whole series of craters to work with. The shaman began setting up small stone walls around the battlefield, and Karl got the idea. Blockade made clear ice walls that you could hide behind and still keep track of the boss. So, Karl scattered them around as well, further back from the stone walls that the shaman had created. Now, they could move around the battlefield and remain out of the direct line of fire. When it erupts with its area attack, get behind a pillar. "Kara, we're counting on you for this one," Thomas insisted. Kara gave him a thumbs-up gesture with both paws, and the dwarf smiled. Naksha leaned over to whisper to Karl. "So, that's why everyone fears the Void Badgers. They have opposable thumbs." The boss suddenly appeared, and the fight was on before Thomas could even react. Karl and Ray's golems all grabbed a limb and attempted, but failed, to pin the priestess to the ground while Ray channeled blood destruction on it and Kara used the totem-ranked Void Blast to disintegrate chunks of its body. The golems were replaced every few seconds as they were destroyed by even a glancing blow from the boss cleric's staff, but it appeared completely overwhelmed. Karl shrugged. "Just let them do it. If they need help, they'll tell us. Besides, it has something that Ray wants." "Something Ray wants?" the paladin asked as he watched the fight with his shield up. "Some sort of life-steal spell exclusive to the spider god. She's been trying to learn it from the priestesses all day." The boss blasted everything away with black unholy light, and the group's melee team charged in. It had shattered eternal lightning, and even did severe damage to Ray and Kara after the reductions from Void Body that the Epic Guard shared. But Ray got what she wanted. New spell learned, Essence Transfer, passive skill. Steals life force from a target's blood. Regenerates the user and reverses the effects of hostile, time element skills. Karl didn't know of too many time element skills, but slow was one he assumed. The Essence Transfer was a very familiar skill now that he saw it in action on Ray. It was very likely the same skill that the Blade of Champions used to empower its bearer. The High Priestess suffered the most brutal beatdown in the recent history of the Bara dungeon. Not only did it not manage to get a single major skill off, it was so thoroughly overwhelmed with pure brute force that it was on the defensive for the entire battle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the whole run through the dungeon. In double time, as it were. Our total time is only a little over 3 hours, half what I had expected. Normally 4 hours is considered a top clear speed for practice guild groups, so I must say that we had an exceptionally efficient day today. Now, there are a few standards once we get out of the dungeon. You are not obligated to tell others what you got, and that is turned to a general taboo on asking, unless you're a vendor looking to purchase something. But there is one more matter. The Dark Light host member has the ability to create mining illusions. And the mountain faces, as well as many of the ore nodules throughout the city, can be mined. That is one of the primary reasons to do a full clear. If you don't, then the designated miners can't work safely. It is customary to split both the work and the reward in a pickup group if you do it at all. So, I have pickaxes in my inventory. Today, we have a flying scout who can examine the city for anything we might have missed, like wandering spiderlings. But I've done this a number of times now, and I am fairly certain that we got it all. Thomas's explanation caught them all off guard. They were going to mine out the dungeon? Only the crafting guilds did that, and none of them saw much benefit in spending hours gathering what was an abundant resource here in Bara City. Karl and Little Butterfly both sent out a team of dwarves with pickaxes, 24 illusions each, with instructions to gather all the ore and gems. The others laughed as they saw the small army headed into the dungeon, with a few starting work. Only meters away, where a node of ore was growing from the ground behind a tree-sized mushroom. I will pile it here if we want to split it. It's just extra materials for our guild's Grandmaster Elemental Smith, Karl offered. The others shook their heads. Don't worry about it. You have the dungeon pass, and that already saved us as much as selling those ores will gain. Keep them for your workers, we won't begrudge you that. Especially when you have so many summon miners to gather it. The amount of ore varies from run to run, and it doesn't always appear at the same spots, unlike the basic dungeon features and the enemies, which always appear in the same locations. Thomas explained to Karl as the illusion spread and began piling up the ore in Kara's space with the other loot. That explains why a group of dwarves didn't go straight to a specific spot for the most valuable nodules. Karl realized. Thomas sighed. Some stereotypes never fade, do they? Karl laughed. Don't think too deeply about it. I grew up in the lithium mines and spent most of my childhood deep underground. I know that the appeal of finding a particularly valuable vein or a surprise inclusion. The dwarves all chuckled, and a few of them nodded in agreement. The dwarves might get annoyed by being stereotyped as miners obsessed with ore and treasure, but it was still generally true. The illusion spread quickly, and each nodule only took a minute or so to extract the surface ore from. Karl didn't order them to dig deeper to follow the vein, and the butterfly didn't know anything at all about mining, so they moved quickly through the dungeon, then vanished when the job was done. All right, we're good to go. They've finished collecting the surface ore and transferred it to me. There might be more beneath the surface, but this is good enough for me to show the smithy what is available. Karl explained. Thomas led them all out of the dungeon, and the beasts returned to their spaces. Kara wasn't actually interested in raw ore, but there wasn't a better spot to put it until they got home. Besides, it didn't take up too much space, just a small hill in one corner. Thomas led the group out of the dungeon and to a quiet pub only a few blocks into the mountain. The 10 members of the dungeon team sat down around a large table, and Thomas ordered a round of drinks. Well, normally this is where we go over what went wrong and how to improve for next time, but this run was somewhat unconventional. I can't say that I expect you'll ever have another run like this one in the future, so you can just disregard all the fighting techniques that you learned today, other than the initial group placements. However, we got a full clear, we're done in time for a proper meal, and the newcomers get an afternoon to explore the city. That's all we can ask for. The paladin insisted. Karl smiled. That's a good idea. I should bring things back home to Drod. Souvenirs for the guild members. Thomas chuckled. Well, don't spend too much on that special lady. International portals aren't cheap. Karl laughed. Well, I don't need to worry too much about that, as I can cast the portal for myself. I just don't know too many locations within the Dragon Isles, so about the only place I can go is here. Or home. After all those other skills, you still have the ability to portal. One of the Dragonkin asked. Yes. A portal is the usual option, though I could use recall instead, as I'm going back home to my guild house once I'm done here anyhow. Karl remembered. Portal and recall. Whose mother did you sleep with to get that much influence? Karl frowned. Recall wasn't hard to get. I got it as part of a payment from the Lard Royal Academy. I made some gifts for their graduating class. Portal, well, that was a special circumstance. The Dragonkin slowly nodded. That makes sense. Lard created the recall stones, so it's not a big deal for them to pass out the spell. But that also means you can come back here at will. That's huge, with your free entry pass. He's totally jealous. Kara laughed. Tell them that you made an artifact-grade weapon to get the free pass. Ray suggested. I think they're jealous enough. Let's make friends here. Real friends that we can adventure with. Another round of drinks was ordered to celebrate their victory in the dungeon today, including the extra fast clearance time. That was always worth celebrating, as it meant that all went smoothly and nobody had suffered too badly. For Karl, it had a different meaning as well. Looking into his inventory now that the run was over, he had a huge amount of, or in Kara's space, a half-dozen mediocre quality Overlord-ranked weapon and armor drops, and one epic quality statue-type item. At first, Karl wasn't sure what it was, but when he looked more closely, it was something for shamans and priestesses that boosted their magic. Most classes couldn't use it at all, but Remy could, and she would be sure to appreciate it when he brought it back for her. And if she didn't want it, Ray did. Not that she could use it, but it was a cute spider statue. Naksha turned to Karl as the Dragonkin among the group finished their drinking. Want to explore the shopping district? I hear it's a bit overpriced compared to the areas deeper in the mountains, but it's still worth a look. She suggested. Karl got to his feet with a smile. Of course. I was also warned, but as it's my first time in the city, I need to bring back souvenirs, and that means shopping in the tourist district. The Black Dragon chuckled. You make it sound like going deeper into the mountain doesn't freak you out, even a little bit. Karl shrugged. I grew up in the mines. You get over claustrophobia fast at the bottom of the main vein. The moment that they were out of the tavern, the other Dragonkins split off, leaving Karl with Naksha. I hope you didn't get the wrong idea, I'm spoken for. Karl explained cautiously. Naksha nodded. Uncle Nakt told me. But honestly, I think that I freaked the rest of them out a little bit. The aura of a black dragon is death, and it makes most people uncomfortable to sit too close to me. You're a bit of an odd one, though. I suspect that it has to do with the spider and the void badger. Between the two, you're already used to strong auras and darkness-related elements. But the other dragonkin mostly live among other beast kin, and the black dragons don't socialize much with even their own kin. The ones on the other continent might be different, but here the black dragon temples only get visitors for funerals and impending funerals. Karl chuckled, and Ray came out to stand next to them in humanoid form. I think I like your god. More people should pray properly when they're about to have their funeral. Ray agreed. The dragon blinked slowly, then shook her head. The god of death isn't a god of forgiveness. She offered. Ray shook her head. That's not what I meant. Think of all the people with a price on their head. Should they not be praying to the god of death for at least a quick end? I read in one of the history books how the dragons would pull the scales off a traitor one at a time. Naksha looked offended, and Karl thumped Ray on the head. No talking about fun ways to kill people in public. Ray sighed, and Naksha gave her an unimpressed look. They stopped using that as a punishment thousands of years ago. But now that you're out and in a form that doesn't scare everyone away, should we go shopping? Ray smiled back at her. We simply must go shopping. My sister is waiting for us to get back within Item that we found in the dungeon, and then we need to deliver the ore for the smithy. But this place feels fun. I can sense powerful creatures all over, even in the ocean near the mountain. Will you be hunting later, not in the dungeon? You want to go hunt the magical beasts in the mountains? Naksha asked hopefully. You too? We definitely need to get together and go hunting. Are there good things? Ray asked. Naksha sighed happily as her mind wandered away. We will have to go a fair ways. They have these monarch and overlord ranked mountain goats here, but they're livestock, and we're not allowed to eat them no matter how good they smell. Dragons have an incredible sense of smell, you know. But further into the mountains, there is a massive inland desert. They have these sand rats. Don't let the name turn you off, they're delicious. She agreed. We're going, Hawk demanded. After. We have things to do first. Karl reminded him. Hawk wasn't happy about it, but now that he knew that there were still mice at his level, he was willing to be patient until they could go get them. But if he was hunting with a dragon, he even had a flying buddy. Kara only flew far enough to get snacks or attack pests. She was a lousy flight partner. But a dragon seemed like just the right sort to go for long flights. Suddenly, Ray grabbed the dragon and pulled her into a group of stalls that were selling beads. Karl didn't know what she might want with that, as they were clearly just glass beads with the word Bara written on the larger ones at the front. Well, they were good tourist items, as they had the city name on them, but they were the cheapest of the cheap. The girls came back with matching black beaded bracelets a few minutes later, and then Ray was dragging Naksha off to another stall that was selling cookies in tins with the view of the mountain as seen from the ocean painted on them. Then to a shop selling bookmarks. Then to a shop which was selling little wooden storage boxes that were actually storage devices with a spatial magic storage spell on them. Those were expensive, but Ray was not deterred. Storage boxes were new ways to organize her treasures and hide the shining rocks without burying them. Karl just followed along behind the pair and did his best not to laugh as Ray dragged her new friend through the shopping district, even stopping to get honey garlic meatball kebabs for her when Naksha complained that she couldn't keep up this pace forever. Finally, Naksha turned to Karl for assistance, and Ray relented. Fine, we can explore the rest of the shops on this floor of the city another time. She reluctantly agreed. You were planning to go to every shop? The dragon asked, horrified. Well, at least walk past it. You never know if they're going to have good stuff on some random side street. But you don't have to go inside all of them to know that they're not interesting. I can smell that most of them aren't. Ray explained. That level of dedication is terrifying. A nearby shopkeeper chuckled, and Ray went over to see what he was selling. What do you call this? She asked, unable to identify the strange scent. It's rotisserie roasted mutton with garlic sauce, hot sauce, and pickles, wrapped in bread, to keep the hands clean. The gruff dwarf explained. Spicy meat? Can I have 20? I think that our people in Drod would love them as well. The dwarf rumbled with laughter. Give me a few minutes and I can make that for you. Ray placed coins from the dungeon on the counter and Karl wondered where they had come from. He didn't see her pull them from his storage, but he didn't recall transferring any. Was it possible that Ray, Kara, and Hawk all got a payout at the end of the dungeon run? He would figure it out later, but at least the shops had no problem accepting dungeon gold, and he didn't have to go for currency exchange. We have lots of dwarven coins in the pile. Kara noted, then picked up one from beneath her to twirl between her claws. We will save that for when we go inland to hunt. They're less likely to accept foreign coins easily. The trio waited patiently as the shopkeeper made 20 of the mutton wraps, and then Ray nodded to Karl. Okay, we can go now. Dragon, are you coming with us? We can send you back later. She offered. You would bring a black dragon cleric home with you? Naksha laughed, but Ray just shrugged. We've got a red and a green. Black brings us one closer to the full set. Naksha laughed, then actually considered it for a bit. All right, let's find the rest of my team, and I will let them know that I'm leaving for a day or two. We aren't a long-term group. We just traveled here together for the group discount and safety in numbers. She explained. It didn't take long for Ray to find the other dragonkin in the crowd. For one, They were taller than the locals by at least a head, and for two, they were a different temperature. With her sight, that made it even more obvious. Hey, I'm going on a short trip to Drod with the Beastmaster. There are a few dragon clerics with his group, and I would like to see the city before returning here. Naksha explained. Go ahead then. There is no shortage of clerics or mages to fill the role. Just let us know if you run into any trouble so that you're not a missing persons report when we get back home. The leader of their group agreed. That was all the departing sentiment that they needed, Ray assumed, as she led them to the portal platform. She had overheard others saying that it was impolite to open them just wherever in the city. You should only do it at one of the designated points. Fortunately, there was one right by the dungeon, and they could get to it before all these meat wraps got cold. Reheating them would be no good. There were cold pickles in there, and she assumed that they would get all soggy if you cooked them. But she didn't take the portal all the way to the designated point in Drod. Instead, she created it in the open area by the guard station outside their gate, so they were only a few paces away from the guild house, but outside the city, where they wouldn't startle any security person watching. Overlord, Lady Ray, and guest. Welcome home. The guard greeted them. They seem to know you very well. Naksha noted. That's our guild house on the left, right next to the city walls. Most of the guards take their smoke breaks in the garden, and there is a healing effect on the green dragon altar in the yard, so relaxing. Here is a common pastime. Karl laughed. The guards smiled at the priestess. They're a welcoming bunch, and they sell utility-type accessories, as well as all sorts of potions. The Dark Light host is quite popular here in Drod City. The guild members were not expecting him to come back so quickly, and they were definitely not expecting him to come back with a guest. But Dana and Lotus both ran out to greet them. Welcome back. You brought me a dragon. The responses were very different, and Naksha began to laugh. You must be the green dragon cleric I heard about. It's a pleasure to meet you, and you have quite the altar here in the yard. I can feel the magic. The black dragon greeted her. And this is my Dana mage, Karl added, with an arm around Dana's shoulders. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Dana. I am called Naksha. I believe that you know my uncle Nakt, who I was named after. Dana smiled. He is quite famous where we come from, and a good friend of the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, so he spends more time around humans than most other dragons do. That wasn't technically correct. But unlike Karl, who had found dozens of them hidden within the upper ranks of the nation's leadership, most of the people did not know how many dragons were hiding in plain sight. Lotus circled the transformed black dragon, and then grabbed Naksha by the hand to drag her into the backyard. Look at the altar that Karl made. Isn't it pretty? She asked. It looks like you grew a tree totem, and then he enhanced it with runes? This is quite the piece of work. Just living near it will help you advance, and that's not to mention the extra favor from the gods that you will get for having a healing totem active in your house. Naksha agreed. It's also good for the grass. So much softer on the feet than when we moved in. How long are you staying? Did you come to try the coffee? Lotus inquired eagerly. Coffee? Dwarven coffee is a harsh thing, but the demons must make something different if you're so excited about it. Naksha asked. Oh, it's so good. We will have to go to the boardwalk and see all the things. Why don't I take you on a tour of the city? We can grab Thor and Tessa and make it a full outing. I take it that the one known as Thor is the Red Dragon Cleric's bonded knight? Naksha replied with a smile as she followed Lotus back to the front of the house. Sort of. Technically, he's one of Karl's bonded partners and was a lightning Sparrow before he evolved to become an overlord. But they're together a lot. Lotus winked as she finished the sentence, and the black dragon smirked. Whether he was someone else's bonded partner or not, it did sound like he was certain to become the Red Dragon Cleric's knight. Inside, everyone had gathered in the shop, which had no customers at the moment. These are all my people, Lotus explained, then went around the group, introducing everyone to Naksha. When they got to Thor and Tessa, Naksha smiled at the protective way that he was standing by her shoulder, then examined him more closely. Some sort of behemoth? An impenetrable bulwark behemoth, I believe. I have felt that skill before, but an overlord and still so young. Not even 3 years old yet, but very soon. You have a bright future ahead of you, Mr. Thor. Take good care of your cleric. She greeted him. Thor smiled at her. Have you met our Kara yet? Naksha nodded, confused by the sudden change of topics, but Kara knew what he meant. Turns out, all black dragons taste the same. Karl rescued her before someone gave too many details. The winged void badger has a thing for dragons. She likes to bop them on the nose and tease them, so they'll chase her around. Naksha giggled softly, a noise that had a haunting echo, as if coming from another realm and not a small transformed dragonkin body. But the noise made Tessa laugh as well. It seems your god still approves of small, fearless things. She joked. Indeed. I wonder if she could convince Karl to tour the northern island with me. There are so many out-of-control monster and beast zones that the god wants the black clerics to bring back into balance, but they're all overlord and totem ranked, and finding totem ranked assistants is such a pain. However, I did notice that Karl has some truly powerful skills that might level the battlefield. The Black Dragon Cleric suggested. The others looked concerned, but Karl considered that for a bit. If he could get even a few totem-ranked beast kills, Rey would have more variety for her next advancement, and they would have food above their own rank again. That had been a huge factor in their rapid advancement in the past. If they could keep eating food with complex and dense power in it, their bodies would more easily adapt to the next rank when they reached the bottleneck, Karl theorized. It wasn't completely certain, but the evidence all pointed towards it working. I think that there should be a chance for us to do it. Just perhaps not right away. Unless I leave a few of my bonded partners here, I am still needed around the guild house for the crafting at least a day or two every week. Though, Davis could put them in the branch's guild bank, and I would be able to do the rune crafting wherever I was, if we weren't in danger. Naksha considered that. You still have to be close enough to another branch to get access. Though, is there a branch of your guild on the North Island? Karl shrugged. There was a thing, and I was assigned by the system to the Dark Light Host Guild. So, I don't know if there are any other branches active. When I try to search for other guild members or branches, I don't see anything. She understood the issue right away. A legendary guild. Unless they are granted entry by the gods, there is no way for anyone but a branch manager to recruit members. So, it's quite likely that there are no more active branches right now, unless a member from the last resurgence is still alive. Karl nodded. There is a bronze dragon, who was young at the time. But he's on another continent entirely, and the guild system hasn't awakened there. Naksha frowned. Well, I might be able to check. I'm from Mars, on the north coast of the North Continent. Definitely too far for the guild bank function to work. If I use the guild function to search for the Dark Light Host near my home location. She paused, and then her eyes went wide. You have guild members on the North Island. In the nation of Saihosesa, there is a branch of the Dark Light Host. But I'm not sure that you want to meet them. There are only 2 listed members of the branch, and one of them is Supreme Lady Matilda. Karl shrugged. I have no idea who that is. Naksha rolled her eyes. 100,000-year-old supreme rank chaos dragon? Any clue now? Oh, right, you didn't grow up on this continent. You know how parents tell children horror stories before bed to make them behave? She's the one who created most of them, just for fun. She's insane, unpredictable, definitely not safe. She doesn't even run the country, even though she existed before it was formed. She just hangs out in the capital, causing chaos every so often when she gets bored. Yes, Kara. We will go visit the dragon one day. The black dragon misinterpreted his hesitation and continued. Don't worry about her attacking. She's not malicious in that way, and I'm sure she won't take offense to someone else being in the guild. Karl smiled and shook his head. I was thinking that Kara might have found a new friend. She also enjoys causing chaos for personal amusement. The black dragon cleric sighed as she heard the news. Of course, that crazy old dragon would get along with Kara. Maybe that's all that the Supreme Lady needs? Going too long without a real friend might be why she gets bored so easily and causes incidents. I had no idea that the power level on this continent was so insanely exaggerated, though. I don't even fully understand where supreme rank would fit in the power structure. Karl explained. Naksha shrugged. Well, you have the totems, mythical beings, immortals at various stages, and then those who are simply too powerful to be called mere mortals are called supreme. Honestly, I don't think that they truly belong in this world. They have the power to leave at will, to go to another realm. But for some reason, she does not. There have been countless theories on why that is, but many of the dragon avatars, our leaders, theorize that she is an anchor for this world. The reason that the world's magic can recover from the loss of the system's power might be because the Supreme Lady and a few other truly powerful beings remained in this world, creating a link to other realms, and leaking their intensely magical auras over thousands of years. I remember in my history lessons, she was asked to help recover the fragments of the world dragon scale, and she refused. Then she told the orcs that it was hidden on another continent, and half the bloody species just up and left to go look for it. One day, they just got on ships and vanished. It left Drod and the other Orcish nations nearly depopulated. Karl felt the butterfly perk up in her space. This was a huge lore drop, and it would make a great play. Davis brought out a map, so the others could see where Naksha was talking about. Once he could see it on the map, Karl realized that he could indeed detect a guild branch there, but it was simply labeled out of range. He couldn't communicate with it from here. Remy laughed as Naksha finished her story. She just tricked an entire species into going on a 10,000-year-long treasure hunt? That is epic. I'm not normally the sort for practical jokes, but to send them all hunting for something that doesn't exist and keep them at it? Glorious. Naksha chuckled. Oh, it exists. They just haven't managed to find it. According to the Black Dragon's history books, it looks like this. She took out a small holy book, similar to the prayer books that Tessa and Lotus carried, and flipped it open. On the page was a hand-drawn dragon scale, chipped and cracked. It was small, not a major armor scale, and somehow familiar. I think we have that, Karl noted as he stared at the drawing. It's in a box in Hawk's space. Remy agreed. Hawk thought about it for a few seconds. He remembered that thing from somewhere. The disappointing broken thing that he had stolen from the totems. Where did he put that? He flipped through boxes of treasures and then found what he was looking for. A small golden scale, buried among assorted flawed gems and water element items. Hawk's equivalent of a trash pile. He brought it out and dusted it off, now that he knew it was simply ancient and not junk. It was a bit shinier than he remembered as well, while the other stuff in the box was dimmer. Did it need energy to reform? He could feed it all the water element magic that Remy didn't claim. Remy mentally rolled her eyes at him. Water element magic was useful, and the items were valuable for trading. Plenty of people wanted them, but Hawk wanted to hoard them to limit the amount of water magic in the world. Be careful, or you'll make your space water element, just with all the items you are hoarding. She teased. Karl, Remy is cursing at me again. Karl did his best not to let on that he knew where the broken scale was, or laugh at the internal thoughts of the beasts. He didn't want to look like a crazy man in front of their new friend. Well, if they do manage to find the shard of the world dragon scale, things will certainly begin to change in a hurry. Dana joked as she looked at the picture. They certainly would. It's said that once the shard is revealed and returns to its full potential, the entire world will enjoy the limitless potential of the system. The problem is trying to keep it intact until then. More than a few groups, especially the stronger monsters, would prefer to see it destroyed, so that the weaker species can't use the system to usurp their power. The humans have some mages among them, but out at the gate I saw a slasher, a form of lesser wrath demon. Without the system, they can't make it over low royal rank. That one is an overlord. The whole power balance of the world would change if the system collapsed entirely. Naksha explained. And that would anger the death god, as they have carefully balanced everything as it is now, and changing that balance so drastically would cause mass death. Karl realized. The black dragon smiled. You get it. The death god likes things as they are. That's why I want to go on a hunting trip through the wild lands. To bring things back to a balanced state. But with totem-ranked creatures out there, it's not a solo adventure. Dana frowned at the cleric. She was really pushing to take Karl out on an adventure, but it was on that would not be safe for anyone under Overlord rank. They simply didn't have the ability to properly defend themselves if a totem-ranked beast attacked, and Karl would need to have all his focus on the battle, not on keeping his friends alive. Why couldn't it have been a male dragon? This gender-selective magnetism that Karl had was beginning to get on her nerves. What she needed was a fast way to get to Overlord rank. If she could catch up in power, there would be no good reason to leave her behind. Well, Naksha, why don't we borrow you for a ladies' day on the town? We can show you around all the highlight spots and then come back for dinner and get you settled in. Dana suggested. Oh, that is a great idea. How many do we have? I know that Sister Lotus will be up for a trip. I think that we can get Tessa and Ophelia as well. I'm not sure about the others. Dana paused and caught caretaker Joe's eye. The old woman smiled and nodded, then sent Mara forward in her maid uniform. From the workshop, Ashbringer called out, "Take Wendy and Loros as well. They need a break." Davis smiled. "In that case, you might as well take Mick. It's cloudy enough that with a parasol, she shouldn't have too much trouble outdoors." Naksha looked confused for a second, then realized that the girl in the black and white dress was a vampire. Karl turned toward the kitchen. "Ladies, do you want to join them?" A hand appeared in the door and waved him away. "We're watching the pastries. We will tour the city on our day off." Dana turned Naksha by the shoulders, and Karl waved goodbye as the cleric was escorted out of the property. "Well, it looks like you hit a hidden trap." Ashbringer joked once he was sure the ladies were out of earshot. "Oh, I don't think that one was very well hidden." Bringing back not only a dragon, but a female dragon cleric was bound to cause an explosion. It actually went better than expected. "I think they're going to get along well together," Karl replied. "Despite her being a black dragon? Yeah, if she would get along well with any guild, it would be this. 1. Where did you meet a black dragon? I thought that you were going to see the dwarves in there." "Dungeon," the demon asked. "Oh, I did. I joined the group that she was with for a trip. That dungeon is crazy. It's a whole city, and it takes half the day to clear it. But with the team, we did pretty well. The group of dragonkin that she was with weren't big on hanging out with Naksha, so we ended up shopping together. Oh crap, Ray has a whole stack of meat wraps. Where did she go?" "She's with the group, but she left the rest for us. Here." Remy greeted them with snacks in all her hands. "You're a lifesaver, Remy. I totally forgot about the food until everyone had already run away. Apparently these are a specialty of the Dwarven City, and we got enough for everyone, including the apprentices, so I'll go pass them all out," Karl explained. Remy handed him a wrap and shook her head. "I'll deliver them all. We're on a break from the potion lab anyhow. You have to let their brains rest or they get cranky," she explained. Davis shook his head in dismay. "They're only demons, you can't work them day and night." Remy nodded in agreement, but didn't seem at all repentant about working her apprentices until their brains overloaded. In her mind, that was the most efficient way. Like building muscles, you had to train to failure, right? At least they were properly appreciative when she brought them snacks. The ladies were gone for most of the day and returned fully caffeinated before venturing into the library for a girls' movie night. That let Karl get some much-needed rest while they bonded, and Naksha made new friends among the clergy. He was up right at dawn, thanks to the quiet evening, and went for an early breakfast before heading to the workshop to see what needed to be done. Karl took the chance to make a number of items that were waiting for rune work, according to the list that had been left on the table in the sculpting area. But before he got too involved in the process, he dropped all the rough ore that the illusions had mined from the dungeon, along with the weapon drops. He put the spider totem statue in Remy's space, next to the other shaman statue. This one was the more powerful of the two, but Karl wasn't sure if the spider shaman totem would be well suited to Remy or not. The weapons are all mediocre, but they're overlord ranked. I say we let the guild members pick anything they want, and then you can sort the rest. The first quarter of the ore is piled in the corner. We'll put the rest in the bulk storage of the guild bank. It's just too much to put in the forge. Karl explained as Ashbringer came in behind him. Did you just take all the ore from the run? The demon asked. Nobody wanted it, and I mined it with illusions and the butterflies help. I also got a free entry pass to the dungeon, so the whole group got to enter free of charge. That was apparently worth more than their share of the ore. Ashbringer nodded. I have heard that the dungeon there is prohibitively expensive to enter, but now that I see what you can recover in a single run, plus presumably some coin, it is more than worth it. Going with more groups that don't want the ore will keep the guild stocked forever. Even this portion will take me months to finish working, and it's all Overlord-ranked crafting materials. Wait, are there gems in there? Karl nodded. I didn't sort anything, we just shoveled it into a space, and then I dumped it out for you. There are a lot of Overlord-ranked rough gems in the ore pile, but you can pass them to the crafters to carve into either elemental stones or cute statues. Tell them not to upgrade those ones. I will do that. No need to waste the expensive materials on commander rank runes. Ashbringer laughed and began to sort the pile into 5 different piles by ore type. This is a wonderful start. There is even mithril in here. It's a core component in elven steel, but the dwarves make entire totem rank and higher weapons out of it. Just what I've found here is enough for 2 pure mithril blades. It's basically the perfect material for making artifact-grade items. Ashbringer praised as he worked. Karl looked up from carving runes into an easy childbirth charm, which was highly requested on the list of items to be made. If that many people wanted the same type of charm, surely someone wanted an Overlord ranked one, which was pushing the limits of the Monarch ranked wood that Lotus had been making for them to carve. Ashbringer was in such a good mood that the flames on his head were dancing as he worked to sort the ores. The happy singing was enough to bring the off-duty guards who were having a smoke break on the bench over to see what was going on in the workshop. If they didn't want to be disturbed, they closed the door. But today it was wide open, and Ashbringer was clearly singing, which he never did. Oh, someone got a whole shipment of ore in. That's quite the haul, Ashy. One of the guards joked. Ashbringer winked at the female Wrath Demoness and went back to sorting the pile. Overlord Karl went to the dungeon in Bara and managed to convince a group to give him the whole or haul from their run. I've got enough loot here to keep the ladies dripping with priceless treasures for years to come. The guard laughed at his response. Since when have you ever paid any attention to the ladies? The only ladies you even talk to are the sculptors who work here with you, and they're all too young for you. It was clear that she was attempting to flirt, but Ashbringer was still more interested in his new pile of ore, and the guard was second, or possibly third, on his priority list. That was no change for him, though. The ladies had always come well behind the forge on his list of priorities. So, does that mean that we can commission some Overlord-ranked metal items now? Assuming that we can afford them, that is. One of the other guards asked. Ashbringer nodded. Custom orders are welcome. Master-crafted, rune-crafted, both. Prices will vary, but we can make you anything you like. The guard smiled, and Karl knew that they would have a wealthy merchant or district overseer by to see them soon. The guards' equipment came from the city and didn't belong to them until their contract terms were over. The weapons and armor were worth years of their salary, so if they quit the guard early, they had to repay the cost of the bonded items. It was great for retention and gave the city a good reason to put a bounty on former guards who ran off with their gear. They were both getting settled in for the day's work when the stomping of multiple boots caught Karl's attention. That was a lot of customers at once, and Karl assumed that it was most likely some local merchant group coming to look for a custom order. So he finished the flooding canals, Overlord ranked charm statue he was working on and went out to greet them. Only it was not a local merchant, but Shaman Petros and a whole group of dwarves. Lord Petros, it's a pleasure to have you here at my guild house again. Please come in, what can I help you with today? Karl greeted them. What is that in your hand? The shaman asked, staring intently at the statue Karl had not set down when he finished. Oh, the statue has a spell effect for flooded canals. We had some requests from farmers for help with water shortages in the irrigation system for the rice fields. This will create a steady flood of water when activated and should be enough to fill a whole county's canal system. It would create a whole minute worth of flow from a kilometer-wide river, as it was based on the thousand-year flood skill, but spread out over an hour, so it didn't actually flood the entire region. Shaman Petros held out his hand, and Karl passed him the statue, which was shaped like a smiling Remy, but made from white and red mana jade at the Monarch rank. "This is incredible. That has to be based on shamanistic water magic, right?" he asked. "Yes, a spell that I learned from the Naga shaman queen in my team," Karl agreed. Petros passed back the statue and looked around the courtyard. "You know, I didn't fully appreciate the subtle magic here the first time. The runic altar is obvious, but the increased mana level inside the house, the cistern well that never runs dry, the ghost fire forge. The art of the runecrafter is truly incredible. But we actually came here today to see if you can assist us with something more akin to your class skills," he asked. Karl nodded and led the group up to the third-floor common area sofas, where they could sit and talk. The kitchen staff brought up a bottle of rum, glasses, and a large bowl of mixed nuts and pretzels. Karl assumed this was a traditional dwarven snack, as he didn't even know that they stocked it at the guild house. Once they had the first drink in them, the dwarves were ready for business. "What we have is a dilemma. I don't even know if you can help us with it, but one of the dwarven mythical rank paladins wishes to join his family with that of the Kirin clan through marriage. However, the mythical beasts have no respect for paper contracts like marriage and want something more tangible as proof of lifelong commitment," the shaman explained. Karl thought about it. What rank are dwarves when they get their class, and what rank are newborn Kirin? Shaman Petros gave Karl a strange look, wondering why he was missing basic knowledge about the world. Dwarves are born as common rank beings and grow quickly as they mature. But most are still common or awakened when they awaken their class. Kirin are born as overlords. Karl sighed. "Well, then my first plan isn't going to work. The power difference is too great." Petros waited for him to explain. "I was thinking of a bond between youngsters, much like my beasts with myself. But you can't be more than a rank apart, or it will tear apart the mind of the host beast master." "Well, it might be possible for the Kirin to be the host, but I don't think my skills are compatible that way, as even by the largest stretch of the phrasing, dwarves aren't a magical beast." That made the dwarves laugh. "Well, not when young." One of the men, a berserker with blue paint stripes on his face, joked. "Is there a ranger among the eligible candidates? An advancement to beast ranger class is possible, and then they could be bonded at the same rank," Karl offered. The shaman looked confused. "And how would that be equal, and not just subjugation of the Kirin clan?" Karl smiled. "If the bonded beast attacks the space, they can cause massive mental trauma to the bonded partner. They can also read each other's thoughts. There are no secrets. So infidelity would not only be impossible, but the Kirin could kill the ranger if they tried. It also isn't a bond that can be broken. Till death do they part." If Karl combined the beast's space, ability with Follow Me, Little One, and Skill Master, he should be able to make a skill book equivalent to the system tokens that let the beasts pick their partners. Shaman Petros considered the option, then nodded. "We do have a ranger type among the candidates, though not the actual ranger class. If we bring both candidates here to you, would you be able to do the bonding? That would make things much easier." Karl nodded. "I can do it as a blessing if both partners are here and willing. But you must understand that both parties must be wholeheartedly in favor of the bonding for it to work." Petros nodded, and then one of the men left the room. "He will go get them from the teleportation platform," Petros explained. "Oh? So quickly. Were they already together, or is this akin to a blind date?" The dwarf chuckled at Karl's question. "You'll understand when they get here." As they waited, the topic turned to the Dark Light host and the items they sold at the shop, then to the dungeon at Bara, and how soon Karl was likely to be back again. Thomas was a good friend of the totem-ranked shaman and had a high opinion of his skills, and the dwarf was looking forward to working with him again. A few minutes later, a black-bearded dwarven man followed the older dwarf up the stairs, accompanied by the sound of hooves as a small winged horse with one horn in the middle of its head twined around his feet like a cat, trying to be as close as possible to him at all times, even if it made him trip. These are our candidates. Petros chuckled as the dwarf gave the small creature an indulgent look, then petted its head. He was a monarch, and the Kirin was an overlord, but that should be close enough for the new skill to work. Chosen partner, epic grade. Allows an unbonded magical beast to choose a compatible target to bond with through a beast space. The younger dwarven man smiled at Karl. So, how does this work? What do I need to do? Karl winked at him. You just need to mentally prepare yourself for what comes next. You see, my skills are all beast-related. So, the activation goes to Lily. The Kirin looked up as her name was called, then went back to bumping the dwarf for attention. How wise it was to bond someone with a stage 5 clinger of a magical beast girlfriend. Karl did not know. But if things took a Yandra twist, till death do us part might be sooner than expected. All right, Lily. Once I teach you the skill, you use it on your chosen life partner. It's one-time use, so be certain that you want to be together forever. Karl explained. The beast nodded, and Karl transferred the chosen partner skill. Lily tackled the unprepared dwarf with a headbutt that sent him rolling across the floor as she vanished into the newly forming beast space. Karl knew that he would be in the class selection menu now, and the headbutt wasn't actually necessary to enter the space. Are you sure this is the right way? He looks pained. Shaman Petros whispered. It's right. But she's more powerful and highly excited. Once he finishes the class advancement, he should be able to hear all her thoughts, and he might be able to now, which would be distracting while he was trying to select a class. It took a few minutes before the monarch-ranked dwarf was finished, and Karl saw the class color of his name in the system interface change to the deeper green hue of the Beast Ranger. He didn't look like he was adapting well, though. He was holding his head, and his eyes were closed while he mumbled to himself. Karl was beginning to get concerned for him when he got a message from Lily. Make him teach me to transform. I want to go shopping and see the city and go in the cute clothing stores that say no pets allowed, and try ice cream, and play in the sprinklers, and give hugs, and sleep in a bed, and maximum character count exceeded. Karl smiled. Gentlemen, I know what the problem is. Lily, please come out and stand by me. I will teach you a humanoid transformation. The Kirin appeared in all of her white-winged glory, and Karl patted her head to transfer, humanoid transformation. She immediately turned into a ginger-haired dwarven girl, no more than 10 in human equivalent years. She was wearing a simple linen dress when she transformed, and did a happy twirl, then grabbed her new partner's hand and tried dragging him down the stairs. Let's go, I want to see all the things, she demanded. He briefly resisted, as it would be impolite to just leave in what was essentially an engagement party. Go, have fun. Take care of your new partner before she talks your ears off, Karl insisted, then shooed them down the stairs as Lily talked constantly about all the things she needed to see today. Why do I feel like we did something mean to him? The berserker asked. Well, nobody could have known that Lily was a chatterbox when she couldn't speak in her natural form. Karl replied with a shrug. We knew that they were fond of each other, but we might have underestimated it. No big deal. We can explain to the Kirin clan what happened, and that they are bonded partners now. That should be enough to satisfy their conditions. It's not like Lily would give him up even if her father demanded it now. Petros joked. I get the feeling that he was in no way prepared for what he signed up for. One of the other dwarves joked. Karl nodded. There is no way that he was ready for her actual personality. She's way more excitable than anyone would have guessed, and it sounds like she has never gotten to see much of the world. Now that she has a humanoid transformation, he will have to take good care of her. But they should make a good pair. With her power, she will drag him up to Overlord in no time at all, and even to totem rank. The stronger of the two pulls the weaker up until they hit their limits, and her limits are very high. Karl almost felt sorry for Lily's new partner. But what he would get in return for his efforts to please the overly excited Kirin would be well worth the effort. Well, that went more smoothly than expected. How about we have a proper meal? Karl suggested. Shaman Petros smiled. We brought ale, and we have no need to rush right back. Plus, we can't go back without Danny and Lily anyhow. The barbarian reminded them. So, you're staying overnight? We've got plenty of guest rooms. The dwarves chuckled. It was likely to be late at night by the time that those two returned, so they might as well plan to take at least a day off. Wendy and Loros came out of their rooms and paused when they heard the dwarves in the common rooms on the third floor. It was rare to hear anyone up there at all, and even more uncommon for Karl to bring guests upstairs. But they went down to the kitchen to fetch breakfast and to send Mara for a trip up the dum. Waiter, a game that the little lizard folk girl loved. It was just a shame that she couldn't travel with her cleaning tools all the time. Someone had to activate the lift from the outside. The others slowly came out of the library, which caused great confusion among the gathered dwarves. They understood architecture on an instinctual level, and there was no way that many people comfortably slept in one room at the corner of the building. It's an illusionary domain, larger than it appears. They had a ladies' night last night, so most of them likely slept in the theater. The plays are solid illusions, so they are quite realistic, every bit as good as going to a regular theater run by mages. Karl explained, as Lotus belatedly tried to smooth her ruffled hair. Good morning, gentlemen. Was there anything more that you needed at the moment? We will be headed down to the kitchen. Tessa asked as she followed them out. We're quite well for now, thank you. But if you can inform your kitchen that there will be additional guests for the day and that they're dwarves, we would appreciate it. Petros informed them. A totem-ranked guest could basically get anything they wanted from most households, so the staff would surely make a meal that was suited to a dwarven stomach. Meat and potatoes, none of the crunchy green stuff. While the others ate, Karl thought of a proper gift to give them in honor of the visit. That was normally what you did when guests with powerful positions came to see you. There is a book you can give them. I made copies of the Dwarven Rune crafting book to give to the apprentices before I knew that only a dwarf could use them properly. Remy suggested. Brilliant. Thank you, Remy. Karl took out one of the 4 copies of the book and placed it on the low table between the sofas. Here, I think that you might know someone who would be able to make good use of that. A present from me to you. Karl explained as Shaman Petros leaned forward to pick the book up. The totem stared at the book in shock, then reverently flipped the cover open and realized that it was a freshly made transcription, not an ancient tome. But the contents were shocking. This is Dwarven Rune crafting. Where did you find this? The art has been lost since before the end of the last system resurgence. He whispered. The dragons had a copy, and they traded it to me. My friend Remy made copies, then realized that only a dwarf or someone with at least a little dwarven lineage could make use of the contents. You see, most of it is in Dwarven, and while the standard runes work for everyone, the Dwarven parts will only work for those deemed worthy. Karl informed the overwhelmed shaman. The book was suddenly pulled from his hands, though Karl noticed that the strike was to Petros' hands, and not the book, which was held with great delicacy by the old dwarf on his left. It really is a dwarven tome. A primer, the introduction to the skill, but it contains the start of everything. Who would have thought that there would be such a fundamental instructional tome left, when most of the relics we have are master's notebooks? Karl chuckled. You know, in the opening pages, the author repeatedly wonders why he is making an introductory tome for things children should know. But he wrote it anyhow, specifically because he worried that one day the masters might become too exclusive, and a tragedy would cause the basic skills to be lost along with them. The old dwarf smiled. It would be funny if it weren't so true. You see, I am a mastersmith and 2/3 of what the ancient tomes say a dwarven smith should be able to do, I cannot. Because the skills were lost in the 10,000 years without the system. Now, with this book, there is a chance to recover some of them. But what is this language? Was ancient Dwarven really that informal? No, he must be writing this for his juniors, so he's treating the reader as a brand new apprentice. The others gathered around and chuckled at the nuances that Karl had missed due to his lack of skill with the language. Shaman Petros chuckled as he watched them get excited. You know, it's a good thing you chose this as a gift. If you had put it up for sale, I'm not sure anyone could have afforded it. Karl nodded. And that's why it was a gift. Some things should not have price tags put on them. But you should know that there are sections on stone totems, a bit about the golem masters. Profession and runic alchemy in there as well. If one of them is your trade skill, the book could be useful to all of you. Petros shrugged. I never did take up a trade skill. I got too caught up in learning new shamanistic magic and never had time for anything else. Over a century, I spent just looking for new spells and studying beasts with elemental abilities. Karl nodded. Learning skills from the beasts is how my class advances. Almost all my skills come from them, and the oddball skills that many of them use were generally obtained with my help. It's a good way to learn. Karl considered helping him out with a skill, but decided it would wait until the next time that they met. A little favor every time would stack up quickly and make him a reliable friend of the dwarves. But having the dwarves here did give him an idea. He could add another expanded space on the main floor, using the entrance to the supply closet in the back corner of the showroom. Then he wouldn't have to take guests into the living quarters, and they could redecorate with a flap of little butterflies' wings. 2 illusionary spaces in one house seemed pretty luxurious, but if the second one was only a small one, to make a sitting room out of a closet, he didn't think it would be a problem. As their power and fame increased, they were sure to receive even more powerful visitors. But those powerful visitors would mean that the powerful residents of Drod would be obliged to come and visit as well. Something that Karl was certain would happen within the next few hours. Once Domsk realized that a totem-ranked dwarf had come to his district and hadn't stopped in to say hello, he would surely come to visit the Dark Light host as well. For today, they would host on the 3rd floor in the common area, but after that, Karl would have to create an entertaining space for others, as the library was the private domain of the guild members. The dwarves were completely lost in the new knowledge to the point that they had to be reminded twice that lunch was ready on the 2nd floor, as the 3rd floor sitting room did not have a proper table. You seem to have broken the dwarves. What did you give them? Dana asked as the visitors were still engrossed in their work conversation even as the food was being brought out. A copy of the Introduction to Dwarven Rune Crafting. We don't know if anyone has the skills to fully use it, but they've got the introduction now, and they should be able to bring back some of their lost racial crafting skills. Karl explained. That should do it. Is that what they're waiting for? Someone to finish reading. Karl shook his head. They asked me to bond a ranger to a Kirin, a form of flying unicorn. As it turns out, the young Kirin is quite adorable, and like Lotus, easily excited by new things. So, the dwarves are waiting for their friend to finish touring the city. I expect that they'll be staying the night, as the new beast ranger will almost certainly return exhausted. Lotus laughed, and Naksha smirked. If the Kirin has half the energy that Lotus does, the ranger is going to need a refreshing spell to get through the day. By the time that we got back, I was running almost entirely on sugar and caffeine. I didn't even make it through the whole show. Lotus made a pouting face. And yet, you wouldn't transform back into a dragon, even though you were sleepy. You are a dragon cleric. Why would you need me to be in dragon form? Plus, you know my uncle. I'm sure you've seen a black dragon, Naksha asked. Karl chuckled. It's a Lotus thing. Dragons are just one more species to cuddle with as she sleeps. Winged void badgers, werbears, bloodbath spiders, they're all appropriate nap partners for her, Naksha chuckled. You know, despite being an overlord, I'm not that old yet. My dragon form isn't fully grown. Lotus shrugged. I have a bestial transformation, and it turns me into a meter-long green dragon whelp. It's so cute. I will show you after lunch. Everyone returned to their work for the day after lunch, and the ladies went to the dungeon with Naksha so that she could transform for Lotus. An overlord-ranked black dragon was pure overkill in the royal-ranked dungeon, but that didn't bother any of them. A dungeon run was still experience and income. Plus, it was important to Lotus that she got to see the dragon. Karl spent the afternoon helping the dwarves with the knowledge that he had, filling in theoretical portions for the ones who had related skills. Fortunately for the dwarven envoys, their wait was shorter than expected, and the ranger returned. alone just before dinner. Lily fell asleep in the middle of the boardwalk, so I moved her to the separate space. I think that she's out for the night now, but I'm not sure if I can handle that again in a few hours. He whispered, as if afraid that he would wake her up. Karl gave the man a consoling pat on the shoulder. Now that she's seen most of the things, she should calm down. Everything is new to her, and she couldn't talk to explain it to anyone before, so you got months of pent-up frustration all at once. Just let her rest, and tomorrow will be slightly calmer. Also, you don't need to whisper. The amount of noise outside won't wake her up unless she's on guard against threats. If she's exhausted, she will be relying on you to do that for her, and it will be the intensity of your thoughts that is most likely to get her attention. The ranger sighed and flopped down into a chair. I know that I'm still a young man, but I suddenly feel old today. That amount of energy is unholy. Petros stroked his beard with a mischievous glint in his eye. Just wait until she thinks that someone is trying to steal your attention and affection away from her. You'll find that this is nothing at all. After dinner, the dwarves returned home, and Karl began catching up on some of the most requested items. Not things that customers had paid to have custom-made for them, but ones that they had inquired about to see if they might be in stock sometime soon. That was how Davis was guiding the shop's stock. First, replenish what they sold, then try to bring in the things that customers had asked about to see if they sold well too. The fact that it was all commander rank items now, with a few royal rank utility items from Dora, wasn't a big deal to them. The more powerful items might have caught the attention of passing merchants and the super wealthy, but the commander rank items comprised the vast majority of what people needed out of combat. If you were getting a charm made to repel dust in the house, it didn't need to clean the entire block, just the kitchen. The next morning, Karl was just getting started on the first item of the day, an Overlord-ranked mana storage trinket, when Naksha and Tessa came back from the gate together. There is a new mission on the day's sheet, Tessa informed the room. Oh, something caught the attention of the Red Dragon? Dana asked, looking up from a magical theory book. Apparently. The Black Dragon as well. I found Naksha there when I got the urge to go get a mission sheet from the guards. Tessa agreed. That was interesting, so Karl motioned for her to put it on the table where everyone could see it. Most of the missions were lower-grade monster suppression missions and a few bandit bounties. But the new one was a border mission. A few hundred kilometers northwest of Gazdri, in the northwest corner of the nation, there were reports of undead raids coming in from Bomgan. Now, the undead came in many varieties, from the shambling zombie and skeleton hordes to intelligent forces like the Lich Lords and the Whites. The sheet didn't specify, but if it intrigued both the Black and Red Dragon, it was certainly organized with intelligence, and the threat level was considerable enough to cause mass destruction. Should we go over? I can open a portal to Gazdri, and then we can either get a wagon or I can bring the group over. Karl offered. Naksha looked confused. If you aren't using a wagon, how would we all get there? I could transform and fly with someone small. But the rest of you won't fit on the Thunderbird. Karl winked at her. I have a way to cheat. But it's a small secret. Naksha's full attention was now on him, and Lotus giggled as she realized that Karl had mastered the art of dragon baiting. They loved secrets and new information. It didn't matter what dragon species, they all shared that one common trait. It was practically etched into their bloodline. You have my word that I won't leak the information. Naksha swore. All right, everyone, please step through the portal, and I will bring us to the battle. Dana, would you mind giving her the grand tour? Ray did name this the Dana space, after all. Dana laughed and stepped through the entrance to the tiny world. Naksha was right behind her, and Karl smiled as he watched the dragon transform and begin flying around the separate space, examining everything. Then Karl gathered the remainder of the team, Remy included for a change, and went to Gazdri. The guild could function without them for a bit. They had enough workers to take care of everything, and Remy had taught her apprentices enough to make the common potions, even if they couldn't make the powerful healing potions that were one of the best sellers. When they had downtime in the evening, She could just make some and refill the stock in the guild bank. They weren't even leaving Drod, and Karl could easily access it from where he was standing in Gazdery. Karl called out Hawk and then used Remy's swims through air racial ability to get up to his back. You two? First my sister, now the Karl swims in air. Hawk sighed. But you're still flying us to battle. Let's go see what was so interesting that it attracted both clerics. Hawk raced off to the northwest, following the directions from the guard's map. If it was big enough that Tessa noticed, they shouldn't have any problems finding the battle. 20 minutes later, they had located the most likely source of the threat. There was an entire army of skeletons, led by a Lich Lord and a large group of Death Knights. A small force of defenders had gathered, and there was a single totem among them to face the Lich Lord, but Karl had a good feeling about this one. If they worked it right, he might manage to get the overrank kill. It was only a 90% damage reduction, and they had a Kara. Karl landed at the back of the army of orcs and demons, then opened the exit to lead everyone out of the separate space. To others, it looked like he was just summoning them out of a portal, and the defenders began to perk up when they realized he had brought another overlord and a half-dozen monarchs. Then the beasts came out of their spaces, and things started to look up for the defense team. Karl went to the totem, who was most likely the nearest city governor, and nodded in greeting. What does the total force look like? We only got the basics from the Drod City Guard's notice, he asked. This is what we're at this morning. There were 8 points of attack yesterday, but most started. Afternoon. Standard strategy says that they're testing the border to find vulnerabilities to spread the blight and claim more territory. Karl smiled. Well then, I suppose that I should take a team and go kick some teeth in. Did you want assistance with that Lich Lord? I can lend you a Kara. She can nullify magical attacks. The totem looked at him strangely. You didn't even look at my nameplate, did you? Karl belatedly checked it. Prince Stephen, 34th heir of Drod, Clerico. Not a combat specialist. Karl shrugged. In that case, you do the healing thing. I brought you a healing tree as well. A monarch-ranked green dragon cleric with the epic healing ability, Tree of Life. Then he turned to the group. Kara, Ray, you're with me. Everyone else, spread through the defenders in pairs. Watch each other's backs and let's make the dragon gods proud. Thor bugled happily and the defenders cheered. Tessa hopped up on his back and Thor began to expand as he cancelled his shrinking abilities and activated his area holy damage spells. With Behemoth and Brutality, both active, Thor was even larger than Ophelia's titanic dire bear form. The pair of them towered over the battlefield, dwarfing even the largest of the Wrath Demon Clan's warriors. Then Thor activated Bestial Raiment, the trusty armor skill that Karl used for daily fashion, and his already near impenetrable scales were covered in thick plates and layers of chain mail. Against any other army, that sight alone might have been enough to break their morale, but the undead knew no fear, and they continued their charge unabated. Tessa wielded her spear, but she was using it as a conductor's wand. She directed the armies nearby to spread and let Thor through, while she enchanted weapons and granted the defenders holy armor. That made the demons laugh, while the orcs cheered for a warrior with a sense of humor. The Lich Lord was floating above his armies, driving them forward, so Karl did the same and stepped up into the air. Any totem could walk on the mana flows, but Karl was still an overlord, and the sight caught the Lich Lord off guard. Karl smiled at the undead mage as he took out his bow and fired a poison arrow, coated in Void Blast and Nullify at the undead leader. A wave of the mage's hand brought up a black misty barrier, and the Lich Lord turned away toward the undead closest to the orcs. But the arrow punched through the barrier, sacrificing Nullify in the process. Then Void Blast exploded as the arrow touched his barriers, and the Death Knights below him were thrown to the ground. No ignoring me. I will continue to poke you until you take this seriously, Karl warned. Ray, take out the Knights first. They're probably a power support system. Kara was giving the Lich Lord a strange look. I have his box. It smells like him. See? She dumped a bone-covered coffin on the ground for a second, and the Lich Lord's eyes flared with magic and rage before she took it back. Well, it's not ignoring us anymore. Karl ignored Kara's smugness and fired off a volley of arrows toward the Lich Lord. Magic exploded in the air as the undead leader realized that Karl could bypass only a single layer of barrier. Throwing multiple spells at the arrow stopped them with ease, but Karl was happy to keep attacking, and he only had to fire one arrow for every 2 spells. The whole battlefield began to change as Remy activated Apocalypse at the same time Hawk used Firestorm and Hellstorm on the undead horde, creating an extra layer of fiery blizzard to go with. The multiplying tornadoes. The stronger undead hacked at the blizzards with skills, collapsing them, but the orderly charge was no more. I am going to rip your very essence from your body. The Lich Lord's voice echoed in Karl's mind. Karl smiled and equipped the Haint Claw. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. I wonder how much of a benefit I will get from the soul of a Lich Lord, he asked as he hung the Blade of Champions from his hip in the sword hanger created by the bestial raiment, armor spell. Inky black explosions rocked the air around the Lich Lord as Kara split, Void Blast, into a dozen smaller explosions all around the Lich, and the ground under them shook from the aftershocks. Void Blast had directly become a totem-ranked spell when Kara advanced, and didn't suffer from the damage reduction that a totem would normally enjoy against an Overlord-ranked opponent. But a Lich Lord was not an average magic user, and even with Kara's attempts to nullify his defenses, he was still throwing up defensive spells as fast as Kara and Karl could launch attacks. Ray was already finished with the 10 Death Knights who were closest to the Lich Lord, and their bodies were in her space, just in case the Lich Lord tried to resurrect them. She wasn't clear on what they could do, but it must be some sort of necromancer to be leading an undead army. While the three-way battle between Karl, Kara, and the Lich Lord filled the sky with explosions and flashes of light, Thor was on a rampage through the skeletons. Consecrated ground was even more effective against the skeletons than it had been against the wights, and the ones closest to him were effectively crippled before he even charged into them. On his back, Tessa held her spear high with a dark light host flag attached to it, periodically pointing into the crowd to smite a large group of skeletons who were giving the defenders trouble. Naksha and Hawk were flying overhead, bombarding the undead army through the storm, while Remy approached with her bodyguards and Karl's, as well as a group of lizardmen who weren't bothered by the terrain of her Naga swamp. Even the butterfly was in on the fun, creating armies of demonic warriors that charged at the skeletons, causing them to turn away from the real enemy, only to have the illusions vanish an instant before contact. Then, she disguised the vortexes as stone pillars and made the battlefield look like a ruined city. The skeletons couldn't understand that the pillars were still flaming vortexes with an illusion over them, and they stopped avoiding them. That led to them being sucked in, and the vortexes spawned their reduced power clones. They attacked the new ones, but ignored the ones hidden as stone pillars, which made the butterfly laugh hysterically. Stupid skeletons were great entertainment. Karl began to draw on the mana storage totem that he had been making when he left for the battle, letting his own mana regenerate so that he didn't reduce any of the beast's supply. Kara had no such issue. She was much more mana efficient with her innate skill than Karl was, and the butterfly had made her invisible, so the undead had to guess where the explosions were coming from as she flew around the battlefield. Among the group, only Ray was in a bad mood. Skeletons had no bodily fluids at all, so she couldn't make them blow up. Smashing them into tiny bits was a small consolation when she had been looking forward to using blood destruction on a large scale. Maybe next time they would find nice juicy zombies. No, that would smell terrible. There was bound to be something better than skeletons among the undead hordes. At least her demonic oppression skill muted the magic of the constructs, slowing them and reducing the power of their attack skills. Most of them were royal rank, with scattered monarchs among them. Only a very few were overlords, and those were mostly the Death Knights leading groups. But that made her new Entangling Vines skill, obtained from the Orcish druids, much more fun. She could throw down a large net of web, then raise vines to tear apart the trapped skeletons while she stabbed the strong ones. The Lich Lord was beginning to weaken, and some of the spells had managed to disintegrate portions of its robe. That was when Karl summoned his golems. Please choose a form, Ghost Fire Thunderbird chosen. The dull imitations of Hawk might not have any of his skills, but Karl coded them in Ghost Fire Body without any issue, and they began to dive bomb the Lich Lord, who was already struggling to avoid annihilation. The sudden change in tactics was too much for the undead, and a single arrow made it through its barriers, exploding within the bone cage of its chest. That created a link back to the Haint Claw, and the battle between Karl and the Lich Lord turned into a tug of war for its soul. Karl focused all his attention on the Haint Claw, working to tear the soul from the undead, while the Lich Lord took blow after blow from Kara and the golems. The golems didn't do much but distract it, but that was all they needed to do. Each slip costed a bit more of its power until the bone construct of the Lich Lord's body collapsed and the ghostly image of a pirate lord appeared in the air. No, I will not allow this. The Lich Lord roared, and then charged Karl, slamming into his body in an attempt to merge and possess him. That was the moment that the Lich Lord learned what true terror was. A glowing golden scale F floated in the void of Karl's mental space, and the centuries-old undead lord felt its very essence destabilizing. Then a ghostly butterfly appeared from one of the linked mental spaces and gently brushed against him. As if attacked by a vampire, the Lich Lord felt its essence being drained at a rapid pace. But without a body, it had no way to defend. Of all the magic that it had learned, spirit combat was only a tiny fraction of a percent. But the butterfly happily fed on magical power, and that was all that a Lich Lord was, once robbed of its body. Within seconds, the totality of its power was siphoned away and flooded little butterfly's space, leaving only a tortured fragment of a soul that was being constantly drawn into the Haint Claw. No, please, I cannot die. Not like this. The Lich Lord pleaded. Then it was gone. Skill Advanced, Skill Master 4, Skill Master 5 requirements met. All functions unlocked. Skills may upgrade to 1 rank and 2 grades above their base. Karl didn't have the time to think too much about that, as the battle was far from over, and the death of the Lich Lord had not stopped the skeleton horde, only left them aimlessly rampaging. Not that the orcs and wrath demons minded. With the extra area damage, the skeleton horde had already been weakened, and the warriors were smashing through them with ease, while Tessa's holy armor was refreshed every half-minute or so and absorbed the majority of the slash skills that the skeletons were using. It was the only skill that the average skeleton knew. While it wasn't much, in large numbers, it would allow them to cut through entire villages with ease. But with the bodies of the skeletons weakened by the fires of Remy and Hawk's area skills, any of the Orcish warriors or wrath demons could smash through a skeleton every few seconds. Plus, Lotus and the totem-ranked prince were moving forward with the battle, keeping area healing effects active on the majority of the defenders at all times. Without the guidance of the Death Knights and the Lich Lord, it was devastatingly effective as a tactic. The skeletons just attacked whatever was closest. Karl took a moment to catch his breath and watch the battle. Tessa definitely needed a new spear, with bonuses to smite or another ranged spell on it. The tactic of fighting from Thor's back was far too effective for her to stop now, especially when Thor was so happy stomping on skeletons as consecrated ground crumbled them into dust. The battle was quickly coming to an end, and the Hellstorm spells had been stopped to minimize property damage. Unlike the flaming blizzard effects, neither Hawk nor Remy had learned how to make the flaming vortexes stop damaging everything that they touched. They didn't even have the decency to spare buildings caught in their range. As the last of the skeletons fell, Lotus transformed into beast form and flew up to Naksha as a tiny green dragon. Oh my god, she is even more adorable than I remember. How can a dragon be so cute? The black dragon rumbled. Karl landed next to Prince Stephen and gave the royal a polite nod. Your Highness, the battlefield is clear. Do you have any updates on other battles nearby? He asked. The demon tried not to let his shock show. He had just defeated a totem-ranked Lich Lord. Was that not enough of a feat for one day? Indeed, that was not enough for Karl. After all, he had cheated heavily. Not only was it a pure mage-type undead, subject to nullification, but it was also deprived of its phylactery, unable to restore its power, and the single best target for Karl and Kara to gang up on. Against any other enemy, things would not go so smoothly, he suspected. Nothing so far. It might be as much as an hour before the next attack is reported. The undead have been adjusting their deployments and splitting larger groups to deal with multiple defensive forces at the same time, depending on our deployment. He explained. Karl nodded and checked in with the team. Everyone was in good shape, with no lingering injuries. Most of them were ready to continue if they needed to, though Lotus and Naksha were currently distracted as the nature priestess chased the black dragon around the sky. She was limited by her tiny transformation, but Naksha was having fun, and every so often Hawk would give Lotus a boost, shoving her forward with a wind barrier so that she could catch up again. After a few minutes of playing, the two priestesses transformed back and returned to the group to get an update on the situation. We're waiting for news on the next point of contact. I will bring us there the same way again, and we can move along the line, keeping everything in order. Karl suggested. That sounded great to Naksha and Tessa. Their patrons were pleased with their performance here so far, but they would be even more impressed if they did it again. While they waited, Karl selected an Overlord-ranked spear that Ashbringer had created when the ore was first brought back from the Bara dungeon. It was in the guild bank, along with a number of other items waiting for upgrades or custom orders. Karl only knew a few abilities that would be suitable for her use. But if he combined Smite with Blessed Item, he found that he got Holy Spear, and that sounded like something appropriate. It took a while to work out how the runes would go, but they were still waiting when Karl started to carve them into the weapon, with additional runes for multiple targeting. The idea he had was hurling a whole wave of spears from Thor's back into the crowd of enemies. The demon prince watched Karl working, first with confusion, then awe as the weapon was completed and handed to Tessa, who had come to see what Karl was doing. That should be more effective from Thor's back than your current weapon. Karl offered as Tessa examined the spear. Overlord rank, epic grade. A unique spell, Holy Spear, and bonuses to holy damage with mana. Cost reduction? Yes, that would be a wonderful weapon for her. She would be able to use that in any situation, and for quite some time, as it was a rank above her. You're a crafting guild? Prince Stephen asked, utterly baffled by the situation. Mostly. We do have some combat capabilities, but we're best known for our shop at the Western Frost Firegate, in the Old Guard Barracks. The Dark Light Host Guild House sells all manner of potions and crafted items, from Commander to Overlord rank. Though, by order of the Lord, we don't sell combat items over Commander rank without special order and quantity limits. If you're in the capital sometime soon, you should drop in. We've got a number of mana storage items on sale that are quite popular among tradesmen, shamans, and clerics. Karl explained. He held up the Overlord-ranked totem that he had been using during the last battle. He hadn't bonded it, and it was currently depleted, but slowly recharging itself. The prince sighed. With as many children as my father has, do you think that he gives us all enough allowance to afford such luxuries? Plus, I am a cleric of the god of magic. Unlike the demon gods, my god does not encourage his adherents to hoard wealth. Instead, we spend it all to obtain new knowledge, much like the adherents of the blue dragon do. Oh, that makes sense. I suppose that is also why you specialize in healing magic. I was under the assumption that the demon god clerics were less healing-focused. Karl realized. Prince Stephen nodded. Exactly. Some of them cannot heal at all, while others specialize in damage transfer instead of healing. It's a drawback of having a whole population dedicated to one type of god, but there are still some of us who followed other paths. They continued to wait until mid-afternoon, before deciding that might be the only probing strike of the day. The undead of Bomgan were rarely on an urgent schedule, as they literally had forever to accomplish their goals. So, when they suffered a heavy setback, like the loss of a totem, they could take time to regroup and make a new plan. All right, I will take my team back to Drod for the evening. There is no need to sleep out in the wilderness when I can open portals. Karl decided. I will send you a message if there is another attack here. With the dragon gods involved, your team will most likely want to return for future battles. Prince Stephen agreed. Tessa and Naksha both nodded, confirming his guess, while Karl opened the portal back to the open ground outside the gates by the guild house. The guards were startled for half a second when the portal opened, but when they saw who was coming through, and then the prince waving to them from the other side, they didn't make any complaints about the proper location for portals. After all, the guild house was right there, and they were outside the secured inner city, so the wards wouldn't trigger. Welcome home, Darklight. Host, did you have a productive day? The guard on duty asked, while the other made a discreet trade of chocolates for a bag of herbal cigarettes from Lotus. Karl recalled that the Lord had warned them about that, or maybe it was smoking them at work. But as long as she wasn't caught, it should be fine. Indeed we did. We helped eliminate a totem-ranked Lich Lord and his skeleton army. Prince Stephen says that there will likely be future attacks, so we asked him to contact us through system message. The dragon gods are interested in the outcome. Karl explained. Oh? Well, that does make things feel a bit more serious. Karl spent the rest of the afternoon making assorted items for the shop, in case someone with too much money came in while they were away, and then turned his attention to the equipment of the rest of the group. Dana used a narrow, straight blade, Ophelia liked axes, though the form didn't matter as much as she usually fought transformed if it was serious. Lotus could use an upgraded healing staff, and Remy could use one for extra spell power or lowered casting costs, as she liked to go all out with stacked area effects, which rapidly drained her mana pool. It was extremely impressive, but in a longer battle, she really did struggle with her mana levels, and simply played it off as reducing the area output as the number of enemies dwindled. That worked most of the time, but there was no telling what they were going to face in the near future. Especially not when they met with a totem-ranked Lich Lord today. If that was the standard. Of all the attacking groups, they would have to hope that there were more combat-oriented city leaders along the border. It would make sense for most of them to be strong combatants, as they were bordering not only a hostile nation, but one full of undead, where the spread of their cursed energy could render land barren for years after they had occupied it. In conditions like that, even occasional losses would be catastrophic, and recovery would be a generational process, not a simple matter of defeating the enemy next time. Unless that next time came soon enough that the land hadn't lost its life force to the undead horde. Even just passing over on their way somewhere would begin to wither the plants, so Karl assumed that even a few months would be enough to cause irreparable damage if the undead lingered in the area. Karl started with the easiest, a new healing staff for Lotus. He had already made her multiple healing items, so he knew the basic rune clusters pretty well. But this time he added a spell to a nature stone to increase her healing output. Healing Totem was a shaman spell, but the requirements to activate a spell on an item were much less restrictive, and Lotus had an unfathomable affinity for the nature element. If anyone other than the shamans could use a healing totem, it would be the green dragon clerics. Then he added runes for immense amounts of mana storage, reduced casting costs, increased healing effects, and stamina regeneration. The Monarch ranked would held an Overlord ranked inscription at epic grade very well, and the runes were a happy leaf green color all along the dark brown wood. Karl called Lotus over and handed her the new item. Here, try out the spell and let me know if it works properly. It's originally a spell that appeared for Remy, but I think that you can use it, he explained. Lotus picked up the staff, which began to hum with power in her hands, then activated the nature stone. For wooden totems, all shaped like Remy, appeared evenly spaced around her and pulsed with healing energy. Oh, that works very well. It's nearly as much healing magic as the healing tree, but I can put them further away so that I'm not always the target. Lotus realized. Doubled area healing that could be cast on an infirmary staging area to even if Lotus needed to change locations or transform to perform other tasks. That would change the flow of any battle. They also had a much longer duration than the burning venom totems that Remy usually used. They didn't vanish after half a minute, they just continued to sit there and pulse with magic until she finished her inspection of the item and retracted them. Thank you. Are you making new poking sticks for everyone? She asked. Only you, Remy, and Tessa. Dana will get a sword, and Ophelia will get an axe. I'm not sure what weapon Naksha would prefer, as she was fighting in dragon form. Lotus smiled at Karl. All right, I have my mission. I will go find out what her favorite shaped weapon is and tell you before you finish with the others. Karl moved on to an axe for Ophelia, as there was a two-handed war axe in the guild storage. Ashbringer was making a new blade for Dana, in the same style as the one she was using, but it wasn't ready yet. So, her turn would have to wait. Karl used a firestone to imbue with flaming body, and then added skill power, strength, and life. Steal on hit to the runes of the weapon. The combination made for a wonderfully deadly weapon. And it would let the berserker self-heal as she fought, reducing the need for a cleric to be nearby if she went on a rampage. Karl left that one out on the table and began on a staff for Remy, mana storage, mana cost reduction, spell power, elemental damage, and a nice overlord-ranked lightning gem with even more mana and mana collection embedded at the top of the staff. Just what Remy needed. That brought Karl to Dana's blade, still hot from the forge. To complement her fighting style, Karl gave the gem in the hilt, swims through air, which was a passive, so she didn't have to use mana to walk on air anymore, and then enhanced the blade entirely for skill power and reduced mana cost to the epic grade. That would add to her combat longevity, while increasing the damage done by her golems. The new greater golem was a beast in combat, easily tearing apart skeletons at its own rank when it was fully buffed by Karl's skills. So, giving it even more damage would solidify its role as Dana's guard dog, while her epic guard was free to work as her wingman, as they shared the same primary attack spells. Naksha wasn't around to answer, so Karl went for a simple choice. She was a cleric, so she got a staff with skill power, mana storage, and mana regeneration on it. That should let her do whatever she needed, while a spell gem of haste would let her do it faster. That would also increase her flight speed, making her breath attack cover a larger area. With all the new epic grade overlord weapons, the group would be in an excellent spot for the next battle. But Ray had plans as well. It wouldn't be fast, art took time, but she could make full new suits of clothing to replace the old ones. She was an overlord now, but only their workwear had been upgraded. That needed to be remedied. Once the weapons were done, Karl just had to locate everyone to pass them out. Some were easy to find. Ophelia was training guard candidates out in the yard, and Karl could bring her the axe whenever he wanted. Remy was in her alchemy lab in the library space, but he just put her staff in the Naga Queen space, against a bookshelf on her altar. The hard ones were tracking down Lotus, who had vanished as soon as he had finished talking to her, and Tessa, who had run off with Thor and Naksha. Actually, that made it easier. Thor, pass this to the Black Dragon, would you? Done. Oh, she's delighted with her new stick. Thor agreed. Karl went out to the yard with Ophelia's axe in hand, and the whole training group stopped to see what was going on that involved weapons being drawn. Ophelia, test this and see how it feels in your hands. I had Ashbringer make this with you in mind, and enhanced it to complement your fighting style. Karl called as he walked over. The big werbear grabbed the two-handed axe from Karl and hefted it easily, then gave it a spin around her hand to check the balance. Not bad, though I wouldn't expect anything that comes from Ashbringer's forge to be less than amazing. Then she transformed into a dire bear and made a casual swipe of her paw at the air before transforming back to a werbear. It bonded perfectly and works properly with the dire bear transformation. Having two smaller weapons gives a wider variety of buffs, but this is a much more powerful weapon, and it should add much more to my attacks than the others did. Thank you, Karl. And Ashbringer, who I know is listening from in the forge. Karl laughed as the sound of hammering paused for a moment, then gave 2 ringing taps, clearly of the hammer directly on the anvil, before returning to an intermittent working pattern. Now they should all be ready for the next battle, with Overlord-ranked armor and weapons. Karl couldn't say how long it would take them to advance in battle, but they had won some significant battles in the recent past, and the system recognized them as a party, so they were presumably sharing bonuses. There was some sort of standard to the advancements, but Karl didn't know if it was deliberately unclear how long it took to move up a rank, or if the method to judge it had simply been lost to time. Most likely, there was supposed to be a progress meter of some sort in the system interface, and they had all just forgotten how to turn it back on. Once someone did, that would be a turning point for training methods. Being able to clearly see what was working, what was not, and what only worked a few times before stopping would revolutionize training for everything. But there was not going to be a lot of time to be training for anything this week, as true to his word, Prince Stephen sent them a battle update at the end of the day. There had been 6 possible engagements located for the next day, and they had all been forwarded to the city guard as well, to be put on the morning's sheet. Some of the battles would begin early, some later in the day, but those 6 were the ones that the military were the most confident were going to happen. Karl waited until they had finished eating to bring up the information. We have 6 locations identified for battle tomorrow. There are 2 that look like they might be above our pay grade, with multiple totems and hundreds of overlords, but there are 4 that should be at our rank or easier. One of them is just awakened and ascended rank skeletons, so we can likely skip that, unless someone wants to go charging through them for fun. These 3 are the most likely choices. None has a reported totem rank leader. One is a group of Lich Lords with their summoned undead. One is zombies, and one is a mixture of wights and skeletal hounds. Does anyone have a preference? He asked, then waited for the others to think about the answer. Ray was obviously going to go for the zombies, as they were the only non-skeletal option. Her new skills worked best on the living, but zombies should be close enough that her blood destruction skill would destroy them with ease. But fighting against new types of enemies was good as well. There was no summon type of monster specified with the group of Overlord-ranked Lich Lords, so it could be something unknown and perhaps worth fighting. She knew that she could destroy most types of things, but what if they came up with something new that would put up a real fight? Wouldn't that be great? After careful consideration, Naksha pointed to the Lich Lords. You and Kara specialize in nullifying magic. I know that it might not be the most glamorous fight. When you don't let them do much of anything, but going where we are the most able leaves others free to deal with the rest of the challenges, where they might also be the most able. So, we should take out the Lich Lords as quickly as possible in the morning, and then wait for other magic users to present themselves for culling. She explained. Tessa shrugged. The undead were undead, and they were at war with them all. The Red Dragon didn't care which target they chose, only that it was strategically important and against the enemy, not civilians. All right then, if there are no objections, we can take on the Lich Lord Horde in the morning and then either camp out near the border or return here again for the evening. Dana smiled. Why don't we have Lady Ray make us a tree fort again? We haven't done one of those in a while now, and it would keep us near the border, where we would be on hand if there were unexpected enemies. A tree fort sounded great to everyone. They were comfortable to sleep in, and being near the lines would help keep them in the right frame of mind. Being here in the capital at night removed the sense of danger and urgency, allowing them to talk about picking targets at random instead of defending areas of land. Fighting was fighting in a way, but the determination to protect could make all the difference when it came down to morale and combat results. If they knew nothing about the area and its inhabitants, they were unlikely to fight as hard as they could. That sort of casual approach to defense would make the locals fight that much harder when something unexpected happened, and there were too few forces nearby. As much as they might like to think that they were giving it their all in battle, if they were only showing up to fight and then leaving, they were never going to have that sense of commitment that would drive them to the greatest feats. It wasn't proven that those were what helped you advance the fastest, but there was strong evidence that harder fights were more likely to help break a bottleneck if you were at one. Logically, the two should be related. One last night in the guild house, catching up on work while they were away, and quietly listening to the buzz of the city. Then they would leave at dawn. Many of the people were talking about the fights at the Bomgan border, as so many of the troops had been mobilized to help deal with it, but the reason for the attacks wasn't clear. The undead raided, pillaged, and were a general blight to the world. But they were rarely organized across more than a single group. Now, there were multiple groups attacking at the same time and no obvious reason for it. That alone was enough to be concerning. They had just suffered an attack by the pirate fleet, but now they were facing intense attacks from the undead horde that lived inland? Did something happen to change the undead? Or did something happen in Drod that was drawing them to the demon nation? That was the great concern of many. The pirate attacks had been increasing for most of a year before the invasion attempt, affecting shipment lanes and travel times when the goods did finally make it to their destinations. So, it wasn't as if the extra activity came out of nowhere, just that it now had a focus, and they couldn't see a reason that they had been picked. First thing in the morning, Karl put on the leather over silk armored pants and jacket that Ray had made for him. Not that he really needed the extra armor. Karl suspected that she had made him a new set so that he wasn't always wearing a skill instead of smelling like her silk. When he was in battle, the armor skill would be in place, so most of the time the fact there was armor under it wouldn't change much. But it made Ray happy to have everyone in her armor and wielding Karl's weapons. Except Karl himself, who was still using the Blade of Champions and the Haint Claw. Both of the items were artifact-grade weapons, and both were perfectly suited to his skills, so there was no real reason for him to change to something that he had made himself. However, he did have a number of elemental gems in his armor set for skill power, mana storage, and physical enhancement. Those were too good to miss out on, and he couldn't always rely on Rampage to increase his damage enough to put him above his opponents in direct output without exhausting himself. Naksha, will you be airborne again today, or will you be on the ground with the other clerics? Karl asked as the group prepared to leave. Unless I am needed on the ground, I will be in the air with Hawk. It's safer to have two flying targets so that the enemy can't focus on one of us without being vulnerable to the other. We don't know if there will be a full legion there today, so there may or may not be air support. The Black Dragon's reasoning was solid. The safety in numbers mattered, and she didn't have any abilities that needed her to remain within a short range of the target, other than her attack abilities, which would be much more useful in dragon form. Did anyone else have a request for changes in the deployment? If not, I will open the separate space, and we can travel to the battlefield. Nobody raised any concerns, so Karl opened the way to the tiny world and let them all in. Then he opened a portal to their last battle location, which was a short flight from where they were expecting to find the group of Lich Lords this morning. At least for Hawk, it was. I see the defenders in the distance. Should we go greet them and let them know that we will be here? Our group is a little odd, Hawk suggested. That would be for the best. Who knows how they might react when we show up? We don't want them thinking that there are enraged beasts defending their territory here. Those would be a threat to both sides, and the reaction might be unexpected. Karl agreed. Far below, the commander of the 19th Border Legion watched the Ghostfire Thunderbird descending with a cat demon on his back. That was one of the most insane combinations that he had seen in his life, but the man was waving at him, and the bird wasn't attacking, so he was willing to take it as a good sign. Commander, I have brought a team to assist in the battle with the Lich Lords. I am a beast master, so don't mind the species diversity, but I also have dragon clerics and a black dragon with my team, as well as a mage and a werbear berserker, Karl declared the moment that he landed. What is your team's specialty? Or are you a new group for the border war? The Legion commander asked. Myself plus one other anti-magic specialist, then 2 flying artillery. The Thunderbird and the Dragon. The others are a short-range combat unit, with a green dragon cleric specializing in area healing. I recommend putting them near the center of the line, where troops can be brought to the Healing tree for recovery, the commander smiled. Glad to have you then. Might I ask, where are these others you speak of? Karl opened the tiny world and let the others out, which brought a startled noise from the commander. So, you fly to the battle, then bring the others in with a portal. Very efficient for moving long distances. How long will you remain in the region? He asked. As long as there are appropriate targets for us. If you are quiet in this zone for the day, we will likely move to an active battlefield so that we can make the most of our presence along the line while we are here. You have a region to defend, but not every portion of the border will see action every day. The commander nodded. Excellent news. The Lich Lords are behind their army, with 10 kilometers distance between us. You said that you specialize in that sort of thing, so I will have you join Delta Force for the morning and move with them when the enemy has engaged. There are Overlord rank specialists, and I will be dealing with any unexpected totems as well as unit organization. Wonderful. I saw them from the sky on my way in, and I didn't sense any totems with them, but you can never be too careful. Lotus grabbed Dana and split off to join the healing group, a motley bunch of trollish shamans who were setting up cots and some sort of shrine that Karl couldn't identify. That was better than he had feared. Many demonic armies didn't have proper healers, but the trolls were easy to get along with, and as soon as Lotus and Dana had arrived, they began adding their personal touch to the shrine, which turned out to be no shrine at all. They were arranging skewers in advance so that they had fried fish to snack on during the battle. Dana probably wouldn't stay with them for the whole battle, but she normally sent her golems forward to fight, while she kept the epic guard near her toward the back of the battle, keeping the enemy from getting too close to the healers. Thor and Tessa were with Ophelia, not far from where Lotus was setting up for her healing tree performance, so Karl left to go join the Delta Force team, as the commander had named his elite unit. Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Karl, and this is Kara. Oh, we have Remy with us as well. Are you sure you didn't want to go with the healers and mages this time? Karl began. Remy nodded. I can fight and heal, so we will join your team this time. Karl smiled. All right, Remy here is a shaman queen, so she has some healing abilities as well as her fighting skills and her bodyguards. The totems have a limited range, so if you're injured, retreat in her direction. Kara is an anti-magic specialist, so she will be doing her best to stop the larger spells from the Lich Lord group. The army today wasn't made up of all skeletons. There were ghouls, wights, and zombies as well, representing the differing specialties of the various leaders present. Lich Lords were normally among the hardest undead to deal with, as unlike so many other species, they were the elites of their magical disciplines before their death. A vampire could have come from anyone, zombies and skeletons were morons, but a Lich Lord could only come from an incredibly powerful mage and retained their intellect. However, they weren't all military geniuses, even if they were brilliant mages. That was proven true the moment that the army approached, and Karl realized that the wights and the ghouls were at the front, leading the charge. It should have been the zombies and skeletons to soak up the first wave of damage so that the more capable fighters could face less cohesive defensive lines. But the extra intelligence had them charging forward, while the shambling hordes lumbered along behind them, just trying to keep up. Battle strategy appeared to be the last thing that the Lich Lords were concerned with, and they were simply driving the undead forward, intending to use the weight of a massive numbers advantage to deal with the defenders. The 5 Lich Lords would be able to not only bring their undead back to life, but turn the defeated demons into undead to replace the ones that they had lost, potentially increasing their army with every battle. For that purpose, they had brought along a small group of supply wagons holding the relics that the undead army was tied to. Defeated skeletons could easily be raised again, wights reformed from their essence, leaving only the ghouls and zombies susceptible to permanent mutilation. But even if they were defeated in that way, they could still return as skeletons, as a blow to the head was not enough to keep the animated bone monsters from reforming, as long as the source of their power remained intact. Once the armies are fully engaged, we will move to take on the Lich Lords. We don't want them turning the army away to surround us, so don't jump the start. The leader of the Special Forces team, a burnt orange demon with 4 wings and a bird's head, warned. How should I address you? Your nameplate is hidden. Karl asked. The demon smiled. I am an old man, though I suppose not everyone is good at guessing ages. I was born long before the system started to reactivate, so I don't have an interface of my own. But you can call me Delta. Delta Force. Karl had assumed that was a phonetic thing for the 4th group in a series, but it turned out to be someone's name. Perhaps they could fix the demon's system status after the battle. If he could lead a strike force as he was certainly not a weak opponent, and his species was well known for their magical abilities. Karl heard the demons cheer as Tessa used Holy Weapon as a group spell, enhancing their blades and spears with holy damage that would tear through the undead like butter. From Thor's back, she made a brilliant red target, standing over the demonic army like a figurehead and glowing with holy power that was anathema to all things unliving. But she was also behind the lines, protected from the initial charge, which would surely be headed directly for her once the Lich Lords realized that she was a dragon cleric. Hawk, as soon as the 2 sides make contact, you can lead Naksha down into battle. Happy hunting! Karl announced as the charging undead reached the 50-meter mark from the defenders. Happy hunting! Bring me back something shiny. The 2 sides crashed in a flurry of blades, and holy light shone from all over the battlefield as the enchanted weapons activated on contact with the undead. That immediately caught the attention of the Lich Lords, and they began to glow with power as they ordered their troops to adjust and target the red dragon cleric. But that was not to be. As soon as the undead horde began to shift attack angles, Hawk and Naksha descended from the sky to drown the army in fire and a thick black smoke. The power of the god of death seemed to call to them, and the undead visible began to disintegrate around the edges under the onslaught, even while the animating magic of the Lich Lords regenerated the damage done to them. With the 2 sides now fully engaged, Delta ordered his troops forward, and the team began to circle the battlefield. Take the short route and take point. Keep them from casting while we charge. Delta quietly ordered, hoping that Karl wasn't joking about being an anti-magic specialist. Kara leapt from Karl's shoulder, and Remy moved beside him as Karl used Gravity Slam to toss the few intervening undead out of the way as he approached the Lich Lords. Unfortunately, one or more of them was aware of the horrors of a winged void badger on a mission, and all 5 turned their focus to Kara, who was ready to dive at them. Both Karl and the badger focused their efforts to nullify the spells, while a disintegration base shell around Kara absorbed the worst of the other 3 attacks. Nothing hit her hard enough to cause actual damage, but it bought them some time, and, before they were ready to cast again, Karl and Remy would be in melee range. The ground turned marshy under their feet as Remy activated the Naga Swamp, drawing the attention of the undead leaders only an instant before her bodyguards appeared behind them. Then Karl called on the Naga bodyguards, as well as a pair of dire bear golems, to attack from the front as the Delta team charged through the swamp. Rather, half of the team charged through the swamp, and the other half simply flew over it, avoiding the delays of the swamp's soft ground. There didn't appear to be any sort of power difference between the 5 Lich Lords, which didn't seem right to Karl. Even if they had advanced at the same time, there should be some sort of difference. So, his first thought when his attack was blocked with a casual wave of the Lich Lord's hand was that they were all sharing a power source. This wasn't a group of regular overlords, it was a situation more like his own, where multiple powerful beings were linked together, and the ones that were in the most trouble were able to draw on the reserves of the others to save themselves. That meant that breaking their barriers would mean breaking all 5 at once, as trying to target down a single Lich would only result in them using the power of the others to defend, leaving 4 on the offensive side. Fortunately, they had an entire team coming to them, and the Lich Lords would all be engaged at once, but the threat of one of them using an overpowered attack and taking out a demon in a single strike was very real. Of course, there was a chance that they could also do that to Karl or one of his teammates, but with Void Body, active on the team, the chances were lower that it would work. Instead of engaging, Karl stayed back from the battle and let the summons do the heavy work while he focused on assisting Kara in nullifying any attack that felt like it carried a dangerous level of power. But with 5 Lich Lords, and only 2 of them, it was proving impossible to get them all. Kara nullified an overpowered fireball, then had to dodge as Karl took out an area spell that was raising skeletal hands from the swamp, but couldn't cast fast enough to deal with the unholy fire that another of the undead mages sent her way. Their casting speed was ridiculously fast to begin with, and for the first few seconds, their barriers were having no issues keeping the melee warriors at bay. That changed quickly when Delta began to cast some sort of channeled incantation. The barrier around them began to destabilize, first letting bits of attack abilities through, then failing entirely. The Lich Lords tried desperately to bring it back up, but with Kara and Karl working together, the process was proving impossible. They had to use all 5 of them to make it as strong as needed, as the effects of Rampage were beginning to stack up, and the damage done by each strike of the bodyguards was enough to take down a lesser barrier with every blow. The Naga were fighting seriously, with grim expressions on their serpentine faces, while the Lamia bodyguards that Karl summoned were clearly smirking at the Lich Lords, even as they rapidly hurled spells at them. They were holding back, limiting their output as the effect of Rampage began to near its time-limited peak, and Karl didn't have to guess why. Once the barriers on the Lich Lords fell completely, they would exert as much pressure as they could and force the undead to buckle so that the demonic Special Forces team could finish them off. Only, the Lich Lords did not appear to be weakening. Like Karl and his team, their mana reserves seemed to be limitless, and while they were taking damage without their primary barrier, they were not showing any signs of reducing their mana usage to conserve energy. Even when they were fighting 5 opponents at a time. They have a mana battery here somewhere. It must be in the wagons. Delta shouted to Karl as the battle began to drag on, and the demons were beginning to reduce the frequency of their attacks to save stamina. Go, take care of it. I will hold them here while you deal with whatever traps and trickery they have in store, Karl insisted. Hawk, bring Naksha and find the mana battery that the undead are using. Destroy it if you can. We're having trouble doing any real damage to them. If we can't destroy their power source, they're going to escape once they lose their armies, Karl quietly instructed. With 5 Lich Lords, there was no way that none of them knew Portal or a related escape spell. The moment that Hawk and Naksha headed for the wagons, the undead changed their tactics. They immediately stopped pushing forward, and all 5 Lich Lords moved to encircle the small supply convoy in a defensive perimeter. That alone would have made it incredibly obvious what the source of their unusually potent power was, even if someone hadn't already guessed, but it raised the more important question of what could they do about it? Karl and Kara had managed to keep the Lich Lords from bringing their area barrier back online, but Hawk was having no luck trying to get attack spells into the convoy that they were defending. We need to learn the trick to their casting speed. I want to be able to throw spells that fast, Remy noted as she adjusted the position of her totems. If anyone can figure it out, it's you. But maybe we will get lucky, and they'll have a grimoire or something on them, and you can stock up on spells after we win this fight, Karl suggested. Remy began plotting new and innovative ways to make the Lich Lords vanish without destroying the caravan, just in case there were good things in there to loot. But that was not actually too difficult, wasn't it? Kara, Remy began. On it. Butterfly, a little help. Kara vanished, and Karl doubled down on the counterspells so that the Lich Lords didn't gain any headway while the Void Badger did what she did best. For a moment, everything was coated in a black mist as Naksha passed overhead and unleashed her breath weapon on the Lich Lords. That was Kara's cue to move. Everyone was distracted, and she was invisible, so she went directly for the core of the Lich Lords. Formation, aiming for the supply wagons. The undead were giving everything to protect them, even calling back their armies to defeat the Special Forces group. But the stealthy badger simply pranced past their defenses and began searching for the treasures. Food? Why do they need food? They're all dead. Spare bones, bodies, weapons. Oh, there we go. Kara narrated as she searched. The final wagon contained a large glowing gem locked within a metal box that had swung open the moment that Kara used Nullify on the lock. Yank. Yoink. Karl, it won't move. I can't even take the full wagon into my space. Kara complained. Then I guess we just have to deal with the undead first. Unless you're willing to blow it up. Kara considered her options for a half second. On one hand, a huge shiny stone. On the other hand, it was a stone that she couldn't keep. Void Blast solved that dilemma rather easily. The wagon vanished in a mushroom cloud of stored energy, and Kara retreated to her space for a half second to avoid being caught in the epicenter of her handiwork. The metaphysical blast shook Karl's brain and dropped most of the nearby demons to their knees. Even Remy was dizzy from the blast. But standing right next to the destruction, the Lich Lords were completely out of it for the last half second of their lives, before Hawk and Naksha swooped in to blast them to pieces. However, luck was not on their side today, and the moment that the Lich Lord's power failed, the bodies of the undead mages faded from sight, returning to whatever safe point they had designated as their fallout shelter in the event of an untimely death. Worse, the undead horde that they had brought were still fighting, even if it was mindlessly without the Lich Lords there to guide them. The plus side was that without guidance, Thor and Tessa were absolutely wrecking the zombie horde in a rolling wave of crushing gravity and holy lightning. Using Blockade, one of Thor's new racial abilities, with Gravity Slam and Tessa's spear made for a brutal charging attack. The Gravity Slam knocked everything over. Then the wall of lightning swept them all up and pushed them forward in front of Thor, while Tessa launched holy spears into anything that looked like it might still move. With that tactic, they were scooping up entire segments of the undead army and pushing through them like a bulldozer with its blade down, driving forward and depositing the mulched bodies to the side. Well, that's not terrifying at all. Delta joked as he saw the tactic that the massive behemoth was using. Just wait until he realizes that he can use it like a flapper wheel and tilt the walls down on them to crush them as he passes by. Karl agreed. Thor laughed in Karl's head. We tried that. The undead just get pounded into the ground and then dig themselves back out. That was something that Karl should have expected. They were Overlord-ranked undead. Expecting them to be less durable than compacted grassland soil was a bit too optimistic. The new weapons appeared to be a big hit with everyone in the group, and even Remy was enjoying her newfound bonuses, even if she wasn't going all out with the area spells today. Just being able to keep up all her other spells at once, including both types of totems and a constant barrage of chain lightning, was enough to keep her happy now that she knew the undead weren't hiding any good stuff among the supply carts. She had collected the few remaining bits of the stone that Kara had destroyed, just in case they were useful, but nothing else in the whole supply caravan stood out to her. It appeared to be nothing but spare parts for making more undead. The army unit was forcing the undead into an ever-tightening circle as they crushed the disorganized force, and Karl simply watched and made mental notes as their years or decades of training showed him the most efficient way to completely surround a disorganized enemy. It was a work of art, and with Thor's bulwark holding one side, it was as good as driving them up against a cliff. The hapless undead couldn't even effectively damage the lightning wall, as without the Lich Lords to give them directions, the skeletons and zombies didn't think to use skills, and the smarter undead had been the first ones eliminated. Once the undead were truly dead, the work of cleaning them up to prevent the spread of plagues or even the zombie virus to the surrounding ecosystem began. The worst thing that you could do, in the minds of the soldiers, was to fight a zombie in running water. The moment that you began to damage it, the undead creature would leak infected fluids into the water, and there was no telling what life form downstream might ingest that in enough concentration that it would turn them and begin an outbreak. Towns along the rivers had detection magic to ensure that nothing of the sort, or any other magical toxin, would make its way through their territories, but a zombie monster could spread the plague just as easily as a zombie farmer or dock worker. Fortunately, they were demons, and they had plenty of fire magic to help them fully sanitize the area and eliminate the possibility of the virus spreading, as well as thorough sanitation procedures in place to ensure that none of the disease was passed on. That was made easier by Lotus, who had her 4 new totems spread out in a ring around her, expanding the effect of her Tree of Life form's healing aura. All they had to do was stand nearby for a while after they had cleaned themselves, and the effect would kill the zombie virus, even if it was already starting to take root in their system. But with barriers up and fire magic at the ready, most of the soldiers didn't actually come into contact with the blood and could just burn it off themselves if they did. Once they were finished, Delta marshaled his troops and brought them to the command group, who were preparing to set camp for the evening and send out scouts. Karl nodded politely to the group's leaders. "We will remain in the area for a while, in case there are more attacks coming. Would you like me to have the Thunderbird scout? Hawk has excellent eyesight, even from thousands of meters in the air, and won't have any trouble tracking the movement of other enemy forces in the region. We will take any and all help you can offer. Will you be staying with the unit? Or somewhere nearby?" the commander asked hopefully. Karl looked around the open grasslands. "I'm not certain. We usually prefer an elevated position, too. Let the blood destruction spider make us a fort, but we can settle at ground level if necessary." The demon nodded in understanding. Sleeping on the ground wasn't anyone's favorite hobby. However, it was safer to have everyone together and close enough that they could all be behind a communal barrier to keep out any uninvited guests during the evening hours. Realistically, Karl didn't need to pick a tree to build a fort in. He had the tiny world and an entire underground city worth of tunnels there, plus the recreation of the guild house, with a comfortable bed, silk sheets, and fresh air. That somewhat defeated the purpose of staying with the demon army, though. They wanted the connection that being on the line would give them, so retreating to a separate space would be counterproductive. Well, for most of them. Remy was already in the alchemy lab of the tiny world and working on the potions that she had missed out on making while they traveled. Once the area was fully cleared, and Hawk had reported that there was nothing within a 20-kilometer search radius, the army began to plan their evening camp location. One of the junior officers gestured off into the distance. "Why don't we move east to the village? They'll be happy to get the sales of bulk goods to the army, and the presence of a whole unit will give them some peace of mind. Things have been tense along the border with all these attacks, and public relations are important." The commander thought about it, then shook his head. "It's too close to the attack. They will only worry that we're hiding a threat. They must already know about the battle, and they will have seen the aftermath in the distance. If we go there now, they'll think that they're the next target. Set up a perimeter wall with the earth demons and make a fort. We will camp a kilometer toward the border, away from the aftermath of the battle," the commander decided. "Leave some space for us. I will have my team set up a large tent for the evening. Then we will scout again in the morning," Karl insisted. The commander gestured to the junior officers, and within minutes, the demons were building a large perimeter wall in the distance. Ray quickly joined them to make a proper tent for her people, with earth barrier, posts to hang the hammocks from, and double-layered silk cloth, with a sticky inner layer to catch any sneaky sorts who might try to creep in to spy them. She didn't really think that any of the Draught army soldiers would be stupid enough to try to intrude on them, but a girl could dream. Just the potential of catching an attempted peeping Tom was enough reason for her to put in the extra work. Thor transformed back into humanoid form, and Hawk returned to his space for the evening, but Kara decided to stay out and make the most of the hammock that Ray had made for her. Anyone who saw how happy she was, laying on her back, feet in the air, gently rocking herself in a hammock, would find it hard to argue with the strategy. But she was secretly hoping that if she was nearby and not in her space, she might be the first one to notice if someone tried to sneak into the tent. Once everyone was inside, the army unit set patrols around the outside of the stone barrier wall, and Karl noticed that there were no active defensive measures in place, just the one stone wall. Once it was created, it didn't give off an aura of magic at all, and that gave the whole unit a rather low-key presence. Much like a powerful monster pack, they simply existed in the plains. In a way, it was both more and less secure than Karl's usual preparations. There was no barrier active, but its absence made it less likely that anything would notice their presence in the first place. Ray watched carefully all night, but none of the demons seemed interested in coming creeping into the tent. Honest people were boring. So, first thing in the morning, she brought out some of the royal rank whale meat for the soldiers. They were stationed near the inland border, so they wouldn't have had a chance to get any of it when the whales arrived, and the meat would be a change for them, where the boar monsters were everyday sorts of meals. There was a flying whale herd not long ago in Drod. Here, fry this up for the unit's breakfast. If there aren't any threats during the morning scouting, we will likely move along, so this might be the only chance to give it to you, she explained to the cook. Oh, flying whale? That will be a change. Let me find a nice spice combo for that, and I will save some for soup tomorrow. The cook agreed easily. The soldiers brought back meat regularly, and while whale was a different flavor set than usual, the unit's chef had enough spices to keep the soldiers from getting too bored with their meals. The smell of frying whale meat drew out the soldiers who were lingering in bed until the last minute, as well as Karl's team, who were enjoying the cool, dry air of a morning in the inner steppes. It was more like home than the constant humid warmth of Drod, and a pleasant change for the team. Hawk took off to scout, hopeful that they would find something close enough for this unit to fight. Delta and his group were good and easy to work with. Fighting on a team with people you knew was better. They wouldn't do strange things, and they were already aware of the tricks that the Karl's team could pull. But when he got to search altitude, just below the cloud cover, he found that there wasn't anything for hundreds of kilometers. He could see multiple smaller villages, 2 other army units, and a river. But no undead or any other obvious threats. That wasn't what he was hoping for. There was a whole invasion going on, but there were thousands of kilometers of border, and he couldn't wander too far, or they would have to find a new group to work with. Even as far as he had scouted today, they would have to switch units if the attack was on the outside edges of his range. Nothing to attack. But there is a village not far away full of orcs. Maybe they want some stuff, Hawk suggested. Not a terrible idea. The orcs should at least be entertaining, since we can't find anything to fight. Take a tour closer to the border and see if they are just staging for an attack in a few days, and we will prepare to move to the village when we get your report. Karl agreed. Hawk flew for another half hour, making a serpentine pattern into the territory of the undead. I found their city. All the undead are here. So many zombies. Just zombies everywhere. The city has vampires and some living things, but there are at least 3 cities worth of zombies outside. Karl mentally calculated where Hawk was, as it was certain that the army would know the location of the cities, and it was important that they knew what one was preparing for an invasion. So, he went looking for the unit commander to explain the situation. Almost directly north of us, across the border of the dead zone, there is a city half the size of Drod, full of undead. Hawk says that there is a zombie horde 3 times that city's population gathered and waiting for something. Karl explained. The commander took out a map and gestured at a city marking. That is called Ekbor. It's the only city of that size in the direction you indicated. It's not far from the border, but if they start to march, they'll only be 2 days to Bach, and there are 10,000 people there. I will send a message to have the units in the area send a scout to verify the numbers. But you're saying that there should be hundreds of thousands of undead gathered outside the city, he asked. Karl nodded. That's what Hawk reports. You can verify it, as he relates the number of undead outside the city to the number of people inside the city. But it should be close enough if you know how many are in the city. The demon focused for a moment and sent a system message to someone, then frowned. Military intelligence already knew, they just didn't relay it, as it's not in our zone. I still don't know what they're planning to do about that. But so many zombies is more than the border force will be able to deal with. Even if the Leg Regiment finished their engagement today, it might not be enough to deal with that many zombies. Honestly, what I'm more worried about is them using portals to send them somewhere else. Sure, they're gathered at the border now. But if they've got necromancers and lich lords with them, they don't have to just march across the plains. They can attack wherever they want. The cities all have barriers over them to prevent unwanted portals, but a whole army appearing just outside of town isn't any less dangerous. The commander rubbed his temples, then took out a flask from his inventory and took a long swill. There is a good reason why I don't think too hard about all the possibilities. It's best to just focus on what is going on around us and leave the rest to someone else. For all we know, this could be one huge feint. Gathering the armies at our border makes everyone else watching the undead think that they're about to invade Drod. But they could be planning to use portals to hit on Zatherb, Gabel, or Nabobin. Sending a whole fleet across the channel to the last two is implausible on the scale they would need. But portals would work just fine. Karl nodded in understanding. Sending 300,000 zombies somewhere to attack would be a logistical nightmare, even though they didn't need to eat or sleep. With only 2 nations bordering the undead kingdom of Bomgan, and 2 more immediately across the channel, the options were limited, but a ground invasion was not a foregone conclusion. Say, do you know if there is a reason for the surge in violence from the undead? They don't appear to be overcrowded within their nation. In fact, with so few monsters, there is a lot of open space for them. Did something happen that set them off? Like turning away the attack on Drod City? Karl asked. That could be part of it, but they have always been aggressively expansionist. I believe it's mostly the result of the necromancers and their death cult. The magic invades and corrupts their souls. It makes them hate all forms of life and traps them somewhere between life and death, tethered to the netherworld by their own dark magic, until one day they become the undead themselves. They're a true nuisance, and they've been driven out of almost everywhere in the world. Even the dark elves of the underworld disdain them and treat them as slaves. So, being on the border of their last remaining territory means suffering their attacks every time that they build up enough of a force to spread their influence a little further. The commander's tone was somber and resigned. It wasn't something that anyone could change, and Drod didn't have enough of a military force to completely wipe out the entire nation of Bomgan if that was even possible. So many of the powerful undead had ways to resurrect themselves if their body was destroyed that the prospect of completely eliminating them was laughable. Karl shrugged. Then I guess that all we can do is wait to see what happens. If there are no threats for the day, I was thinking of taking my team to the nearest village to trade with them. There is always something in demand in a farming village, and we are a crafting guild. The big demon smiled. They'll be happy to see you. The trade caravans have been sparse the past few months. They don't want to take the risk to come this close to the border with all the unrest, while the villages closer to the coast are getting larger and demanding more of their goods. While Karl talked to the commander, the others packed up the tent and then passed it to Delta and his team. They would appreciate the hammocks, and the tent could be assembled with earth magic poles, so there was no complex process involved. The rest of the unit was clearly envious that not only were they getting a fancy new tent design too, set up in seconds with a full unit worth of hammocks to keep them up off the ground, but it was Overlord-ranked monster silk, and even if the camp came under attack, it would be able to take a hit or two, and they wouldn't have to worry as much about being ambushed in their sleep. Hawk continued his scouting passes as the camp's defensive wall was retracted, and they prepared to go on patrol again. Staying in one spot made it too easy for the enemy to avoid them or alter deployments to counter their numbers. So, they patrolled an erratic pattern, making their location less predictable, even though their territories were somewhat fixed. The ladies all climbed up on Thor's back after he transformed back into his 4-legged behemoth form. Even Ray was riding with him today, while the rest of the beasts returned to their space, except Remy, who was in the tiny world alchemy labs, making stock for the shop. They were still close enough to access the guild bank, so she could transfer materials to the other alchemists from her space, where most of them were growing. Plus, she could bring over potions they had put in stock so they could treat themselves as a traveling branch of the shop when they visited. Making their way to the village was simple enough. It was only half an hour away, with Thor walking and Karl jogging beside him. Hawk was scouting the region and didn't see anything, but Karl didn't want to get tangled in a mass of limbs if there was a sudden attack. But he knew that Thor would look after everyone, so there wasn't any risk to letting them all ride. The village itself was like none that Karl had come across before. Not only was it surrounded by a high wall, but they had also dug a moat and filled it with sharp metal spikes and oil, a flaming barricade should an undead horde approach their home. There were also endless fields in the kilometers surrounding the farms, but no farmhouses. There were outbuildings, storage sheds, and so on, but not a single house to be seen. Logically, they must all live in the village's protective walls and only come out to work. But that seemed like a rather extreme living situation, even this close to the border. But once they got through the gate, things began to make sense. The orcs didn't live in traditional family homes, the way that you would expect from the word village. Instead, there were a number of long barracks-style houses and dozens of other facilities within the walls, and everyone was going about their day as usual. As usual, if it were a traveling orc camp. Demon. What brings you here in this time of strife? An aging orc with a notepad hanging from his hip asked as Karl led the group into the village. We were assisting the regiment with some undead, but there were no more close enough to be a threat for the day, so we thought we might come by and visit. We're a crafting guild, and we've got a small group of dragon clerics with us, if you should need anything, Karl explained. That got the orc's attention, and he whistled for someone else to join them. A very large someone, Karl realized. The clan chief of the village was a monster of a man, even by Orcish standards.